Hello guys, and welcome back to the Summer Day Studios YouTube channel. In today's video we are going to be starting a brand new project. So you guys might have been here, maybe you weren't if you're new, but we a little while ago did a Maya hard surface modeling tutorial on making a sailing ship from the 1800s, and that went on for quite a while, and we ended up creating a fully textured and completed model. We've decided we're going to do another hard surface project, kind of just starting from scratch, really, from the ground up again, going over everything from reference collection, setting up your scene, tips and tricks as we go, and getting through to finishing the final model, and then doing final shading and rendering and lighting as well. This will likely be a shorter project, just because the scale and complexity aren't anywhere near as massive as they were with that old project. So you might have already figured out, just based on what we have on the screen, what we're going to be doing. So we have this truck here. This is a Suzuki pickup of some kind. This kind of cute looking little Japanese pickup truck. But it came in various different forms. And it's quite boxy, but has some curved shapes to it as well. Modeling cars can be a little tricky, especially modern ones, because they have these very flowing angles and shapes. And it's a lot to do if you haven't modeled a car before, or if you're newer to modeling. So I thought a shape like this, a vehicle like this, something smaller, a bit more boxy, might be a better starting point for us to go over, and it will still teach us a lot of the kind of basic principles that we need. So let's kick things off. I figured what we'd start with is just going over reference, why it's important, what we use it for, where best to get it, and some tools that we can use. So reference, whenever you're creating something real, is incredibly important. I cannot understate that enough, or overstate that enough, sorry. You might imagine in your head that you have a pretty clear picture of what something looks like, and sometimes that might be the case, but for most people probably not, unless you have some sort of like photographic memory. Even for simple objects, you'll try and create them, and then you compare them to the real world afterwards, and you're like, well, actually, this doesn't quite match. Things are a bit off. The proportions aren't here, maybe the colors are wrong, or something will be off, right? So reference, when you're creating real world objects, especially something for as complex as a vehicle like this, is really, really important, because it's going to show you everything, you know? You might have the base ideas in your head, but maybe the differences in dimensions and the angles will be wrong. Like, you might get the headlights the wrong size, the wheels will be in the wrong place, and it's much harder to go in and fix that later on, after having realized what's wrong, than actually starting with a good foundation, which is using proper reference, having that all set up in your scene, and so on. So to that end, a piece of software that I'd really like to recommend that is actually free is the one we're using right here, called PureRef. It's very lightweight, it's very simple looking, but it allows you to drag around, resize reference. You can import all your reference images into this scene. You know, I have this reference here that we're using today, and if I go ahead and just drag and drop all of this in, like so, it kind of automatically populates it and scales it depending on how big the image is. You can even go ahead and label these. Like, if I were to right click over here and go to notes, and then we'd just call this, I don't know, like truck ref. You know, so you can create this whole mood boards, reference boards, if you like. You can lock it as well with Control R. I currently have this set to be always on top as well. You can press Control Shift A, and that will unlock that and put it to the background whenever you select your main window. So yeah, it's a really powerful tool. You can go to just www.pureref.com to download it from here. Just go to Get PureRef and follow the instructions. Really simple to set up and install. It's free. I think you can donate if you want to under the support page. Just perfect reference tool, really. If you have a second monitor like I do, it's fantastic just to have up on your second screen basically the whole time, so you don't have to keep going and scouring through different folders for reference, okay, or going through the default Windows or like Mac based photo viewer. You know, you just have it all here in one board, right, like you would in real life. So yeah, that's what I would start with. The second thing is, when you're actually collecting your reference for modeling a car, the most important thing is actually having some decent blueprints, and this was the same with our ship model. So I have these here. Because I think this is a very specific vehicle, there aren't too many high quality reference images out there. There is one which is very, very nice. It's vector based, but I think you have to purchase it. It's something like $25. And for the sake of making this video, I didn't really want to tell you guys to go ahead and spend $25 on a piece of reference. It's a bit insane, you know, that for some people that's their groceries for the week. So I found these free ones online and just up-res them, upscaled them a little bit, and hopefully this should suffice. This gives us all the different angles. We have the front, back, left and right sides, because they are going to be slightly different depending on the vehicle, and we're actually going to use these to kind of block out the shape of our model. We did the same thing with the ship model if you were here for that, and we can set up a few different image planes in Maya, and I'll show you how to do that in a moment. The next most important thing is collecting reference for detail as well from various different angles. So I have, and you want this to be reasonably high resolution so you can tell what's going on, not only because this is going to help you get all the details right, you know, like we can see the panel thickness here, there being some difference probably just due to age, wear, or manufacturing errors or something. You can see the actual makeup of the headlights, these grills behind these intakes over here, and just various different bits and bobs. You also get some really, really nice texture information, right? Like we can see the various different bits of paint chipping, some light rust and grime, the dirt on the tires, and the like, slight like kind of color differences on the actual bodywork of the truck itself. All really, really fantastic to see. Get some good like close-up images like this as well, because this is going to be good not only for the model as well, but again, the materials, you can see how reflective this surface is, like most car paints really. And it's going to be kind of hard to tell, you know, for example, the rim around this indicator light here, if we come to this image, you can see there's actually a bit of a lip. So it's good to have reference from all angles. I also quite like to find reference from model kits, just because it can kind of help break the parts down. They're not always fantastic because models inherently are a recreation like ours of the real thing, so I wouldn't take them as gospel. Definitely refer back to a real life reference, but from time to time I like to use these just to help me figure out where things go together, how they fit together, and so on. If you can't get that reference already from real life objects, okay, like a top down angle like this is going to be hard to get in real life, but spend as much time as you need gathering reference. I will attach a link to PureRef for you, and we'll also provide these blueprints for you as well. But yeah, so that's the section on reference. So the next thing that I like to do is just set up our scene, and I already have these settings set kind of by default, but I like to just make sure that since we're modeling, things are kind of, we're giving as much space as possible, so I like to reduce the size of the timeline bar and just pull that down to give us as much space as possible. We're obviously on the poly modeling toolkit up here with this Scepter modeling. There's a few other little housekeeping things I like to do. If you come up to Windows and go to Settings and Preferences, and then Preferences, there's a few things here that we can change before we get started. The first thing being, if you come to Settings, one of the most important things whenever you're modeling anything to real-world scale, or just in general really, is working units, size, dimensions, right? We can follow everything as closely as possible to the reference, but we want things to be the correct scale so that lighting and everything can interact correctly. And especially if you're working in production, they'll have their own working units. In some studios, you know, one Maya unit will be meters. You know, if you're not sure what a working unit is, if I just make a default cube, you can see the scale X, Y, and Z is all just 1 by default. So in some studios within VFX, likely game as well, but I just don't have as much experience to talk on that, one unit might be a meter, one unit could be a centimeter, it could even be a millimeter. I've not heard of anyone doing that. But typically the way I like to work is in centimeters, just because it helps us give a bit more granular control over the dimensions of things rather than having it purely in meters. So if you come to settings, make sure you change your working units to centimeters or whatever you'd like to do, but just for the duration of the tutorial we are going to be working in centimeters, just bear that in mind. And for angular degrees, you know, you can have it in radians if you want, but by default it's degrees, so it's okay just to leave that as is. The next thing I like to come down to is undo. By default, the Q for this, as in the amount of times you can undo something, will be set to finite and will only be set to 50. Now, that's really not a lot. I have been in situations where I've needed to undo quite a lot of work, 50 will not cut it, believe me, and if you forget to turn this on to infinite, you're really going to be kicking yourself. Come down to undo, set this to infinite, you won't have to touch it again, it will just stay there, and most modern hardware should be able to support this anyway. I'm surprised this isn't on by default for most software these days, including Maya, but there you go. Anyway, that's one thing to make sure you have turned on. The next thing that we're going to go over is we can now actually get into getting this thing started. So I have some dimensions here that I've taken down. So for the truck that we're going to be modeling, this Suzuki, the dimensions are, it's 3.4 meters long, 1.47 meters wide, and then 1.7 meters high. This is very, very important because it's going to... So in order to get the scale correct, one of the things I like to do is just start with a cube, and we're going to make this cube kind of like a bounding box. It will be the overall dimensions of our truck. Not obviously the forms, because it's just a cube, but it will have the overall dimensions. So with these in mind, we're going to take our cube. Okay, by default it will start with something like this. I'm going to open up this one menu here, and I'm going to go to Edit Pivot. I'm just double clicking on Translate, by the way, to bring that up, and I'm going to align that to the base of our cube. Okay, we're going to enclose this. I'm going to press W on the keyboard again, or I'm just going to reselect the object just to reset the transform so that Y is actually up. I'm going to hold down X on the keyboard and just snap the base of our cube to the base of the grid, okay? Because this is where we want everything to sit. If you imagine this is like the floor of our world, it's where the wheels are going to be touching. Okay, so with these dimensions in mind, we know that the truck is 3.4 meters long, or in centimeters, 340 centimeters. Okay, so we'll scale it in X to 340. In fact, actually, we'll scale it in Z or Z to 340 to be in line with our front cameras, because this is going to be quite important. You can see here, if you press space on the keyboard, it's going to bring up these 4 different windows. If it doesn't, press this button over here on the left hand side, okay, and then you'll get your 4 views. You'll see under each one you'll get a name like side X, front Z, Y, top, and then perspective, which is what we're doing most of the work. You want our front camera to be Z. Okay, so the length actually will be scaled in Z, so from the front we won't see any change, but from the side, X, we will. So that's our length. For the width, we're going to be doing that in X, so that's 1.47 meters, or 147 centimeters. Okay. And then also the height is 179, so that'll be 179 centimeters. Okay. Now we come back to perspective mode. This is the overall dimensions of our truck. I like to go ahead and name this something like scale box, you know, whatever you like. Just name it something appropriate. And I also like to keep the transforms unfrozen, because then I can just refer back to that for the scale of things. Although it is a good idea, I think, just to keep it in a separate place, like on the notepad file that I have here. Okay, so now that we have this, this is going to help us or guide us to get our reference aligned correctly. Because now what we're going to be doing is we're going to be bringing in our blueprints. Now, as I mentioned earlier, the blueprints for this are a bit tricky. Outside of that $25 one, I had a hard time finding some. So there's these here, which gives us front, back, left, right, but we're missing the top, and you might think we can get away without it, and we probably can, but it will leave some things open to guessing, such as the curvature around here, which a top angle will really help us with. So I also have this one, and they're quite crude, but this is just to get us the shape, you realize. It also gives us some of the panel line information, but this is more just to get us the shape, and then we can cut the panels out later, based on our higher quality reference that we have of the real world thing. So what I like to do is just take these images, and using the default Windows image editor, or you can use Photoshop, whatever, GIMP, whatever software you're comfortable with, Paint if you're a maniac. I'm just going to go ahead and edit these and crop them to give us the angles that we need, okay? So we're going to cut out all the information that we don't want. This will be our top view. I'm going to come to Save Options and go Save as Copy. Okay, and then in the same folder, I have just a reference folder within a project. I'm going to call this Truck Top. Okay, so now we have that as a separate image. what I can then do is come into the other blueprints, and then we're going to do the exact same for the different angles here as well. We do have both left and right sides. I'm just going to go with the left side here, or left side assuming we're looking at the truck from the back, right if you're looking at it from the front. Any like different details, we can figure that out just based on the reference later. And we'll probably end up modeling this on one side anyway, and then just mirroring it across and adding in any asymmetry afterwards, just for the sake of our own sanity, and saving us a lot of time too in the process. So we're going to go ahead and get the front view here. Again, save as copy. We'll call this truck front. Close that down. And we'll do the exact same thing again for the side. If you want to go ahead and do the right side, that's totally fine too. Feel free to do that. Based on like our higher detail reference, we can always import the image in for later. But the front, top, and side are the most important ones. So now that we have these, I'm just going to copy this file path because we're going to need that in a moment. I'm going to press 4 on the keyboard to take us into wireframe mode, and I'm going to come up here to create, and then I'm going to go to free image plane. Now this will allow us to bring an image in as our reference directly into our Maya scene. I'm going to open up the attribute editor on the right hand side here, and we're going to come to image name. We're then going to paste that link we copied to the location of our reference, and I'm going to just pick the truck top for the time being. Okay, by default this will come in relatively small. It will kind of depend on the scale of your reference. So we can just scale that up using the regular scale tool on the keyboard. S or R to open that up, or you can get it from here on the left hand side. We're going to just rotate this. I'm going to hold down J on the keyboard, by the way, to angle snap that, if you're not familiar with that. And then we'll just rotate that into place. We'll come to our top view, and we just want to make sure that is going the way we need it to. So we're pointing down Z. This is also pointing down Z now as well, and that is the correct orientation for us. So from this top view here, I'm just going to turn off the grid so it doesn't get too distracting with this button up here. And I'm just going to scale this up until the dimensions match. Okay, we're not looking for the wing mirrors, just the overall shape of the body. Now, in theory, this should line up pretty accurately. There you go. So it's not entirely uncommon to have issues with blueprints acquired online because they're not necessarily created to the highest quality standards. They're normally just created by people. You're not getting these directly from the manufacturer. One thing I like to do within the attribute editor for our image plane is just turn down the alpha gain a little bit so we can actually see our bounding box, and we can make sure that is lined up as well as we can. So it looks like it's going over slightly, but that's probably just because we've got these really thick lines on the outside. And slightly there as well, so we'll scale it down slightly. And it's important at this stage you get this to line up as perfectly as possible, because it's just going to make your life easier later. Okay, pretty happy with that. So that's lining up with the length. We're then going to go ahead and repeat the same process. We're going to create free image plane, and then this can be our side view. So we will take the truck side, scale that up again, and then just rotate that to follow the same direction. I like to have this sitting, like the wheelbase kind of sitting on the grid. So we'll come to the side view. I'm just pressing space on the keyboard, by the way, to change the view that we have. We're going to turn off the grid again so it doesn't get in the way, and then we're also going to turn down the alpha gain a little again, just so we can see a little bit better what we're doing. And then, just like before, we're going to scale up until this fits perfectly within the bounds of our bounding box. Okay, there we go. And yeah, you can see here, this is what I'm talking about with blueprints not quite matching and like the scales not quite matching. we know that the height of this truck is 3.4 meters. Or not 3.4 meters, 1.79 meters, but this blueprint here is a little off, so this is where things can get a little tricky. So yeah, that is kind of always the risk with using free blueprints, but they'll get us most of the way there. I've adjusted it a little more. You can see this tire here is a bit like higher than the other one. I don't know whether that was the case in real life, but for the time being I'm just going to have the lowest tire be the one that's contacting the ground, and there's not too much difference in the headroom, so we'll roll with it. Looking at our two blueprints here within the perspective viewport, you can see things are lining up relatively nicely, so I'm not terribly concerned that this is going to be causing us too many problems. Okay, so we'll do this one more time. The last thing that we need to bring in is the front. So again, create free image plane. We're going to take the truck front this time. And again, scale it up. We shouldn't have to rotate it this time. We'll come to the front view. Reduce our alpha gain again, and then we'll just scale this down till this fits in. Yeah, you can see we're getting the same scale issues here from the front side, but again, it's not too far off. So yeah, we just want to get this to line up about as accurately as possible. Okay, if we come back to the perspective view and we just whack all of the alpha gains back up for our blueprints, you can see here now that we have everything in the scene, the lines should line up pretty accurately, right? If we bring this front here, you can see the lines of the top of the cabin are lining up with the side of the cabin, and the width is lining up with the bottom portion. Okay, so we're going to use these and these different angles to essentially create our model. So we'll start probably with a cube, and we'll block out the shape of the cabin, and we'll just be referencing the blueprints. We'll be going backwards and forwards between perspective, the top, the front, and the side to begin the block out. And once we're happy with the shape, we can go on and add all the details. And yeah, that is part one. I hope you've enjoyed it. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to let us know. This will likely be a much shorter project than the last one. If you guys followed along for the ship tutorial, you'll know that took a very, very long time. Just a very, very large project in general. So naturally it takes quite a while. But like I said in the beginning, we'll be going through the modeling now, detailing, lighting, texturing, and rendering. So yeah, this should be a good amount of fun. And I'll see you in the next part next week. And in the meantime, yeah, let us know if you have any questions. Thank you very much for watching. Like and subscribe. And until then, see you later. Hello guys, and welcome back to part 2 of our new modeling series, our tutorial on modeling this Suzuki truck, this cute little pickup truck out of Japan. In the last episode, we set up our image planes, we set up our Maya scenes so that we have everything ready to actually start modeling. So that's what we're going to do. I don't know how many episodes this will end up being for the modeling part, maybe a few here and there, but today we're just going to start with blocking out the model itself. Blocking, if you're not familiar with the term, is essentially, as the name implies, you block it out of simple shapes like a cube that we're going to start with, and then we're going to form that into the basic shape of the cabin, the cab, whatever the technical term is, of the truck. It is going to be quite blocky and simple, and that's why it's called blocking. And the reason why we start out really, really simple is because it gives us more of a blank canvas to then work into. You know, if we started really, really high poly, then it would make it much, much harder to deform things if we made any mistakes with the actual proportions, which is one of the most important parts to get right at this stage. So let's get right into it. What I like to do normally is start with our side view. So I'm just going to create a cube and go ahead and scale this up. Okay, we're currently in wireframe mode, and if you remember last time we made this scale box, we can just go ahead and hide that for the time being because we don't need that right now. I like to have shaded mode on in perspective, but actually in the views like this, I like to have wireframe mode on just because it allows us to see our reference a little bit easier, and we can manipulate our well, model just better to match the reference overall. One last thing I'm actually going to do that I forgot to do in the last episode is I'm going to select our image planes, and I'm going to come over to the right hand side here, and I'm just going to press this button to create a new display layer. What this will allow us to do, if I press this box twice until it goes from T to then R, that means reference. So if I go and select it in the viewport now, I no longer can, and it means we won't have any accidental selections while we're trying to work from our side views. We can still select them from the outliner though, so don't worry if you need to move them or make any changes or hide them for whatever reason. Okay, we can also just go ahead and name this something like ref layer or whatever you like. Sorry, you can't have spaces, my bad. Ref underscore layer. Okay, so from the side view, we are just going to scale this up. I'm not going to do this little nubbins up here first, just because that will be an extra addition. Whenever you're modeling, you kind of want to model how things are made in real life, ultimately at the end anyway. So by that I mean, if something is a separate piece in real life, you want it to be a separate piece of geometry, and oftentimes that will just make your life easier. Sometimes it's okay to model things as one piece, but oftentimes you will have to split it out anyway, and that actually makes your life a bit easier anyway in the end. So I'm going to take this cube and we're just going to go to our different views, and we're going to scale this out to match the size. It looks like our reference is lining up pretty nicely, as kind of crusty as it is, which is good. I was quite worried it wasn't going to. So we have this basic shape blocked in, and now what we can start doing is adding some edge loops to start defining the shape a little bit more. And this is a process you really want to take as much time as you can doing, because if you have the proportions right, and if your blocking model is good, everything else is going to be so much easier. If you did the ship modeling course with us, you'll know how much of an easier time you're going to have if your blocking is really, really, really solid. So spend as much time as you need to there. You know, if it takes you longer than it takes me, don't worry about that at all. That is 100% okay. All right. So we're just keeping this real simple right now. Just kind of trying to get the vertices to line up with the different areas. And, you know, obviously there's parts which aren't quite aligned, but that's okay. We're just trying to, like, we're working with what we have to begin with, to get things to be aligned properly. One thing I like to do, actually, at this stage is I'll go ahead and add a edge loop running down the middle from the front, so that we can actually delete one side of this, because while there likely is going to be some asymmetry here, it's probably not going to be that big of a deal, and we can just add it later. So essentially we want to model it symmetrical first, and the best way to do that really is just to delete one side, and start working into it that way. So we can see here this comes in some, so we'll go ahead and do that, and then also it comes down a little bit. Okay. So you can see that's now lining up with this line, and we're just starting to work into the shape. Okay, maybe we'll bring this forward like that. Okay, and then we're going to have to add some sort of bevel here. I often like to do that with just adding my own loops. Or we could also just select these edges and then just go ahead and bevel them, and then tweak it a bit ourselves. Maybe let's come to this view up here, add 2 segments. I'm just gonna, if for whatever reason when you're adjusting the fraction, you can see here this is adjusting very, very quickly. You have this little like pie chart thing up here. You can just right click that and then change the amount to something like slow, and that will just decrease the amount that's changing overall. And then we just want to get this to kind of align with the curvature here. We seem to be having an issue with our front side reference. We might actually be modeling in the wrong direction. Oh yeah, we are. Look at that. Okay, the reason why that's happening is probably because we have our reference facing the wrong way. There we go. Let's turn these around real quick. Okay, so we just moved this a little so that we can actually see the front now instead. And then we'll just move this to the back so this isn't actually interfering with our model from the front view. And there we have it. Okay, so we can see that we've added that bevel in, and that appears to be matching from our top view for the most part, and the side view somewhat. I'm always going back and kind of double checking the reference. Like, I can see here the line of where this headlight is kind of where the curve seems to stop. By the looks of it, but then the curve becomes less extreme up here. So that's something we're going to want to tweak. So we can do that literally just by pulling the vertices around now. Like so. Okay, and this is why we're keeping it really low poly, just so we don't have a hard time tweaking much of this stuff. Okay, we also have a bit of a curve getting introduced here. So we'll do the same thing. Also just want to make sure that our curvature here is looking good. So move some things around if you need to. Okay. I'm just going to soften the normals on this just because I don't like seeing those harsh edges. Even though it doesn't actually do much for us right now. Okay, we have a bit of a curve up here as well. So we can go ahead and add that in, just making sure. I'm really taking my time here as I do this, just making sure everything's looking right. I don't want any weirdness. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and pull this up to match. Okay, and you can see here this is all going to have to come in, but that's something we'll get to in a minute. We're still just taking care to block out the shape of this for the time being. Okay, and don't worry about these back phases for now, they're not too important. But you can see here we're starting to get the shape defined of the actual cabin. One of the things I like to do early on, just because it's an easy win, is start adding in the wheel arches. I mean, this is a relatively simple part to do just because it's quite flat. So what I like to do normally to get the shape of that is actually trace around a cylinder. Just, it's a bit of an old school way of doing it, but it works quite well for me. I will probably make this something like 8 divisions for now, just so we don't go too high. And then we'll just make sure that our vertices here are lining up with the extreme, or like the most extreme end, like where the actual wheel portion ends, that panel. Something like here. Okay, once I'm happy with that, I can just go ahead and add a vertice, and then I can literally just trace the outline of this. Like so. Okay, then we no longer need our cylinder. We'll then pull this across underneath. If you're wondering how I'm getting this to snap like this with this green line, use the multi-cut tool, hold down Control and Shift, and then Enter to complete that. You can also You could just do it by hand, but then, you know, you're not going to get a 100%. You can see that percentage down there, you know, for the degree. You're not going to get an exact line, so I like to hold Control and Shift for that. Okay, I'm also just going to go ahead and delete these pollen parts here, because we don't need them right now. One thing we can do now that we've done that is we can actually lift this part up here, because that is higher than the bit back here. And then we'll just adjust our wheel arch a little bit to match. Okay, so we are making some pretty good progress. Let's have a look and see what we can do next. So one thing I can see here is that while this edge here, this curve is kind of matching, this interior curve should actually be pretty significantly reduced. It should probably be a bit less extreme. So we'll come in and just make sure that that radius is being followed. We'll try and get like a happy midpoint for these lines. Okay, if you're not sure what I'm doing here, I'm just, I have it keybound, but essentially what's happening is this face is becoming kind of non-planar. It's not really going in completely one direction, and we want it to right now. Eventually we'll have some curve to it, but we don't want it to be kind of like having one vertex out of plane, right? We want it to be perfectly shaped. So in order to bring that back, I'm going to double click the translate tool, and I'm just going to click edit pivot and then snap it or align it to this face. I'm then going to press R to go to scale, and I'm just going to scale this way and Y, and that will flatten it and make it planar again. It's just a little trick to make sure things aren't going kind of wrong, because we really don't want this to lose its shape. We want it to remain planar, if that makes sense. Okay, I'm pretty happy with that shape. I think we're nearly ready to add some divisions to this and start cutting into it so we can make the windshield and so on. We're just going to do a few last little bits of cleanup. I'm going to pull this out to the side a bit more so that's matching. I think for the time being I might delete these back faces here. Just going to double check our reference to see if that's the correct thing to do. Yeah, I think we can add that afterwards. Honestly, that would be a separate piece anyway, so I'd rather that not interfere with what we're doing. Just make sure everything is in the right planes. I like to keep, I'm also going to do the same like reverse scale tricks here, just because I like to keep these flat and level. And you can see we're really taking our time with this, right? Like we're, what, 16 minutes in? Probably like 13 minutes of actual modeling. And it looks like we've not really made too much progress, but that's okay. We really don't want to rush this too much. Okay, you can see here we're getting a bit of an issue with the reference. So here it looks like our the point of our curve ends where the light ends, but then here it doesn't. So this is one of the annoying parts about using any kind of blueprints online, is that they'll often be wrong. or they won't match from every angle. Normally because they're not actual technical drawings, and we talked about this in our ship modeling tutorial as well. They're not actually technical drawings. Unless you can get them from like a specific model. Like with ships, it's a bit more easy because people are actually making technical drawings for these to go together. But the quality of them varies. So you're going to get things that don't quite match. So you kind of just have to play it by ear and be careful and kind of do an in-between if it doesn't quite line up from every single angle. Okay, I can see here from the side, this part here isn't quite lining up as much as I'd like to. So I want this edge here to be following kind of the exterior edge of where the frame meets where the windshield starts. So we're just going to tweak some of this here. And these faces here are actually coming out further than we want them to be, but that's okay because we're going to delete those anyway. We won't be keeping those. And we just want to make sure this curve is being maintained as much as possible. Okay, and again, we'll just reverse scale this so that it stays planar, and it is. Okay, we can probably get away with moving this up a bit. Not too much, we're losing some of the curve. And this is why I'm keeping it really, really simple again, just because at this point, like, you are just going to have to move around vertices individually. It's kind of just a tricky part of this, but if we had way more vertices than this, it would create a massive headache for us, and we don't want to have to deal with that. So that's why we're keeping it low. Okay, and you can see I'm just making sure these line up with the extent of our windshield. And then going back to perspective just to make sure that looks okay. So there's a lot of jumping backwards and forwards from perspective and then orthographic views. Now we want to make sure this is lining up. Okay, if we hadn't have caught that there, that would have caused us massive headaches later on. But that's better than it was. Again, just making sure this is flat. There we go. And this one as well. Okay, we'll just do another quick double check over this. Okay, I'm pretty satisfied that that is all lining up. We've got one more to tweak down here. We're going to bring this down just so this is hitting the bottom of the windshield. And this here, and then we'll go ahead and tweak this corner afterwards so we can build that in. But for the time being, I just want to cut these shapes out so that they fit in. And we're going to make sure that's matching from this angle, which you can see it is. Looks like this top image here is a bit of a dud, but we can use it just for proportions. For everything else, the front and side is going to do us just fine. Maybe we'll pull this back slightly, and then we'll pull this forward a bit. You're probably thinking at this point, God, just like get on with it. But it really, really is very important that we take as much time as we need to here, because I've definitely rushed this stage before and it's not been good. Okay, we can probably bring this over a little bit as well. Maybe have that line up there. Okay, great. I'm pretty happy with that. I think we can go ahead and delete these windshield pieces. Like so. Okay, and now we have the cutout for that piece. And then we can potentially cut out this side panel too in a moment. One thing I am considering is if this side of the window here has any curve to it, and I think it does, but it's very mild. So I'm just going to bring that back for the time being. This side here might need, like right now it's just going straight up, but we might need to add some curve to it. So we'll just have a quick look at that. I'm just holding down to add that directly in the middle. I'm holding down Control with the multi-cut tool selected and just doing middle mouse click, and that's adding that in the middle. Okay, I'm just going to flatten this. If you're wondering how I'm getting that to slide, I wouldn't just do this because you can see it's changing the shape. Hold down Control and Shift. That will then slide the vertices to go perfectly level, which is what I want to have happen here. And then I think we're just going to pull this out ever so slightly. Just to introduce some curvature there. That will mean now that we have to tweak this a little bit, but that's okay. This I want to remain planar. And same for this one as well. Okay, we'll try to make that even. Okay, and then we'll keep that edge there. Okay, now that we've added our little bit of curvature there, I think we're okay to go ahead and delete these faces again. So let's do that. Okay, there's one other thing that I think we need to do, and that's in removing the windshield, we've kind of lost this rounded part here on the side, and I think we can make a few tweaks here too. So I'm going to pull this down a little bit. And then pull this in slightly, because I think this is coming out a little too far. And this might be able to come back a little, or come up a little bit. Okay, and I might pull this down here, and then this maybe come down a bit too. I'm just starting to be very, very conscious of our shapes now. Because that is very, very important. We have that come back out a bit. Okay, yeah, so we've lost some of the roundness here from one of the pillars. So, at least I think that's what they're called. I didn't know what they were called for the longest time, but I think they're called pillars. We're going to create another edge loop in here that we can pull out to add our curvature. I'm just going to make sure those lines line up with something on the blueprints, just so that's not looking too funky. Okay, maybe something like that. Okay, and then we can go ahead and join these up. Just edit the topology a little bit. Okay, and then we'll pull this out slightly. Just to bring some of that curve back in. And maybe pull that a little forward. Okay, we're just trying to make sure that all our lines are flowing nicely. Okay, cool. Let's go ahead and cut out the shape for our side window as well. So it looks like it comes up at a bit of an angle here, so we'll just create some vertices with the multi-cut tool. This looks like it's going to come down. The whole time I'm doing this, guys, I'm also looking at my reference. Just to double check things as well, if there's anything wrong with the blueprints. So this looks like it's going to come down to around about here. Something like that. Okay, that looks like it needs to go further forward, actually, to around about here. And maybe that rounds off afterwards. Okay, so again, we're still just tweaking vertices at this point, just making sure the shapes are right. The distances between things look right. It's a very, very slow and tedious process, but an important one. I'm probably repeating myself at this point. But it's very, very imperative that we get this correct. Okay. It's tricky to see on the blueprints here because we have this piece that kind of comes up like this kind of sun shield here. So I'm trying to see where this exactly should end. I think maybe up around here. Something like that, yeah. Okay. And then that will come to around about here and then we'll come straight down. Okay, so now we need to do a bit of cleanup because we need to make sure these things here align properly. So we're going to do our reverse scale and slide trick just to make sure that these line up. And that's going in a straight line. Unless it's not supposed to, which looks like it's not. It has a bit of a curve to it. I would highly recommend that you set a hotkey for edit pivot. You can come up to do that by going to a Windows, General Editors, and then where is it? Sorry, Windows Settings and Preferences, and then Hotkey Editor, and then you can search for Edit Pivot or Set Pivot. Which one is it? Pivot. Okay, so you're looking for Enter, Edit, Pivot Mode Press. This one, if you just select this and then set your hotkey to whatever, I have it set to D and then press Save, because a lot of time when I'm editing vertices or anything else on this model, I want it to follow the already existing curvature of things. So if I wanted to move this vertice, and I wanted it to follow this line up here exactly, I could just press D on my keyboard, align it to that edge, and then it will just, you know, move along that edge only, just because that's where the pivot point is aligned to. So I would highly recommend that you do that. You can also do Control-Shift to get it to slide in that direction too, but both are useful for different reasons. Okay, so we are pretty happy with that, I would say. Just double checking our reference to make sure everything's looking pretty good. Okay, so we can go ahead and delete those faces. So we're starting to look like a truck, a bit like a PS1 truck, but a truck. But that's okay, all in due time. We'll clean up this topology now. Make sure this has nice flowing edges going in straight lines so that nothing gets too funky. Okay, there we go. Alright, I'm going to start cleaning up some of the rest of the topology now. So holding on Control and Shift with the multi-cut tool selected, and I'm going to come up here and just join those edges up. These ones here, we could be tempted to just join those like so, but for the time being I don't think that's really the right thing to do because we have an edge going across here, so maybe we'll add an extra loop going in here. This looks like on the reference to be kind of a indent rather than an actual panel line, so we'll go ahead and add just a single edge loop in the middle to make our kind of dividing line there. Okay. And then maybe we'll have an extra edge here. So because we're getting to a point now where I'm a bit more happy with the shape of things, I'm starting to add a few more loops now. Okay, so I'm pretty happy with this. We can go and connect those up. These loop edges here are probably going to be temporary because I think we might need to round these off. I'm not 100% certain yet. We'll go ahead and add an edge loop running along here. We'll have that come all the way down in a straight line too. And then join that back up just so this terminates nicely. Okay, we don't really want very, very long edges going across long distances. Especially in corners like this. Okay, so if we smooth this now, we're not getting any weirdness, but it isn't really holding the shape very nicely. So there's some things here that we'll have to do to make sure it does. And we're not out of the woods yet. We still have a long way to go. Okay, what can we do next? Okay, next thing I want to do is this area here is supposed to be round like this, but the way the geometry here isn't really working very well for us, and this is not something I would recommend. Like having, if you're going to have a curve like this, you don't really want it to be a pole. I suppose it's not really, like it's almost a pole being kind of if like 5 or more edges are converging. I don't really like this because it kind of subdivides a bit weird. I think a much better way to have our corner would be to actually replace these edges with something more like this and have this one come up here, and we delete these two. That just works a bit cleaner, and then when we subdivide, that also resolves a bit nicer as well. And you can see it is actually supposed to have a curve to it anyway, so we'll just tweak that a bit, and that resolves a lot nicer. This here is also a little uneven, so we're going to pull that around. Okay, there we go, and then that's looking a lot cleaner already. That's lining up quite nicely from the side here. Okay, we might be able to do the same thing up here. I'm going to add a holding edge here, making sure to keep our edges kind of nice and square. Actually, we'll go ahead and delete that. Something that I want to address is the shapes are kind of lining up pretty nicely here. We'll just pull that out a little so that curvature is being followed. But one thing that's not matching very well is this pillar on the front. You can see here we're meant to be having a lot more of a curve round. So we're going to go ahead and have to tweak this a little, which could be a little fiddly. But we'll just start with this middle one here, and we'll pull that to the side. You can see that's still in the correct place here, but on the front now it's now matching where that pillar is supposed to be, and you can see it's disrupting quite a lot of the flow here. So that's going to be a little tricky to tweak. But again, that's why we're keeping it simple. And it means we'll also have to move some of these around here as well, because this is no longer lining up too well. But this is why we add in these important parts here, like the windshield. We cut that out because then we can kind of more evenly, we can start separating it out into pieces, removing the parts we don't need, and working out the shape. You know, it's kind of like hard surface is different obviously to sculpting. But you're kind of also at the same time, you are sort of sculpting the shape in a way. So if we pull that in now, that's now matching a bit better. We are getting some pretty ugly topology here. Or shape of things, at least. Okay, we're going to have to tweak that a little bit there. But then we'll pull this in as well. Just looking at our front view. Making sure that's kind of coming over the right amount. And then the same here as well. And we're just making sure that's also lining up still here, which it is. Okay, we'll do a quick smooth preview just to make sure that's still looking okay. We are getting some weirdness here now. It could mean that we need to pull this up a little. Maybe this will all have to come in. Not exactly. Something like that. Okay, no. Then we pull that one out instead. Okay, then we can probably pull that up some. Okay, so we're still being very, very careful. This is still subdividing reasonably nicely. We are getting a very, very slight crease there, but that's okay. We can work on that. So the reason why I'm smooth previewing this with free on the keyboard, if you didn't know how to do that, is because while the shape isn't deforming the way it should finally, it's kind of showing me whether or not we're getting any weird shading artifacts, right? Because we want this to look smooth. You know, these things aren't handmade, they're made by machines. Obviously there are going to be some minor differences, but they're not going to have these big kind of like defects in them. So we want to just roll over it and make sure that the reflections look normal. Nothing looks too weird. Okay, let's deal with this area up here now. I think I want to go ahead and add... we're going to edit this area up here, because this is getting a bit funky. And not in a good way. I want to tweak this. Okay, so I'm going to add an extra edge loop in there. And a really, really great tool within Maya is if I have that edge selected, I hold down Shift and then go to Edit Edge Flow, it's going to automatically kind of interpolate between the two and update that curvature. We won't do that just yet because we need to actually have this edge run all the way around first. Okay, and I'm actually going to add an extra edge loop in here. Add this cut in like that. And then we'll add another one in here. Okay, and then we'll just clean this up so that this join is a bit nicer. Oh, we seem to have accidentally made an n-gon. So if you're not aware, an n-gon is just a shape that has, or a face that has more than 4 edges. You don't really want them. They're just going to create shading artifacts, and they're not really helpful. So we need to do a bit of cleanup now. So I'm going to go ahead and edit edge flow on this. Because now things are getting fiddly as we're getting a bit higher poly, and we really, really, really want to make sure that none of this looks weird. So we're getting some shading artifacts here. So things are kind of shaped how I would like. But it could be better. Okay, to fix this n-gon, let's do a bit of tweaking here to this shape. We're going to have to add an extra edge loop running through here, but that's okay. And then we can just edit the edge flow here to try and bring some of that curvature back. Okay. So it's nearly perfect, but we're getting some weirdness here in the reflections. These aren't quite as nice as I would like them to be. And also this corner here is causing us some issues. I think that's probably because it's dipped in so much like this, which is not what we want. So we need to figure out how to fix that. Okay, so there's probably going to be some tweaking that we need to do here. I don't like how far this curve comes around. That looks a bit strange to me, and I think when we add a windshield, that's not going to look right. So we'll revisit that. The last thing we'll do is we'll just add a few more divisions to this wheel base here, because it is quite low. And to fix that, we will, I'm going to use the multi-cut tool. I'm just going to hold down shift just to put those in the middle. So we'll clean up the topology quickly. I'll put that in the middle. And then we'll just go ahead and slide these out until they match the curvature. Okay, there we go. And then just for the sake of it, just to see what it's looking like, we'll just put that across the other side. Okay, so that's not looking too bad. We are starting to get the shape in there. There's a few things we need to figure out. This part here is looking quite nice. This is here is quite nice. The wheelbase is nice. The part here where this juts out like this, not the best. We're going to have to go in and fix that, but we'll leave that till the next episode, which will either be on next Monday or Wednesday, where we'll fix that. I'll look into that in the meantime. And yeah, I hope you've enjoyed the tutorial so far. Feel free to go ahead if you feel like you can. If not, just sit tight and the next one will come along soon. Thank you very much for watching. Please like and subscribe. Let us know if you have any questions in the comments or any feedback or advice and so on. Always happy to hear that kind of thing as well. And yeah, until next time, I'll see you later. Hello guys, and welcome back to part 3 of this modeling tutorial where we're making this little cute Suzuki van. So last we left off, we had started to block out the shape of the cabin, if that's what it's called. And this is where we left off. So we didn't make too much progress, but we're really taking our time. We're trying to make sure that all the proportions are correct, everything looks right, and nothing looks lumpy or weird before we start subdividing and adding more detail and panels and stuff like that. Anyway, we had a bit of a problem last time with the shape of this. This is curving way, way, way too much. And the thing I realized is it's because obviously this is curved, right? Like it's a windshield on a car. It has to be curved. It's not straight. So the reason why, you know, the curves seem to line up here and here is because, you know, we don't actually have a curve in the windshield. This should be a gradual curve to this point rather than just a straight in and beep. So that's the problem. So that's one of the tricky parts about blueprints is that, you know, something might look right, but you might have missed something. So it's important to check between them. So what we're actually going to do is we're going to delete some of this and kind of just rebuild it a little. We'll maybe delete these here and just see about fixing this up. So we're going to go ahead and extrude this one down. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring that just to the point where the windshield is supposed to start. And I'm just going to do our reverse scale trick and get that to flatten. We'll bring that out to somewhere about there, something like that. And that's lining up with our front as well. It's not lining up with the top, but I think this blueprint is kind of just dead to us. It's not really working for a lot of things. The blueprints for this car, or this truck, sorry, are a little tricky to come across. So, yeah, let's make sure this is looking good. We'll have it maybe around about there. Okay, cool. Then we're going to need to connect this up and then make sure we're not having this kind of extreme curve. So we're just going to pull these up here. We'll just align that, and then so it comes to this edge, because that's where we need that to end. I think for the time being as well, I'm just going to delete this edge. If you're not sure how I'm doing this, by the way, typically when you delete an edge, you might be tempted just to press delete, but if we go to vertex mode, you can see the vertices are still there. So you can select that and press control and then delete, and that will remove them. One thing I like to do is, if you have a loop you know you want to delete, you can just select one edge, hold down control, right click, go to edge loop, control right click, go to edge loop utilities, and then to edge loop and delete, and it will do the same thing, just a little bit faster. So yeah. Okay, and then just to simplify this bit a little bit, we're going to delete some of these edges up here because those are no longer going to be necessary. We need to pull this back a little to give us some extra room in here so that we can make this curve look correct. Okay, something like that. Okay, we're going to make sure these vertices here start to line up. So we want these to be matching. It's quite simple right now, and we'll add some more divisions in there eventually. But this, you know, if we're looking at this from the side, we can assume that the part that comes out the most is going to be the widest part from the side. So this will be around about, you know, at the center of the vehicle. So we want this to come out to this extent. Let me bring this down a little bit. Something like that. Okay, and then this, we want this to come in a lot closer and follow this curve. And that is starting to give our shape a little better. And then we'll be able to just kind of connect these up here. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to start bridging. So we're going to bridge these faces, or these edges here, sorry. Okay. We'll bridge these, and then we're going to merge this to this vertex here. So I'm going to select this one, hold down shift, right click, go to merge vertices, and then target weld tool. And we're just going to target weld that to there. Okay. We've got a bit of cleanup to do now because that was quite a drastic change. So I'm going to select this entire edge here. Okay. Then I'm going to hold down shift, right click, and then I'm going to go to edit edge flow. Okay. And that's just kind of evened out that topology a little bit for us, but we need to tweak it because it's done it a little bit too much. So we're going to raise this vertex up here to be in the middle of these two and then match this here. So at this point, we're kind of just pulling vertices around. It can be a bit tricky. Okay. So we're going to start doing a little bit of cleanup now to make this match better. Okay, so I'm going to bring these over. Maybe we'll straighten these out a little bit. We're just, at this point, going to try and make this as clean as possible because we've made some pretty big changes. We don't want this to start getting any like shading artifacts or lumpiness. Like I don't like how this is coming out at such an angle, so I think we'll pull that over so that it's a bit more of like a clean swoop. Okay. And then we'll probably edit edge flow on that to bring that out a little bit. And then we'll soften these edges. Okay, so that has... Okay, so I've also noticed there is a bit of a problem, and this is... sometimes it's good to go away and spend some time not looking at your reference, not looking at your model, and come back, because you're going to notice issues. So this window is actually too high. The line this curve is supposed to follow is actually this one, and I'm seeing it now in the reference. You can see here, that's why I was getting confused, because there's a few lines, right? We have this panel line here, which is where the door actually opens from. Then we have this line here, and you can see it come up underneath this transparent visor piece. Okay, and that line we're looking for is this one here. So we actually need to pull that down, and the way to fix that is I'm just going to select that. I have this hotkeyed, I think I mentioned before, but I'm going to double click the translate tool. I'm going to go to edit pivot, and I'm just going to align the pivot to this side so that the curvature remains the same. Okay, and then all we're going to do is just pull that down until it gets to that line. And then we're literally going to do the exact same thing, editing pivot points to bring this curve in line with the rest. Like so. Okay. Then we can do a little bit of tweaking just to make sure that looks okay. Okay, we'll spend a bit more time just cleaning up these lines. Making sure they look nice and even. Okay. Okay, so now this is looking a little bit more even. One thing I like to do at this stage, because we need to get the curvature of this right, and we need some curvature in here as well, I generally like to duplicate this over so that we can combine these two and get the curvature of this correct before we continue. Before we do that, I am just going to add a bit of a curve here, because we do need some of that. Looking at the reference, there's a little bit of a curve, not much, but just a bit. So we'll go ahead and pull that out too. Something like this. This is where it's getting tricky with the blueprints. It could be actually that this needs to come back rather than that go out, which I suspect is what's actually the case. So what we'll do is we'll pull these back. Like so. Okay, and again, just checking to see if everything looks okay before we continue there. Okay, and I kind of want this angle to be similar here because the windshield, well, I guess it doesn't have to be 100% the same. The curve seems quite similar. So maybe we pull that back even more, just a tad. Something like that. And that doesn't seem to have disrupted our curvature too much, so that's okay. In fact, that might have even improved it somewhat. So it's little adjustments. This is quite tricky, and to be frank with you guys, it is hard. Cars are hard. Cars and trucks are hard just because of the curved surfaces that they have. So this is like, unlike any kind of other hard surface, this sort of work really, really takes a long time. And you can see, even though that I've been doing this for quite a while, I'm still taking a lot of time to make sure that I'm getting this correct, because I don't want to mess it up and have to redo anything. So we'll pull that over a little bit too. Okay, cool. What we can do now is, I'm going to make sure our pivot point is correct. So I'm going to just have this selected, go to modify, and then reset transforms. If your model jumps when you do that, make sure your transforms are frozen first. You can do that from the same menu up here, freeze transforms. So we'll reset, then we'll just give it a -1 scale in, or we'll duplicate it first with Control D, sorry. And we'll give it a -1 scale in X, freeze the transforms. Then we'll go ahead and mesh and then combine, and then again edit mesh and then merge to connect those two together. Looks like some of our vertices didn't quite combine properly, so we'll just select the entire middle line, go to the scale tool and just compress them with X, scale in. I'm holding down the middle mouse button and dragging in towards the center of the model with X. That will then combine those two, or merge those two together properly. Then we can just do edit mesh and another merge, and that will fix that. Okay, so that's the shape of our truck, and this down here is looking quite nice. This curvature here, but obviously up here we need to fix a few things, and I think in order to do that we're going to need some more edges, right? Because these are a bit too wide. So we're going to go ahead and use the multi-cut tool. We're just going to add 2 in here. Okay, and then we're going to use edit edge flow, but if I edit edge flow now, you can see, you know, that it's kind of bulging out in a way we don't want. So that will generally happen if we don't have a holding edge here, right? I know we have this edge here, but it's not really helping us in this situation. So we're going to temporarily add a couple edges here, just real close up to that line. Now if we select this edge and do edit edge flow, it will now adjust accordingly and it won't explode. And it will just fix our curvature there for us. Okay, and then we can do one maybe... No, maybe we'll leave that one. But we'll edit edge flow on these. Okay, so that's giving us a bit more accurate curvature there. And that's swooping around a bit more nicely. We can do the same for the front here. So we'll use the multi-cut tool, add 2 more. And again, that's doing the same thing that we don't want it to. So we'll add 2 temporary edges in, and then we'll just do our edit edge flow. We'll do the middle one down there. Why not? Okay, now we have our subtle curve. We'll go ahead and delete those edges because we don't need them anymore. Okay, so we're starting to get there. What we need to sort out now is the edges. We need to be able to hold this this corner here. So to do that, to make this easier for ourselves, we can add more edges, okay? Because right now these aren't exactly perfectly square. So we can maybe pull these out. So what I'll do is we'll delete that side of the model again because we don't need it right now. We're going to go ahead and pull this back. I'm going to hold down Control and Shift, and you'll see then slide will come up, so we can just slide that back. Okay, and then we'll go back to our multi-cut tool and just add another edge in there. Okay, and then we'll do the same on this guy. One thing I like to do is actually have these run straight, so I'm going to do the negative scale trick. We might have to do it one more time. I want that to kind of line up with this edge here as best as we can, something like that. Okay, just for cleanliness sake, and it will help us later. Then we'll go ahead and add our next edge loop in. We'll then duplicate this across again, just so we can get this to correctly merge together, or have the correct angle, sorry. So we might need to do this a couple times. We'll just add our holding edges again. And then we're just going to start editing the curvature a bit with that edge flow. I guess really we only need to do one side, but I like to do both just to get an idea of what we're doing. Make sure we're doing the right thing. Add our holding edges down here as well. Then a little bit of edge flow. Oh, that doesn't look like that's properly combining. That's annoying because it means we're going to have to undo what we did here. That's okay. Okay, so we'll just do, if that ever happens, just do the reverse scale trick on those and I'll fix that. And then obviously do another merge. Okay. And then we're just going to come to our different views here and just make sure everything's still kind of lining up properly. Looks to be. But we're gradually building up the density of our polygons, of our model. And in this amount that it's, you know, deforming by now isn't quite as extreme. We probably won't add any more edge loops now running down the middle. I think we have enough until we subdivide later. But we're kind of just building this up until we have like an even subdivision level. Speaking of which, we need to clean these up. Let's go ahead and just put in some edges in here to make that a bit tidier. Okay, and it's gradually starting to become more and more even quads. What I'll do is I'll add one running down the middle here as well. Just have that comes down straight. And there's a bit more curvature on the roof up here. So we're just going to pull that up. Just a little bit. Like so. Okay, and the more edges we add, the cleaner things are generally going to get, as long as we're taking our time and making sure we're doing it correctly. Big if. Okay, the hard part really is making sure the topology here is nice and even, because this is a bit of a weird intersection. You can have problems here. I'm just trying to see now if there's anything we can do. Something about this seems a bit funky to me. I feel like this should not have as much of a curve to it. Maybe it should. Maybe that's okay. Yeah, cars are really hard. Part of me doing this exercise actually is to help me get better at cars. Because I put off doing them. But you shouldn't be putting off what's difficult, right? You should be chasing after that. Right, because that's where you know you need improvement. So we're going to add an edge here just to hold that curve a bit better. And we'll see if we need to make any adjustments here. I think we'll add another edge loop here. And then we're going to pull this back a little. Because this curvature seems like it needs a little bit of tweaking just to match the blueprints. I think this should potentially be the line of our window here, by the looks of things. Yeah, it should be. And also, I think this is the bottom part of our windscreen. So we're going to slide that down. And then that's come over a bit too far, so we'll just pull that back again. Just holding down Control and Shift to make sure this is sliding. You don't want to just be dragging straight down because there is curvature to this now, right? Okay, so we need this curve in here. And it looks like it kind of starts here and then comes straight down a little bit. So what we'll do is we'll add an edge loop in here with this vertex here just at the start of the point it comes straight down. And then we'll just pull that back, hold down V to get that to angle snap to there. And then we will just pull straight down here, make sure that lines up. And that's maybe not the best thing to do actually. We can hold down Control Shift and we can kind of just shimmy this across a couple times till it lines up roughly. And maybe we'll snap the pivot point and bring that straight across. Like so. Okay, there we go, that's the shape we need. It doesn't look like we're getting any shading weirdness. But we do obviously need to clean up this topology because it's quite messy now. I think I am going to go ahead and just delete this edge for the time being, because that's just creating issues. This one as well, and this one. And we'll delete that vertex. Because we need to do a bit of cleanup here and make sure this is working correct. Okay. So what I'll do for the time being is just add an edge there, just so we know where that's supposed to go. We'll then... Okay, so now we have this kind of clean canvas to work from. We want to add a curve here. So I'm going to take this vertex, this one here, and just place these kind of evenly here. And then we can hold down Control and Shift to get that to slide down our curve at the bottom there. Or the start of it anyway. Okay, something a bit more like that. And then to maintain this one here, we can add in an edge as well. And I'm just going to pull these up so that comes down straight. Okay, there we go. The shape of that's a bit better. Looks like we're getting a little bit of curve in here, which I don't want. I'm just going to select these, okay? Then I'm going to align all the edges to this one. And I'm just going to do reverse scale to make sure that's going in a straight line. Like so, okay. We have this edge here. We may have to target weld that down. Which is not something I particularly want to do. So we're going to have to think about how we get that to work. Okay, I think we'll make a few little changes here. So what we'll do is I'm going to go ahead and grab this entire edge. And then we're going to pull that back to give us more space. I'm just going to straighten that out. Okay, and I'm going to redo how we've done these corners because I think we needed to fix these eventually anyway. And that kind of corner there where it's just you know, connecting up, straight up, I don't really like how that works. I prefer to have something come off like this. So we'll just have that come off in a straight line. For the time being instead, and then we'll do the same here. And then we'll also have to have that come down directly down this way too. And then we'll just have to merge this vertex here. So you do kind of want to keep your topology as even as possible while you're working. But occasionally it will be somewhat unavoidable and you need to have a bit more like topological density in certain areas. Okay. And then we'll just do an edit edge flow on there to make sure that's not messing up the curvature or anything. Okay, I'm just having a quick look to make sure we don't have any weirdness. So we're starting to get there. This is a massive improvement already. It's taken 26 minutes. But this is a massive improvement already. Okay. Keeping that nice and even. Okay, we're going to pull that back. And then we're going to start adding in some more edges up here. This, we might need to edit edge flow on this edge here because it is causing a few problems. Okay, so we'll have to add a holding edge here and we'll just edit edge flow just to make sure this is going in smooth. This top part here might need to come up a little bit. Okay, it's all looking pretty good. Okay, we're probably going to need... I'm hesitant to double this here. I think we'll just leave that as is. Okay, we'll add a few more edges along here as well. Again, just make sure we do an edit edge flow on that middle one probably. Make sure the curve still lines up nicely. Okay, you shouldn't always edit edge flow on everything because sometimes it's going to create issues. That looks okay though. Okay. This here might be a tad bit too round thinking about it. Have a look. Actually, maybe not. We'll roll with it. Okay. So now we can also add two more in here. And edit the edge flow there too. Okay, we need a little bit of a curve in the corner of these two. So what we can do is... this shape here isn't exactly ideal to me. I think I might have this come up a little bit. Like I don't like... We need to add a curve here, but I don't like how rectangular that was. So I'm just going to bring these vertices up a little bit. Okay. Then what we're going to do is, using the multi-cut tool, we're going to preemptively add our corner curves in here. And then we're going to delete these two. Like that. Okay, that's looking a lot better. We were getting a curve already, but it's just a bit too much. And if you're having a curve, this kind of thing here, not ideal. Like if I smooth this now, it just kind of ends up being a bit gross. But you can see once we've smoothed, the topology is starting to look pretty even. And that's why we spend like all this time. Obviously it's going to be denser in areas like this, right? By the pillars, but that just makes sense. You can't really avoid that. We'll do the same thing up here too. Whenever you're modeling, it's kind of like you're problem solving as well. Like trying to figure out what the best topology is for the shape that you're trying to make. And it can be quite tricky. I've just realized this might not be coming up at the right angle for us. Maybe this needs to come back a little bit. Yeah, you're kind of problem solving. One thing that I was told to do when I first started to like learn to model was that if you're having a really hard time with the topology of something, draw it out. Like, you know, take a picture of your model, take it into Paint or Photoshop or whatever you want to use, GIMP, and just draw over it. And that will like give you a much, you know, you're not actually working on the model, you don't have to worry about like breaking anything, and it will give you a clear visual, sorry, of what your topology could or should look like. Okay, there we go. We're very nearly done with this piece, guys. We just need to kind of figure out this intersection here and do a similar thing that we've done here. I don't think we'll be able to use the exact same technique, but this is looking not too bad. I'm just going to double check the wheel arch is the right shape, because that always kind of throws me off. Oh, we might need to pull this up a little bit. Yeah, I think we're nearly ready to start adding subdivisions to this. Yeah, that's not bad at all. One of the things I've really struggled with in the past is getting the shapes of the window panes correct. Like the glass obviously has curvature to it, but it does follow like a planar direction. In the past I've had like too much curve in the corners like we did earlier, and that can be kind of tricky. So in a way we're kind of learning together doing this. Some people might find it a bit harder, but that's okay, and we'll get there. I think an extra edge here won't go amiss. We'll probably add something there. Okay. Actually, that's kind of added the curve that we needed to anyway, with very minor distortion. If you haven't noticed already, or at least in looking at my reference, this is this is a separate panel, right? After this curve's over, so I think once we subdivide, this here will have to be a separate piece anyway. So I'm not too worried about there being loads and loads of distortion there. And looking at the front, that's kind of the curve already, isn't it? I think we might pretty much be there, guys. I'm just going to do a last minute once over to make sure we've got everything correct. We'll maybe pull this back, make sure that's straight, so that's a bit more even. Do we want that there? Or does that need to come down a bit more? Maybe we'll have that come down a bit more. Like that. Make sure that's sitting flat. This curve here is looking a little bit wobbly, which I don't really like. Maybe we'll have that stay flat there. And then kind of come up at an angle here. Okay. It starts to become a bit of a chill process. You're just like gradually going through, slowly touching things up. But this is a massive improvement over what we had in the beginning. So let's call that, I think, let's look at it one more time. Oh, actually, we need a bit of a curve here. How did I miss that, dummy? This is coming up way too much. Or coming down way too much. Okay. We'll pull this up to match. And then it kind of curves down and around at the side. Oh, I see. There's a drop off here. That might be something we fix afterwards then, actually, and make a cut. Because you can see here, it doesn't actually curve up. I mean, there is a little bit here, but it's not extreme. It kind of just cuts in here. It's like notch, and then here, and then up. So I think we'll leave that for the time being, and that's something we'll fix after we subdivide. So let's go ahead and duplicate this across. Combine them. Edit mesh, and then merge. I think these vertices, they're not connected still. Okay, to stop that from happening once and for all, we'll nip that problem in the bud. We'll just come to the top, we'll turn on our grid. I'm going to vertex select these middle vertices here. Just do the reverse scale trick. And then hold down X to snap that to the center of the grid. Do another reset transforms. Now duplicate it across. Combine again. Mesh combine, sorry. Then edit mesh, then merge, and that now should be combined. Not combined, combined properly. Okay, there we go. Nice, smooth, clean cabin of our truck. The base of it, anyway. It took a very long time to get here. We've been doing this, what, like, I think a bit over an hour and a half worth of recording in total. But this is why you want to spend as much time as possible doing this, because if we had rushed this, we'd be getting a lot more distortion, the shapes just wouldn't be right, but like looking at the blueprints, it's matching up pretty closely, pretty nicely. You know, look at this. Kind of best as we could, and we went away, we came back to it, and we made the changes that we needed to make. So I think we'll probably be about ready to go ahead and subdivide this. And then this is kind of more like the level that we're going to be working to, topology-wise. One of the things you want to make sure is, you know, especially if you're working for film and TV, is things don't always have to be super duper low poly, right? Like, we're not working in games, we're making the high poly model here, and even if you were working in games, you would still have a high poly model that you bake down to, and sometimes you just need more topology. Like, we probably could get away with this if we wanted to do a low res model, but we're going for something a little bit more complicated. And like, looking at the reference, you can see here we have all these grill cut-ins, we have these like creases, we have the hole for where the handle should be, these wheel arches, there's extra extrusions down here, all these panel lines and places for headlights and this grill and all that stuff. That's going to be a lot harder to do at this subdivision level, especially if we need to add harsh corners on things on like these more slopey surfaces. It's just not going to work. One thing I do like to do though, before we subdivide, is I'm just going to duplicate this, and I'm going to call this like cabin, or whatever you want to call it, backup. Okay, I'm going to move that to the top above our image planes, and I'm just going to hide it. So that if we need to go back to this, for whatever reason, let's say something goes catastrophically wrong, we have a backup. Or alternatively, you can just like save as a separate scene. I like to do that too sometimes, just to keep our outliner clean, but we don't really have that many objects in here right now, so we'll just leave that as is. I'll stop waffling on, let's go ahead and subdivide. So we'll just hold down shift, right click, and then smooth. And then there you go. And the topology is relatively even, because we spent all that time making sure that it would be. And now we have a much better mesh to work with. Okay, so now we can start cutting in our panel lines. One thing I like to do at this stage now is start separating parts out that we need to separate out. It probably would have been a good idea to have this edge here stay where this panel line was supposed to be. Let's actually go ahead and quickly do that. Hey, this is why we keep the backup. But luckily it didn't happen too long ago. So we can just undo this a bunch. And this is why we have unlimited undos, by the way, because if we didn't, we might not be able to do that. We'll just go ahead and make sure this line here is right there. Or make sure it goes there when we smooth, at least. Like so. And that hasn't really affected any of the lines. And then we just want to make sure if there's anything else we can do. to improve any of the other lines? I don't think so. We'll replace our backup again, because we made an edit. Okay. Now we'll subdivide. See, even if you've been doing this for a long time, it's still hard. You still have to go back and redo things. So don't get stuck in your head thinking, you know, like modelers, like once they have a bunch of experience, they still, like, they just do things perfectly every time. I'm sure if you make cars all the time, maybe you won't have as much of a problem. I don't make cars too often. So that's why I wanted to do this as well. Okay, so there we go. We can start cutting in our panels. Okay, yeah, so now that we have this mesh, we can start cutting in our panel lines, or we could start building the rest of the truck. I think for the time being, let's cut in some panel lines, just so we can do something a little bit more, like, substantial. Okay, so there's a few lines that we can do right off the bat. There's this one here, which connects the door to the rest of the body. There's one that goes straight across here. It's kind of hard to tell in the blueprints. There's also one that goes up here. So splitting these parts up actually really helps to make your life easier. It might seem like a bit of a task to do, and it can be, depending on where the lines are, but it's just going to make our lives easier. Because we'll have, if we need to make edits to the geometry, we don't have to worry about the flow of the topology going all over the body. Right? We can make specific little changes. So let's start with the biggest one. Let's go with the door. Why not? That one's going to be particularly tough. Or I am wondering whether it makes sense to go with the door right now. Because we do need to add a bit of a, like, bevel here. You know what? Actually, yeah, okay, so rule of thumb is, sorry, I know I'm going sort of all over the place with this, but it's a tricky model. Rule of thumb, I would say, when you're starting to split panels up is make sure the kind of shape is done. So yes, we could start creating the panel line now, but if you see down here at the bottom, we have this part here that kind of extrudes out, and we have the wheelbase and everything that comes back. We probably want to put that in first before we split this up, otherwise we're going to have to make it twice. We don't really want to be doing that, it's a pain in the butt. So we'll go ahead and put that in ourselves now, and we can see that the line for that kind of comes up here, and we have a line nearby, so we'll go ahead and just flatten that and then bring that up. And I'm not so worried now about the topology getting messed up. Obviously I'm still worried about it, and you should still be worried about it, because we have a much denser topology to support what we need to do, so we have a little bit more leeway. I'm going to delete this as well, because we can replace that. We don't really need that right now, it's kind of a bit ugly. And then we're going to start cutting in the shape here for this wheel arch too. So what I'll do is, maybe we can use this edge here. One thing I am going to do actually real quick is, this reference is kind of bugging me. It's a bit too bright. So I'm just going to turn down the color gain a little bit. There we go. It's a lot easier on the eyes. Okay. So we're going back to deleting the other side of our model again, which is something we'll have to do a couple of times, because we only want to be doing this on one side, like we said at the beginning. So what I'm going to do is, I think, yeah, we'll take this edge here, have that be the base. Just make sure that's sitting flat. And then we'll use these edges here to make the wheelbase, or the wheel arch. So we'll pull that across. In fact, here's what we'll do. We're going to go ahead and delete these, because I think it's just going to cause us more problems than it's worth. We'll also just make the base of this first. But you can get quite free and kind of like more loose with your edits now, within reason. Just because the topology is a lot higher. And also this side here, we're working on quite a flat surface anyway, so I'm not too worried about messing it up royally. We'll just delete that edge, because because it's not really necessary anymore. Okay, so let's go ahead and delete these. We'll just delete those two. And then we'll add a temporary edge in here just so we keep that kind of curvature of the wheelbase. And it gives us edges to build off of for our wheel arch. And then we'll just start putting the points in. Literally just kind of one by one. I'm not worried about this being perfectly circular anyway, because, you know, very few things are. Probably don't need that edge either. Actually, we'll use that edge because we don't want a triangle there. I can clean that up in a bit. We'll have that come over. So we've got some like topology issues here. This is looking a bit too dense for my liking, but we're going to fix that up in a bit. We now need to fix up this topology here. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll have this come straight down, probably. Something like this. Okay. We'll delete that edge. And then we'll have that. No, that's not going to work, is it? We'll have this come up to here. Then we need this to come across. And we need this to come up over this wheelbase, and then we'll merge this to the corner here. Okay, so that cleans up that. And we're going to have to do a bit of rejigging here to make sure this works. Some of the topology here might be getting a little dense, but we can clean that up later. And we'll have this come up, just to give us a bit of extra headroom. Now we can have this come in the middle and we have a bit more leeway. Okay. Then we need this to also come straight down. Okay. And we can merge that to the corner there. Generally, I'm not super duper worried about edges being too close together at this stage, but this is definitely too much. Oh, we also have some double faces here. That's not good. Oh, a double edge. I don't know how that happened. We'll just delete that. And we'll just extrude and bring that back down. Merge those up. That should be fixed. There we go. Yeah, so we'll have to fix that up in a bit. But for the time being, that will work. You can see as well, we're kind of getting an edge go straight across here. So I'm kind of not really taking my own advice here. But we're going to need this edge actually here to follow straight in. So the topology here actually is going to require us to temporarily perhaps have a triangle, because we need this to come straight over. Like so. An end-on even, and a triangle. Yeah, because we need a connection point here. And this is a flat surface, so we can definitely do that on here. One of the things people often get scared of doing, and they're told that, you know, obviously end-ons are less than ideal. We generally don't want to use them. But they're not always the end of the world. Same with triangles. On flat surfaces like this, they're really not going to cause any sort of problems. If we had triangles like scattered all around up here and along here, that'd probably start to cause issues. But this part here can start to get a little bit messy, because just for the simple fact of us having to kind of edit the topology quite a lot to get the shapes that we need. And then oftentimes, like, I'm quite happy to then go ahead and clean things like that up afterwards. Okay. So that looks to be the shape that we want. One thing here that we can do as well is we can add this cutout in. Let's do that to make sure that shape's a bit more accurate. So that's now coming up there. We do want a little bit of a curve here. So we'll just add that in ourselves. So we'll probably start just by pulling these up. This will be the extent of it. Yeah, you can see it here from the front as well. And it kind of curves down, slopes down like that. Something like this. Okay, there we go. So we have that shape. What we need to do next is have this come out, or at least start to. This part here actually comes down and kind of curves around by the looks of it, this piece here. So we want that to end there. And then this actually all comes out here, and then we want to also do all of this, and then all of this. Okay. Okay, cool. So this part here is what we're going to have to extrude out. So it's kind of hard to tell from the front view. It doesn't really seem to be in there. I don't think it really extrudes out that far either. I think a lot of the depth from this, looking at the reference again, is coming from this kind of notch, this insert here. So it makes it look like it comes out further than it actually does. And we're going to need a separate line following this here. So it's going to kind of slant in. Down to this point. Right, again, this is why it's important to have reference as well as your blueprints, because to me, that just looked like a panel line, right? They kind of look like any other lines, but if you actually look at the reference, it's kind of an insert. Same with here as well. This is all just an insert. Let's actually go ahead and add a bevel in here. And we'll use that to be the extent of the inset. And that does actually go all the way around to the front too. Yeah, okay. This as well, we may also have to bevel. Unless we want to add it in ourselves. What we should have done probably is built this curve to run along the middle of this here. We could pull that down. Okay, that's what we'll do. So instead of beveling that right off the bat. But you can see how complicated this starts to get, right? Like you really are just in deep problem solving territory now. And I hope this is easy enough to follow along with. I know it's tricky, so if you get stuck at any point, feel free to ask a question, and we can revisit anything. If you're not sure, we can just respond to your comment in the comment section as well. Okay. So the reason why we're bringing this into the middle instead is because when we bevel, it's going to extrude the edges out, or bevel the edges out in equal distance. So this edge will now become 2, and we'll have one here, one here. And it also means we can bevel all of this at once. Just bring that around about to there. And we want to make sure that's nice and even for the most part. Okay, within reason anyway. Okay, so we can go ahead and grab these edges again. It looks like we don't want the bevel to continue down this way, but we will include it in the geometry anyway. And then we can bevel. And then you can see now those edges have gone out in that direction. We can just increase the fraction a little bit, just to make sure that's the correct amount. And that's not actually showing up in the kind of like the specular of our model because it's on a flat surface, so we don't have to worry about it. Okay, so we do have some pretty ugly topology here. Again, we'll fix that up in a little bit. Maybe we'll delete those. It might be that we have to add an extra loop in here to our wheelbase, and then we'll just edit edge flow on that. You know what, stuff like that I'm okay with. So I'm just editing edge flow here. And maybe these can come in like so. And that ends up just being a quad there, actually, so that's kind of cleaned that up for us. Again, just making sure the curvature is maintained. Okay, we'll do the same on this side as well. So you can see now that we have the shape down, this is now where we're just like going in and actually insetting and creating more detail. That's really all the subdivision is going to help us with. So it's going to give us the kind of the amount of edges we need to actually build on the rest and make the rest. Okay. In order to have this go in properly, we are going to need an extra edge in the middle of these, so we'll go ahead and add that in. That won't go all the way around because we have some issues here that we need to address. So I think for this, what we'll probably do is we'll just draw all this in manually for the time being, and then we'll do something like this. So we'll have that come down like that. Okay, and then connect up like this. So we have this quad here, right? But then this is kind of connecting like this. So this will work relatively cleanly. That should be okay. And then we'll do the same on this side. Okay, so yeah, we got there in the end. And we need to add a little bit more in here. Just make sure we don't have to do any other lines. Have that come straight down. And straight across. Like that. And there we go. We got rid of all our n-gons and all our 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, all our triangles. So there's a bit more cleanup we can do afterwards, but we're just trying to get the shape in there for the time being. Now that that is done, what we can do is select the edges we need to push in. This one's going to be a bit tricky here because we need to do the front and the side. So in a way, I think it might be better to actually extrude this in and delete the extra edges we don't need. Okay, so there's a little trick we can do here to save us some headache. I'm going to select all of these. Okay. And then this is where we need to pay very, very close attention to our reference to kind of get the depth of this right. I'm going to extrude in a little. Okay. And you're going to kind of have to eyeball this because we want this to be roughly the correct depth of the entire crease. I'm going to go with something like this, I think. Okay. That will have created a few extra faces here because this is just one-sided, so we'll delete those. And if we smooth, that's kind of doing what we want, but obviously the edges aren't being held. But it doesn't just go straight in like that, so in order to fix this, we need to actually clean out some of the geometry. The geometry we need to remove in particular is these edges here on the inside. So this is probably going to create some problems. Also, I've just realized we don't want this. We shouldn't have done all of that. Let's probably undo this. We don't want these ones here. Okay. They should not be going in. So let's redo that. And then I had it about, what, minus 0.7. Delete these faces again. Okay, now we can go ahead and delete these edges. Okay, stuff like this, we'll just weld up to here. Okay, so if I go ahead and harden the edges of this, we'll now be able to see kind of the exact shape that we've created, and this should now be correct. Obviously we're going to have to add some holding edges. We can now see we have a bit more of an inset there, right? Rather than just, like we needed this like crease type shape that comes down into a point. And this obviously won't work right now because we need to fix up the topology, but if I had just some holding edges here, you can see that now just looks correct, like the kind of crease that we're after, right? But that will come in time. What we're now going to go ahead and do is extrude these out just a tad. Or at least just the parts that we need to. Okay. Give that a little extrude, but it's not much, it's just a little bit. Okay. Then we need to actually have this kind of scale in. So what we're going to need to do here is we actually need to delete some of this now. We're going to go ahead and delete this, and then we're going to delete this. And then we're going to go ahead and bridge these edges here. So it gives us that shape. And then we do have this little triangle here, but we'll just fill a hole with that for the time being. Okay, and then that's kind of creating that shape. So without smoothing, you can see how it's starting to add the extra detail that we need to. Okay, so this video's been going on for quite a while. There's one more thing we're going to do. There's another edge here that we need to sort out. That goes, you can see it goes along straight here. And basically, this is not an extrusion or anything, but it is a part of the model where it kind of creases and then goes in. So that's something we're going to have to sort out. And again, we'll do it exactly the same way we did before. So we'll pull this up. Okay. To match. And then we're going to have that just come straight across flat. The blueprint seems to be having it curve up a little bit. Looking at the reference, it doesn't look like it should, so I'm not going to. I'm just going to have it come straight across. Okay, and again, the topology is going to be a bit messed up here, but that's okay, don't worry. We can clean that all up like we did before. Okay, and that does continue across on the other side as well. So here we might have to draw a whole new one, that's okay. Alright. I think to make this easier, we're going to just delete these edges here. Okay. Then what we're essentially going to have to do is just make this flat. So in order to do this, this edge here will probably present a bit of a problem. So I'm just going to delete it, and we can add that back in afterwards. So it might seem now this is getting very, very messy, and some of you might be thinking, what the hell is he doing? Trust me, it's part of the process. I know it is scary, but it's something you kind of just have to get used to doing. Here is where it gets a little tricky. So we just have to delete those edges. Okay, so now that gives us the part that's coming in, which is what we wanted. So if I go ahead and harden the edge on that now, you can see we're now getting that extra piece. But we need to fix this here now. So we'll just go into the X-ray mode, and then we're just going to pull this out to round about the correct amount, just so we can maintain that curvature. And to fix this, we'll just add one in the middle. We have that come up a little bit. This here, that looks a bit horrible. We'll just have a triangle here for the time being. Again, we can fix that later. We're just worried about getting the shape right for now. Okay, again, we will, for the time being, just merge this to a triangle, and I will show you how to fix this later. Okay, we'll just have a triangle there as well for the time being, and then we'll do the same on this side. So again, add that vertically, pull straight across so we're not affecting our curvature of this, because we want this to lie flat, remember? Okay, just enough to make that look right. Fix up the topology again, have that come across. Okay. Okay, then there you go. So we're starting to get the shape in there. We've got this kind of plane here that comes in. We've got the crease. We've got the crease that comes around here. We've got our next plane here, and this part here. So you can see the detailing actually does start to get quite tricky. But because we have a much higher poly surface to work with, it's not too bad to do. It can be quite forgiving. And, you know, once we go ahead, you know, if I added a bunch of holding edges to this now, let's go ahead and crease it. If you didn't know, creasing is, it's a way to like add holding edges, add bevels to things, just strictly within Maya. It can't be taken out of the software, but it's a good way just to visualize how things look before actually adding bevels, and it's what I quite like to do, just to make sure everything's looking correct. Because once you've added bevels, it can be quite a bit harder to fix it afterwards. Okay, just make sure we get everything. Okay, so if I go ahead and crease tool that. Oh, yes, you can, oh, there might be one that we missed. Let's have this go across as well. Okay, so you can see what that's doing for our shape now. We have all these like nice kind of planar surfaces. Oh, missed one again. There's so many edges to deal with at this point. It's hard to keep track. Okay, yeah, you can see we're starting to get all this nice detail in there, and it really didn't take much time at all, right? And you can see that, like, despite us having some topology issues, it is actually rather clean. And when we go fix up the topology, it'll just make it even better. And yeah, this is kind of the process of how we're going to do everything. You know, we're all just one piece right now, but eventually we'll be splitting this up and having the separate door pieces and so on. But yeah, this is quite a lengthy one. I'm sure at this point you can kind of appreciate how long it takes to make sure everything's looking right. Because if we didn't take our time, you know, we'd be having a much harder time now. But yeah, I hope you've enjoyed this episode. If you've found this episode hard to follow along, which I can understand, we did do quite a lot today, and it was quite tricky to do, then please don't hesitate to ask any questions, and to reach out, and we can make a follow-up video, or just if you want to send us your work as well, we can take a look and offer any advice or kind of guidance on it. And yeah, thank you very much for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe, and the next part will be coming, if not during the week, next Monday. So yeah, thanks for watching. Hello and welcome back to our truck modeling tutorial series. So we're now on part 4. Last we left off, we added all these extra little details. We started to work in the panel lines and things like that. We revised the shape quite a lot. We basically ended up finishing the kind of mesh and the overall shape of the truck cabin. And one thing that I have done in between since then, pretty much just after I finished recording the episode, because it was an easy win and I completely forgot about it, is there is supposed to be this inset here around the windows, and I completely missed it, and it is in fact actually in the reference. If I turn it on, you can see here, turn off our mesh, there's this line that runs around. So pretty much all I've done is, using the exact same techniques we did last time, I've just slid the vertices to match this, because it's not perfectly even all the way around. It seems to get a bit thinner here, and then it's a bit wider on the top and bottom. And then literally all I've done after doing that is I've selected the entire window edge and then just pushed it in about this much. And then we just have our creasing on here for now. We don't actually have any bevels, just to give us an idea of what it will look like, because we don't want to start adding bevels till later, so that we don't disrupt anything and make our lives extra horrible if we actually need to go ahead and fix anything. So let's jump back in right where we left off, and we're going to keep detailing this guy. I've been thinking in between, since the last episode on Monday, we might need to go up another subdivision level, because we have some things here that we need to add, like these indicator lights on the side. Now, if I look at the reference again, here. Okay, the blueprints don't have it. That's helpful. But you can see that it's basically kind of... It's meant to be around here, where that vertex is. And I think if we were to add it, it wouldn't cause too many issues. But this is very, very low poly. And were it just something we stuck on, that would be fine. But if you look at the reference, it does have this rim around it. So we probably are going to need some more subdivisions in there. We'll probably have to subdivide it one more time, like this. Probably, but we'll not do that for now because we don't need to right now. We're going to work in the rest on, you know, like with the blocking, we want to stay as low poly for as long as possible. Even though we have already subdivided once at this stage. Okay, so let's go ahead and delete half of our truck. We'll just chop that in half again because, again, that was just to see what it all looked like when it was together. And we'll continue on from here. So the first thing that I want to make a change to is the front. So looking at our reference, this part here seems to come down a little bit and it doesn't just cut off perfectly straight. It kind of varies from each version of these trucks. A lot of them look quite similar with very, very minor differences, but you can see here it's kind of curved around. And the one that I'm trying to make, this one in particular here, you can kind of see it. It's pretty blurred, but it has some curve to it. It's not perfectly straight and flush like that. So we're going to go ahead and fix that up. So first things first, this is nice and flat, so we should be able to get away with editing some of the topology here. So I'm going to go ahead and make a line here. Okay, with the multi-cut tool. Then I'm going to do the same here from that point and then just come straight up. Okay, again holding down Control and Shift in order to get that to snap a line perfectly. Okay, then I am literally just going to edge slide this somewhat, and then this may in fact actually have to slide back even further. Something like this. Maybe a tad. And then we can just go ahead and edit this rounded corner a little bit. Or have this come slightly further forward. Okay, and then we can delete these extra edges that we don't need. Okay, we've got a creased edge on there, which we don't want anymore, because we're not going to be creasing that. And there we go. We can probably make that rounded edge a little bit more extreme. Okay, nice. And then there's no distortion either. So to fix this up as well, make this a quad, we'll just, bam, like that. Have one in the middle. Okay. Next, let's start working in more of the kind of creases and divots. So we're going to add this line in here, this guy. And again, we're not separating out the door yet because there's kind of no point to at this stage. We need to extrude things, or not extrude things, but they need to go along like the entire length of things right now. So there's not much point in having to repeat ourselves by making this multiple parts. It's just going to give us more of a headache. But thinking about it before then, we probably want to subdivide as we are starting to get quite low for the detail that we want to add. I think before it was okay, but now that we're having things kind of span in between our edges here, it's going to get a bit fiddly with the amount of faces we have, you know. This just isn't enough probably to support that kind of line. So in fact, there's probably a few things we can do before we move on. Okay, so looking at the reference, you can see here it kind of angles down and in towards the bottom. So we're going to go ahead and add that in before we do any subdivision whatsoever. We have this part here, which comes straight down right now, but I think we should probably have that come in some instead. And it presumably should continue along the rest of the way. In fact, what I'm thinking is this part here might not even be 100% necessary right now. I think we're going to go ahead and delete that, because looking at it, you can see that's kind of further back. So I think we just add that later. for the time being, we're going to go without it, because I think that's actually inset. So again, that's another reason why it's important to look at your reference all the time, because in the blueprints, it might look, you know, we're not getting as much like depth perception, and we can't really see it from the front. So we're just going to remove that for the time being. Let's clean up some things as well. Remember, we had these corners here. We have some extra edges here right now that we probably don't want to keep either, so we'll go ahead and merge these. Delete that as well. We have a triangle there, but again, that's not too big of a deal. Once we come to smooth, it's going to get, you know, turned into quads anyway. We'll do the same here. Let's go ahead and delete that. Okay, so we're just making this a bit cleaner for ourselves and easier to deal with. We've got a few here. I don't think that's awfully bad. We could maybe even this out some more. Okay, I think that should probably be okay. That's a lot more even than it was. Alright. And now we just need to figure out where our line is that this starts coming in. It's a little hard to tell. Looking at it as well, I think this should also have some amount of curvature, or angle to it rather. This here too, I think this ought to come down somewhat. So we'll go ahead and just pull that down. And we'll need to tweak this a little bit, but that's okay. Something like this, that looks about right. Maybe we can pull this down as well to match. Okay, then we'll need to adjust it here too, but that's okay. This does look very, very fiddly, but really it's not. Don't worry, we'll just pull that straight down. We'll have that come back in following that line. And then here we can just align it to that face and then pull back. And then slide. Okay, so that adds a bit of an angle to that too. That does look better as well. Then we need to figure out where the bottom angle is. Looking at the reference, you can see it's kind of just above. I suspect it's this line here, but it's hard to tell because we're getting this extra line. That might just be some funkiness from the blueprints, honestly. Because looking at the reference, there doesn't actually seem to be anything there. So, again, always cross-reference with your reference. So in order to do this, we're going to need an extra line. I think if I just go ahead and add one like this, it's gonna, because of the shape of our topology, it's gonna go all the way up there, and that's not exactly where we want it to go. So we need to do some fixing. That's one thing to be aware of when you're modeling as well, is just paying attention to your edge flow, because, you know, in situations like this, the edges are not gonna flow in the direction you probably want them to. So it requires a bit of manual intervention sometimes, but that's okay. We'll have that come straight across. And I wouldn't worry about having this, like, obviously, you know, we are eyeballing it and try to make it as perfect as possible, but I wouldn't worry about it being pixel perfect, you know? Whenever you're making something in CG, you don't want it to be pixel perfect anyway, because then it looks CG, and realistically, while these might be made with, like, machines in a factory, there's still going to be some slight differences. Maybe there's been some dings and so on, like, throughout this vehicle's life, you know, so don't be afraid to have a little bit of difference here and there. Okay, so let's have this bend in now. And to begin with, what I will do is I'll just select all of the edges on the side, and we'll just pull that in to around about the amount that I think it should be. Probably something like this. Okay, and then we'll do the same for the ones on the front. Again, kind of tricky to tell. This should probably all just come straight back, so we'll do that here. pull that straight back like so. Making sure that's sort of similar. And then we can grab these. And I'm just going to align the pivot to this face, seeing as it's in the middle. And we'll just pull that straight back too. So that looks about right. Okay, that looks good to me. Then maybe tweak these edges so they're going in the right direction. Okay, cool. Let's go ahead and add a crease. And I just want to make sure that's looking correct. Yeah, that does curve up like that, so... Or does it? Yeah, there is a curve there. Okay. So let's go ahead and add a crease. And smooth that. Okay, so there we go. Now we're getting that curve, or that angle, sorry, at the bottom. Also, just for my own peace of mind, I like to harden these edges. Maybe it's like an OCD thing, I don't know. But whenever we've not smoothed, I like to be able to actually visualize the hard edges. Otherwise, yeah, it just, you know, puts me off. I don't like it. But it's just a good way to visualize what's supposed to be sharp and what isn't, right, before you subdivide. And it just reminds you. So this guy here, at this side, it's a little hard to tell because we have, in this reference, you can see that we don't have the same kind of thing we've got in our blueprints. And if I look at this one, we have this kind of just block here. So my thinking is we'll have that be a separate piece and potentially just have that cut off here, which I think is probably the right thing to do. Perhaps it's meant to continue this same sort of thing, but at least the one I'm making, I want it to look like this, so that's what I'm going to do. If you want yours to have the same sort of thing, or even look like this one, that's 100% okay too. Feel free to deviate a little bit from this if you like. And I'm just making sure that looks about right. Maybe instead that should line up with this line. More like so. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and delete that and add that in later for myself. Okay, cool. So we'll do a quick once over before we subdivide again. Just making sure we haven't missed anything that we can add now that's just going to be more difficult later. And I don't think so. Okay, so I've had a once over and I think we're good to subdivide, so we're going to go ahead and do that again. At this stage, I would say it is very, very important that you have your creases in, like I have, because if you don't and we subdivide, all of these hard edges are going to get removed and, you know, smoothed over. The creasing is kind of acting as a temporary bevel, telling Maya not to smooth those edges. So you want to make sure you have them in place on every single edge that is going to be hard. Before we subdivide as well, I'm also going to duplicate this across and combine the meshes, because if I was to go ahead and just subdivide this, it wouldn't take into account the curvature that would happen here at the join. We'd still have this harsh edge and this would come out at a straight line, and it's just going to make this pointy later on, and we don't want that to happen. So we're going to go ahead and combine these. Edit mesh and then merge. Now we just want to make sure this line is in fact merged. And we can do that just by going into vertex selection mode and making sure that it is. And you can normally tell with your subdivision turned on, you know, if it's not, you can see that's coming back a little bit, so we know it's merged. We'll also duplicate this and make another backup. We'll call this cabin backup 2, or whatever else you want to call it as well. That's fine. And then we'll go ahead and smooth. Okay, now we have a much higher resolution mesh. And you can see that because we had our creasing, it's actually held those edges for us. It has unfortunately gone ahead and, you know, removed all our hard edges that we want, but we can add that back. And there's a tool that I use I have a quick Python script. I think you can get this if you're using the latest version of Maya, maybe 2025, 2026. This is in there by default, but I have a quick tool, and we've made a video on this in the past if you want to get the download link. But I just press this button, and then it will select all of our edges which are over 30 degrees. So that should pretty much get all of them. Almost all of them. Maybe we might have to decrease that a little bit. Okay, you know what? That's taken us most of the way there. I'm happy with that. Okay, and then we can just do the rest ourselves. There's not much point in doing the other side, actually, because we're going to be deleting that anyway. Nope. Again, you don't have to do this, but it's much, much easier to kind of visualize your model and what's going on with the topology. If you have these edges as hard. Okay, cool. So we can go ahead and then delete the other side of our model again. As it's getting higher poly, it can sometimes be difficult to tell exactly where the midpoint is. So I like to turn on the grid sometimes, come from the top view to just get the kind of perfect point to delete our faces from. Okay, so now that we have this much higher poly, we can actually start going in and adding more detail. And I think at this stage, we're probably not going to subdivide again now. This is probably it. There are some edges here that we can probably remove. That's one downside of subdividing this way, is that it will add extra edges that you won't always necessarily need. Like that one in there, it's just kind of unnecessary. From time to time you'll get that. This one down here, also completely unnecessary. And we can do some more cleanup as we go. But this is a good base for the time being. Okay, cool. So let's go ahead and add in this side inset that we wanted to earlier. So now that we've subdivided, we do actually have a line going across most of the length. So I want this to go pretty much straight, right? So I'm just going to reverse scale that. Or does it not go entirely straight? It might actually have a bit of a bend to it. So in fact, this edge might just be doing perfectly what we want anyway. It does have some curve to it. All right. This was either a happy accident or we just did the base mesh very well. Probably a happy accident. So we might need to tweak these ones here. But that's okay, we can fix that up. This edge, not quite as perfect as the other one, but that's okay. We can go ahead and reverse scale that. And we're still sliding because we don't want, you know, even though our topology is a lot more dense, we still don't want to mess up the edge flow, because at this stage it'll be very, very noticeable if you do. Okay, cool. Now we can start working in this shape here. And it doesn't come all the way to the back, because we do have this point where the door ends. But for now, we'll just have it come into here. And we can clean that up in a bit. So, in fact, I wonder if it makes sense to separate that out now. No, I don't think we will. Okay. So we can go ahead and select these faces. In fact, actually, before then, it might make sense to have this inset slightly. So maybe, in fact, what we want to do is select these edges and kind of bring them out some. Yeah, I think that's what we're going to do. We'll bring them out some, and then we will draw this in ourselves. Okay, so we've created a bit of extra space there. And then we're going to come back to the multi-cut tool. And then we are going to Okay, so now that we've done that, let's go ahead and start drawing this in. So we'll start from here, and then we'll see if we can get away with just doing a straight line. Yeah, that seems to work. And then we'll do another one. Generally with this kind of thing, I prefer to do an inset rather than actually using the edges around us. It really kind of depends what it is. You kind of just have to use your intuition here and go with whatever makes sense. Okay, nice. And then we've got some edges here that are going to be in the way, so we'll remove those for the time being. And there we go, we have our shape. So this, by the looks of it, kind of comes in and has a bit of roundness to it. So it's going to be a little tricky to get that in, I think. But I also just want to make sure we have this stopping at the right point. So it should be stopping around here. I think we can go ahead and fix that up. So I'm not too worried about it. We'll just extrude in for now, even though this probably isn't how this will look finally. That looks to be around about the right kind of depth. If I smooth it, that's looking pretty correct. But we need to do a bit of tweaking to this because we don't want to just have it, you know, be a straight extrude like this, a straight inset. It's not very clean. So what's the best way to do this? I think what we can do right off the bat, just to give ourselves the start of the shape that we need, is I'll select all these faces, then I'll extrude again, just go to offset, and increase the offset a fair bit. Maybe to something like this, just to give us our initial inset point, and I'm going to go ahead and delete all the faces, and then I'm just going to bridge those back together. So then that's now kind of giving us the angle that we need. The next thing to do is we need this to come up higher, I believe. Because if you look at the reference here, you can see it doesn't just go straight in, it's got this kind of nice curve to it, but then it evens out here. So I think we need to pull that up. Like so. Okay. Now, the next thing we need is we need a bit of curvature in here. So we maybe we'll do this manually ourselves. Like so. And then this should be a sharp corner. So we need to actually go ahead and fix up this topology now because we have some problems. And again, this is why we subdivided, so that we have enough kind of supporting edges to actually help us out with this. And we can always do an edit edge flow if we need to, right, to even that out. Because my thinking is we may need to add another edge in here. And then this way we can kind of even things out. But then that does give us quite a lack of quads. This is where things start to get tricky because you have all these different interconnecting shapes and you kind of just have to figure it out as you go. This will be a separate piece once we cut it out, so maybe that is something we ought to think about doing in order so that we don't have to have our edges go all over the place. I think for the time being, I'm just going to do a quick and kind of dirty edit to get that to connect. And then we'll just add in some creasing in the places we know we want this edge to be held. Here. And then here, this isn't going to be much of a problem because that will be a separate piece. But yeah, you can see that's kind of giving us the shape that we want. In fact, that might actually be going in too far, but that's okay because we still have this face. We can just edit that nice and easily. And pull that out a little bit. Maybe more something like that. Okay, yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. That looks good. So that's that shape here that we've just made. I think we'll go and actually potentially make our cut now for the door, because we're getting to a point now where we need to be able to clean up the topology here and we don't want edges running along the entire thing. Okay, so let's add the cut for the door. So we have a line kind of already going in that direction. This part might get a little bit scary because we're probably going to end up going over some lines and having to tweak a lot of the topology at this stage. But honestly, don't worry, it's all part of the plan and it's normal. So let's go ahead and start over here, just because we have this nice clean line which we can cut from. So I'm going to select this whole line, and it's kind of hard to tell where it's supposed to go with the blueprints. They're really not doing a very good job showing us. But as you can see from the reference here, it kind of goes straight up, down the middle, across, and then back down, and then we have this kind of curve back in, which you can see here. So it's a little tricky to tell exactly where it's supposed to go, but I think we're going to have to kind of just eyeball it. So we have this line, we have this line. That might need to come over more though, because that's not... well... It's kind of in the middle. We almost want it to be more like this one here. But then it works up here. Hard to tell. I'm not opposed to using this line, actually, looking at it. It depends. If it goes... No, because we need it to come up here, really. You can see it's this line. So on the blueprint, that's where that comes to. Or is it? No, it's this one, isn't it? And then it comes down here. Okay. Okay, so what we're going to have to do is, this line here is correct. But because we need it to come kind of up more, we're actually going to go ahead and create our own with the multi-cut tool. And we're going to have this kind of gradually come up and then blend into this line. Okay, and across 4 points. And you're probably screaming to yourself right now, this kind of feels, not that I'm comparing myself to Bob Ross, but it kind of feels like, you know, when Bob Ross, if you've ever watched his videos, or any of the, like his Joy of Painting videos, where he does something and you're like, oh my god, he's ruined it. But in reality, it's just part of the process, and we'll have to clean this up, sure, but it's a necessary step that we have to do. And then now you can see this lines up here a bit better. We'll probably, I'm going to go ahead and straighten this off, just so we have a point to go from. And then we'll have to add in our curve ourselves. The line we probably want is this one. So I'm going to go ahead and select this guy, and then bring that up to here. Okay, and I'm going to straighten this too. Like so. Okay, and you can see that has a very, very minimal impact to the topology, right? So we're taking this edge, we're having that come all the way around. Then it is this edge, I think it was. Roundabout, something like that. Let's have another quick look at our reference just to make sure I'm not doing anything stupid. Maybe that is meant to come back a little further. God, it's really hard to tell. The annoying thing is as well with this truck is that there's so many different versions of it with such tiny little differences. Okay, instead of that line, I think let's take this line. I think that's just going to work better for us. And actually that kind of works, because that's where this point ends anyway. So we did that pretty well. Okay, let's straighten this one instead. Got there in the end. Then we'll just go back and reselect this. So this is the edge that we want. Okay, but we need a curve in here. One thing that can be quite handy to do is if we turn off this button here, it's going to put our material on. I have a material applied from here from when I last did the thumbnail. But if I go ahead and just apply like the standard surface to this, and then I come back to the edges, thank you Maya for deselecting them, we can start to kind of select the edges we want, or the areas we want, and we can mark this off with a different material. So that we know exactly kind of which area we want to be editing within, if that makes sense. So if I go ahead and just kind of haphazardly select the edges around the area we're going to be cutting out from. This part here is a little hideous, so this is probably going to need some serious work. Okay, but you can see it will be contained kind of within that area. And then I think if I hold down Control and right click, go to edges, oh no, go to two faces and then go to contained faces. Let's see what the right one is. No, that doesn't work. So what we can do is we can hold down space, go to edit mesh, and then detach. That will actually separate that piece, or at least it should. We probably missed. Oh, okay, here we go. Get that edge as well, and then just select that. That will give us those faces, and then we can go ahead and just apply a new material. We'll just do another AI standard surface, delete the history, and then maybe change the color just to whatever color you fancy. Let's go with sort of a muted orange brownish color like this. Okay, and then I'll just go back and edit mesh and then merge just to recombine that. Okay, so now we know that's like generally the outline of where the door is going to be. It's just a little trick to kind of help you visualize shapes better. This is what I like to do sometimes when things get a little bit more complicated and we're having to do more like panel lines and stuff. We need to visualize it though in this window. Well, not necessarily. Okay, so we know it's this line here and this line here that we're following. So we kind of want to have a curve come from like here to here, basically. One thing we can do is we can turn off wireframe mode and we can actually turn on X-ray mode here by pressing this button. And in that way we can kind of still see our outline of where we need it to be. So let's go ahead and start drawing in our curve. So I guess maybe we'll have it start from here. We want this to be nice and gradual, so something like that, maybe. Okay, then I'm just going to go ahead and apply the default material to here, just so we get a better idea. So there's more of our curve. Okay, just checking the reference to see if that's looking okay, which I think it is. Okay, then we need to tweak this area down here. So this one is going to be slightly tricky, but it's not too bad. So we have that come straight down. And then it looks like it comes down at an angle here and then straight across. So we'll have that come from, let's see where the best point for that to happen is. Perhaps from here. Or just below it. From around about here, I think. So we'll have that come down to here, like so. And then we literally want to have this come straight across. So we'll just have to manually do that. And again, you can see this is creating all kinds of funky topology. Don't worry about it. I promise it's okay. And we'll have that go like that. Okay, and then again, we'll select the faces we don't want to be part of this door selection. Maybe let's turn off X-ray mode so we can see a little bit better. And we'll just apply the standard surface again. Okay. And then we need these ones here to be part of that. Again, this step here isn't necessary, but it's just good for visualizing what we're going to do. Okay, there we go. And then that's the shape of our door cutout. So now that we have that, what we can actually do is we can open up the Hypershade editor. Okay, we know the material is this one here with the orange. And then I can just go to right click it and then select objects with material. Now that's going to do something funky here and do a face selection. But if you press Ctrl 1 on the keyboard twice just to isolate that, you can then see that's kind of given us our selection of just the door, which will then allow us just to select those faces specifically. Now, I'm not 100% happy with this angle, so I'm just going to edit that first. And then I'm going to quickly redo that. Again, Hypershade editor, select objects with material, press Ctrl 1 just to isolate that. Then we're going to select all of these faces here. Go to Edit Mesh, and then Extract. So that's then going to pull that out, and then we have our door removed. Okay, now we've got a fair bit of topology cleanup to do now. And we're probably going to have some weird leftover creases. These edges here, or these vertices there, we now want to remove, because we don't need them anymore. So let's start doing some cleanup. So also you may get some weird grouping happening here. Just pull these out of this group that's created and delete it. Okay, I'm going to leave the color on there for the time being, just as a kind of helpful aid. And then what we need to start doing is cleaning up the topology. So a lot of this is probably just going to be some manual target weld tooling and things like that. And as long as we're maintaining the same number of vertices here, especially on curves, it should be fine. Areas like this we can fix up. This here, again, we'll probably just have that come across like this. Okay, this edge here, maybe we can just have that extend down here to give us a quad, and delete this. Same here, probably, honestly. Just delete that. Have that go straight across like that. Okay, so really at this stage it's just about cleaning up the topology. So we'll go through and do a little bit of that here. This can get a bit fiddly. And it's not always easy to tell exactly what the best course of action is to do. Seeing as this is a flat surface, we can probably get away with a few triangles. We can add another loop in there. That's no problem. Up here, it's a bit more important that we probably have something cleaner, so we can do something like this to have that round out, and then we'll just have that follow the edge. Here we had a bit of an issue, remember, where we had to tweak this ourselves. I think what we'll do is we'll have that literally just run straight down. We'll add another edge in. Oh, going straight up. That will then create an extra edge that we don't actually want, so we'll just go ahead and delete it. We'll have that literally come across like so, and then we'll just target weld tool that back to there. And then still, yeah, we don't have any issues there, so that's fine. Okay, and then we'll do the same thing on this one. Okay, so let's start cleaning up some of this. We'll probably just merge some of these vertices, honestly. And we have triangles here, but we can clean that up later. This here, we can probably have that line come all the way across and adjust things a little bit. We don't want this. That's kind of going to cause us nothing but problems. Then we'll have this come down. And then maybe have one go straight across like this. And then just make sure to connect that back up. Here, we can probably... This is just a flat surface. We can just edit the edge flow on that. Same here as well. Okay, just looking to keep things nice and even. Here, this is a triangle. Well, we've got an n-gon, so we'll just merge that for the time being. Honestly, actually, for the time being, we'll probably just leave this as is, because there is a way we can fix this. We can have the edges come and run down here and connect up with this one. But for the time being, it's not really causing us any problems, so I think I'll leave it. But yeah, so that gives us our separate door panel. What we can do is start cleaning up this guy now, because we don't have to worry about the edges going everywhere that we don't want them to. So we'll add our creasing back in. And obviously need to fix this up. So we can maybe have this edge come up like so. And then go in the middle. There. And then here. Best thing to do is probably have the edges come out like this. And then maybe this one can come up like so. Maybe we'll have this come around here like this. We might need to convert this into something kind of like this, which is going to give us more vertices that we'll have to potentially duplicate on this side. But again, I'm not too worried about those vertices not being perfect, because there's meant to be a bit of a gap here anyway. But I would rather that be perfect. Okay. I think for the time being, we'll leave that as an n-gon. We'll come back to that. This is where it really gets to, you know, become quite tricky when we start separating things out, because you've got lines going all over the place, and it's kind of generally, I like to leave things sort of open-ended. I'll keep the shapes in there. You never know, we'll probably end up adding something on the front or up here that will require an edge, and we can just bring that up. So for the time being, we'll kind of leave that as is. Here, I think for the time being, we'll just join that like that. Maybe we'll have it come down to the middle, just so it doesn't cause us too many problems. Okay, and then we'll probably need that edge later anyway when we come to add some more front panel detail, like this sort of stuff. So we'll leave that for the time being. It's almost like we're kind of banking that edge for later, and we can clean that up. But there you go. So we have our separate door panel, and we have this separate front piece. We can probably add a few more lines in now. If I turn on the reference, we have a line cutting across here. If I look at the ref, you can see that goes straight across, and you have another one comes straight down here, and one straight across here. So that ought to be a separate panel, but that's where the headlight goes, so we'll probably leave that for the time being, and just focus on this piece. One thing that we can start getting into is actually where the handle goes. And another thing we need to do actually is add the gap between these two pieces, because they're not perfectly flush like this, right? Like obviously there's a bit of a gap here, and you can see it in the reference here. So we can do that too. Something else I've also just realized that we need to look at is we have this curve here. This isn't just, you know, a straight angle like we have here. So we're going to have to work that in. Thinking about it, we probably should have done that before we separated these out, but that's okay. We can go ahead and fix that up still. So literally all I'll do is make some adjustments here to the way this works. So, like we did at the front, we're just going to bring these around like so. Okay. Then delete some of those. And then just round that off. Maybe we won't have that be so extreme. But there you go, now we have a little bit of a curve in there. I'll bring that around a bit more. And then literally all we need to do to fix that on this side is add in some more edges as well. So we can go ahead and maybe get rid of that one. We should probably align this edge up here anyway. We'll add in just some vertices on their own for the time being. And then just vertex snap to make sure they're going in the right place. Okay, then we have a vertex here, so we'll have that come straight up to make that a quad. Okay, and then we'll just have that come across to make another quad. So that solves that one. Then we have this one here, which I think we can literally just pull that back slightly to start having the indication of a curve, and then when we smooth, that will curve out as it is. Then now we just need to sort out this one, which is going to be a little bit more tricky because it's on this harsh edge. Actually, it'll probably be okay. We'll just do the exact same trick we did before. But that might not work exactly the same, because that is right there, isn't it? Okay, I think for the time being we'll just leave that as hard until we can find our way to fix that, but I think that'll be okay, honestly. We've got most of the curve in there. Okay, cool. Let's go ahead and start adding in the handle section, which looks like this. So we just have this kind of rounded oval shape. One thing I might do actually is, because the blueprints aren't 100% accurate, so sometimes what I like to do is create the shape first as kind of like a guide for how it might fit. So I'm going to create a cube, just scale that up. We'll come back to our side view, and I'm just going to overlay that on where it should be, and we'll get the height correct. But looking at it, you can see there's a bit of a flat side to it. It's not perfectly like cylindrical or spherical on either side. There's just a bit of a bevel. So we'll get the dimensions right. Something like this. Okay, then we'll add in our bevel to this. Give it a few divisions so we can see that correctly. And then just looking at my reference, I'm going to just increase that until that looks around about right. I think about something like that looks good to me. Okay. Then I'll just bring that up close, and then that kind of gives me an idea of exactly what kind of shape we need to create. And it also shows the area that we need to work into this. So there's a fair bit of topology we need to work around here. As you can see, some of the edges aren't really going in the direction that we need them to, and it's intersecting with things. So we need to do some tweaking here. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to work to just create a area around this before we do anything. Okay. So these edges here aren't directly too much influencing the shape of anything. So I'm just going to pull that up. That should be okay like that. Annoyingly, we have a bit of a pole here, so that's going to create some issues. So I think what we'll do for the time being is I'm just going to delete some of these edges, because we're going to need to rebuild this. In order to get this to look correct. Okay, probably just going to flatten out these as well. And maybe we'll have that come straight up. We'll have that connect in there. This, maybe we want to come straight up above this one. Okay, we need to figure out a way because that's not really ideal. Okay, well, we'll start drawing in exactly what we need here. So I think for the time being, we'll just do 2 to make the round. Like so. Okay. And again, we've got some extra edges here that we're going to have to get rid of, but that's okay. Okay, you can see we're getting all sorts of extra vertices here that we don't want. But we're just tracing the shape for the time being. Okay, do something like that. Cool, so we've got a fair bit of tweaking to do here. So this edge, we can probably, we'll have that come up like so. And we'll bring that up so it's a bit more even. And then we'll do the same here. Okay. And then here, we're probably going to want to merge these. Like so. So you can see it's getting a little bit messy, but it's not a thing to worry about really. Okay. Now we're starting to get the shape in there, and we're getting a little bit of distortion, but I think that will be okay, because we're going to be extruding this in anyway. So we can fix that up there, that can go there, and then this can go there. Now here is a bit more tricky, because we just have a lot more mesh to deal with. I think we might be able to just get that to go there. Yeah, that creates another quad. Okay, nice. Okay, so then that is our shape in there. And maybe we'll have that come back. So it's not quite as disgusting as it was. And then we'll just even out some of this. Like so, okay. So this needs to extrude in. Like so, not too far. I think what I'm going to do is straighten up these edges inside. Just to give us a nice even base to work with. Oh. Okay, that one might have to stay like that, but that's okay. Okay, so that gives us the basis of where the handle has to go. So you can see, if you've ever looked at door handles on a car, they kind of, there's a gap underneath, right? So you can actually fit your fingers up and pull the handle. But this kind of divot here is like a smaller little cylinder type shape. So we almost want to extrude this in, right? Let's increase the offset. And then kind of just extrude it in like so. Or maybe even flatten it like this. And then pull this up to create the base. Though that is giving us some issues. Okay, one thing I like to do, if in a case like this where we need to edit these faces and they have some curvature to it, which makes it a little bit trickier to do, I will go ahead and duplicate this. Okay. Select these, hold down space, go to select, then inverse, and then delete. So we just keep this surface, okay? We can delete this guide as well, we don't need that now. We'll just call that something like guide, in all caps. And then we'll keep that as is, and then maybe I'll go ahead and subdivide it once. Then what we can do is, we can hide that for the time being. We can make our edits to this surface that we need to. Okay. Make that a bit smaller. But then kind of bring that out so the shape is maintained. And you might be thinking right now, oh god, that's ruining the topology, look at this. Like we're getting all this kind of weird lumpiness in there now, but don't worry, that's what the guide's going to be for. Bring that out. Okay, and then we'll just move this up into the position we need it to be, up here. Okay, like so. And then we'll bring our guide back. And then we'll select the guide, and we're going to press this button up here to make it a live surface, which means any edit we make to this now, if I select this vertex, it will snap to that surface. Literally all we're going to do is select these faces, okay, and then just pull out ever so slightly, and then bam, it will snap to there. Now if we turn off the live surface, and then smooth, you can now see it's cleaned up all of our problems. It's basically the same as just doing shrink wrap, but like on a specific area. What we'll then do is we'll go ahead and just delete these faces, and then we're going to reconnect these just by bridging them. Okay, select these edges, mesh display, soften edge, and there we go, we have that shape, and then that's where the handle's going to go. If we go ahead and add in our crease, and smooth, that's where the door handle will go. We're getting a bit of an issue here with these edges not quite working the way we probably want them to, so I'm going to delete these and just rearrange some of this to work better for us. Okay. We might have to delete a few of these just to give us kind of the breathing room to fix this up. The reason why that's happening is because the position of this, while it has the same amount of vertices, is different to this. So, like, kind of the placement of the vertices isn't really helping us too much. So this can get a little tricky in trying to figure out exactly where things need to go. I think what we'll probably have to do is add in a few more edges up here, just to get that to fit, and then we can just edit the edge flow on this. And then probably do the same up here as well. Although this side is a bit more tricky. So I think we'll have that come up like so. And we'll just put that there temporarily. Edit the edge flow. Okay, then that kind of works out a bit cleaner for us. I think what I might actually do is have this come in a bit more, just to smooth out that shape some more. Okay. You can see here we're getting all kinds of problems now. We're deep into the fun part of this now. It's really starting to get quite tough. It may be that we need to add an extra edge. Okay, so there's some obvious joins here that we can make. Okay, we'll connect that up to the... That should be connected up to here, really. Or, in fact, that should be connected to here. And this will have come straight up. And that is another edge that we'll have to fix. Maybe here we can go ahead and delete that. And just even this out. Okay, and we just want to make sure these are still connecting. Okay, then we've got a few edges here to clean up. Here we might be able to do something. Okay, that gives us an end gun, which we don't really want. We have one here as well. And here. So that's the shape. You can see how once we start adding cut-ins, it really starts to get quite hard to even out the topology, right? So in this case, probably what I would suggest is take this into like Photoshop or Paint or something, and then paint over where you might want the edges to go. Here we can probably just fix that like this. That kind of works out for us. And here, maybe we can do something like that. Have this go like that or something. Okay, there we go, and that's cleaned up all our angons, and we have that shape. So a little tricky to get it to cut in, but we wouldn't have been able to do it without the extra polygons. It really is making our lives quite a lot easier at this point. Okay, nice. So next, let's have a look at, there's a little circle detail that needs to go sort of down here, which I'm thinking is probably like the lock or something down here. So we'll add that in. We've got that in our blueprints as well. This should be a lot easier to add in, because what we'll do is we'll literally just take potentially these faces. If I was to just go ahead and circularize those, that might be a bit much. Maybe these. I mean, ideally I would like to have this inset a little. It's kind of in an awkward position. We also have a line going across there, but I don't see that. I think that might just be a blueprint artifact, because I don't actually see that in any of my reference. So I don't think we need to worry about that. Okay, so I figured out what we can do. Because of this is pretty close proximity to here, we're going to pull these vertices up, or these edges. We're then going to select these faces, and we're going to extrude in, okay? We'll just do offset a little bit. Then we'll press circularize up here. And we want to make sure this is turned from alignment, automatic, to surface per vertex. That will then conform to the shape that we need. We're then just going to scale it down. And give it a little rotate. I'm just going to align our pivot point to here so we can pull this up. Okay. Then I'm going to just expand that again a little bit. Okay, and that should have allowed us to put that on there with very minimal distortion. Okay, nice. Now we just need to get the scale right. So that does look a little bit big. Maybe we scale it down. Down a little bit more. Something like that. Okay, and there's actually an extra piece that's going to sit on top of this to create the lock, so we'll just literally extrude in. Then maybe just bring that in like that. Okay. Add a crease, just so we can visualize that for the time being. Okay, cool. So that's where our lock will go. Okay, so now we have that. The next thing I'm going to do is I'll add our gap between the door and the rest of the body. So that might seem like quite a tricky thing to do, but actually it's not too bad. We might have some issues here with some cleanup that we'll have to do, but generally I think it will probably be okay. So quickest way to do this is select the entire outer edge, extrude it in. Okay, doesn't matter how far, just a fair bit. Okay, it's going to create issues, but don't worry, we'll delete it afterwards. We're then going to go to face select, double click and select all of those faces, hold down control right click, go to edges, and then to edge perimeter. Okay, and then what we're going to do is we're going to add a quick bevel, if it will let us. Okay, that's probably happening because of this edge here. Sometimes it won't let you bevel for kind of specific reasons. If the topology is not 100% there, like I think here is probably why it's not letting us bevel. For example, if I just tried to bevel this, it would probably let us do it. I think if I deselect this... No, it's not that area. Okay, so it means there's something on our mesh that's preventing us from beveling. And it can be a little tough to figure out why, sometimes. Could be here. No. Very odd, because we can obviously bevel this. I mean, basically what we're trying to do is, we're going to bevel and turn off chamfer, and then that's going to create this inset edge which with faces, which we can then go ahead and delete. So it's not here. So what we'll do is we'll just start selecting bits one by one. Okay, so it's this side. For whatever reason, it doesn't like that. Could be the way that's working. Okay, so we'll just undo this extrude. We might need to do that a different way. So we'll reselect, extrude, and then just come straight back instead. That should hopefully create something a bit cleaner, which will then let us bevel. There we go. Okay. So we'll do a bevel, like so. We'll turn off chamfer. And this face here, this is going to be our gap, because we're going to delete this. So you kind of want to make sure that matches kind of the width of the gap. And the gap shouldn't be too big. It's going to vary a little bit in size. Maybe we'll increase this slightly. Maybe up to 0.7. Okay, and then we just want to make sure that's not causing any problems. Like here, that looks absolutely disgusting. This is probably just a case of pulling this back. Maybe doing some target welding. We'll just have that come up like so. And then across. Okay. We'll have a quick once over just to make sure that's not doing anything weird anywhere else. And then what we can do is we can just go ahead and select these faces. Delete the extra stuff we made. Okay, now if we turn off our reference, you can now see we have our gap. Okay, and it's nice and perfectly even. There you go. And then we can probably take away this panel color now because we don't need that anymore. We can see that it's a separate piece. We'll go ahead and just make these hard edges again. Oh, bit of a vertex we need to fix up there. Okay, nice. And this face here we actually don't want, which means we can clean up this area. We probably want that to go in a straight line as well, so we'll just pull that out. Something like that. There we go. Okay, so the last little thing that we'll add for today is there's this little crease just in here, just past this line. So we're going to go ahead and put that in. It's quite small in comparison to this one, but we'll just add in the lines anyway. So it looks like we'll probably just need something like this. And we'll just have that go bleep. And if I smooth that, I think that's going to do what we want it to do anyway. Maybe we'll add this crease in. Yeah, something like that. Okay, perfect. So you can see now it's starting to get a little tricky as we add more and more detail in. The door actually now I think is finished as far as like adding detail to it goes and extra paneling. What we're going to tackle next is this front section here, and we'll try and do that in an episode if we can, to make some more progress, because this one was quite a slow one. So if you had any questions or if you had any problems following anything along today, please do let us know. Let us know in the comments. We'll be happy to help you out. And yeah, thank you very much for watching. Please like and subscribe, and we'll see you in the next video. Bye-bye. Hello guys, and welcome back to our series where we're modelling this Suzuki truck. We're on part 5 now, and I'm determined in this episode for us to make a lot more progress. We're going to be focusing on the front of the truck this time. Hopefully adding all of these details, or most of them, at least cutting out the shapes, the headlights, getting the front done so that we can start doing the back of the truck and move on. Right off the bat, we're going to start off just by doing the headlights. I am going to start making the shape for the headlights. So to do that, I'm just going to create a cube, and we're going to make a guide shape for ourselves, just to kind of outline where this is going to go before we actually start cutting in to the shape of the model. So our blueprints actually, they have a different type of headlight to the one that I want. The one that I want to create is a bit more like this. So I'm going to be trying to aim for this sort of shape instead. It looks like it doesn't come over quite as much. It's got a bit more of a simplistic shape to it. Okay, so like I said, we're just making the shape for this. The reason why I like to create a guide is because sometimes it can be a little daunting just to start cutting into the model, and I'd like to define the shape ideally as well, as good as possible first, before I actually start making any more drastic changes to the shape of the mesh and start cutting things up. Okay, let's go ahead and delete everything for the time being. I think for some parts of this video I am going to time-lapse it. I'm obviously going to, it's still a tutorial, so I want to teach you guys the important parts, but speed up the parts which are a bit slow and aren't necessarily adding anything. Okay, that seems to roughly be the shape that I'm after, just comparing to my reference. One thing I like to do sometimes is I'll zoom out to roughly the same kind of amount as my reference, and then just kind of compare scales of things. It's a good thing to have your reference like kind of the same size as your viewport sometimes, if you have a second screen, or even, you know, on top of the same screen. It looks like it's roughly about the right size, or at least I'm quite happy with that. So the next thing we need to do is actually just round off the corners on this. Actually, we don't need rounded corners there. This one here has a particularly rounded edge, something like this. This one here is also a little rounded. Something like that, but not quite as rounded. Okay, cool. So now that we have our guide, we are going to use this as a base, and we're going to cut into the shape of the mesh. That'll be where our headlight goes. And the reason I'm doing this first is so that there's a few other panel lines that we need to add here, and it's just going to be easier once we have this cut in. It's probably the harder shape to add at this point, so we'll just get it done out of the way so we don't have to worry about it. And yeah, so let's go ahead and cut this into the model. Okay, so we've added a few lines in, just to begin with. I haven't done the corners yet because I just want to make sure this is looking okay with what we have. And you can see here, again, we're going to need to do some topo cleanup, but that should be okay. So we're going to we've put 4 divisions in here to the guide, but we're just going to be taking into account what we actually have with our current topology. So that's kind of roughly how many we're going to have instead. Okay, and I always like to do the cleanup after deleting the faces. Okay, here we might need to have actually less. But you know what, I think that's okay. I'm not too worried about that. So this is the shape. We'll go ahead and, in fact, what I'll do is, because we're going to need the headlight here, we're going to go ahead and actually just remove this as a piece. That's one thing I like to do, especially when we're working with curved surfaces like this. We'll keep this. We're just going to extract it rather than straight up delete it, because it will come in handy later when we actually need to create this headlight, right? Because obviously it's still flush to the surface, or it extends a little bit out of the surface, and trying to recreate it would be a bit of a pain. So we have this perfect little shape here that we can just use right off the bat. So I'm just going to extract it, if I can remember where that is. Edit mesh, extract. Then we'll just delete all the history, remove everything out of here. Okay, cool. So there is our headlight shape cut out. And we've got a bit of topology cleanup to do, but it's not too bad. And you can see things aren't really pinching too badly. This here might need some cleanup. We'll maybe pull that out and down. We will just need to quickly tweak this. But we can just snap that over, so that's okay. Okay, so we'll go ahead and fix this up. I'll probably time-lapse this at this point, so you guys aren't waiting a million years for me to clean up the topology. And hopefully it'll just make the episode flow a bit smoother. Okay, so we've cleaned up this area a little bit for the time being. Things are still looking pretty smooth. Well, we can go ahead and delete that guide now because we don't need him anymore. I'm going to do a bit of cleanup on this as well, just making sure that we keep the same number of vertices, right? Because we need this to be able to smooth with the shape. So we'll clean it up, and I'll probably time-lapse that too, just so you guys can see what I'm doing, but so I'm not waffling the whole time. Okay, so we've cleaned up the topology of the headlight panel as well. So what I'm going to do now is start doing the front panels. And these are pretty similar, it seems, across the different versions. Obviously the shape is going to be a little bit different because you can see here we still have the same kind of layout as this front piece, but instead of it following the shape of the headlight, it's just going to come up straight. Bit of a gap. We've also got this panel line here. Let's start with the easy one. Let's put this one in down here. Righty, so that is going to go pretty much... a little hard to tell, actually. It looks like the line should be here, actually. So we'll go ahead and add a cut here. In fact, we'll probably add a little seam, or a gap even. And then we can just go ahead and delete those faces because we don't need them. Okay, next one. So there's another line up here. quick and easy way to do this is literally just to grab the multi-cut tool. If you hold down shift, you can cut straight across like this. That, to me, seems like it needs to roughly go round about here. So we'll just go, boop, just like that. Okay, what I like to do in this case is just select the whole edge, hold on space, go to edit mesh, then detach to separate those bits out. Okay, now we can go in and clean up the topology. First of all, we'll go ahead and actually separate this part out into a separate piece. And then this cleanup here actually won't be too bad. We can literally probably just delete some of these edges, honestly. And then this is a quad already. Since this is a straight line, we can probably just bring this right up as well, honestly. In fact, we might even just be able to do an edit edge flow. Not too bothered about that. You know, and it used to be that I would really worry about these edges not aligning, but it's fine. Honestly, no big deal. Same here as well. This one we may need to keep. But, thinking about it, that should be okay. Okay, cool. So that is our next gap. And then the last one we need to do is one straight here. This looks like it also just goes straight up. So we'll do this one from the top. Just going to turn off the grid because that's getting a bit intrusive. Alright, so we'll do the exact same thing as before. We'll just cut directly across here, roughly. We don't want it to be down here, though. We'll get rid of that. Let's just make sure we got the right line. This one. We just need that cut up there. And then, exactly as before, we'll just double-click the edge, edit mesh, detach, and then we will extract that off. So now that is also a separate piece. So you kind of end up having a bunch of just little panels separated, which really, actually, does make your life a lot easier, even if it is a little bit daunting to begin with. This guy, unfortunately, we might need that. That's kind of annoying. I wonder if we bring this line a bit further over so it comes back from there. I think we'll do that, actually, just to make our lives a bit easier. We'll get rid of that line, and we might in fact just add it ourselves. We kind of know which direction it needs to go in, right? Maybe we'll have it go across like that. That'll probably be a little bit easier. Okay, so we are going to work on adding in this vent grill guy here. It's pretty much the same as our blueprints, and fortunately, might just be a happy accident, we already have these faces which line up mysteriously perfectly. So we just need to snap that vertice there, do a little bit of cleanup with some of these. We pretty much have that shape area already just to cut out. Oh, we've got one pesky vertice just out of place there, but we can just fix that real quick. We'll give it a quick look over just to make sure. Okay, this actually needs to come up at a bit of an angle, which we can do right now. We'll go ahead and just go blip, like so. Then we should... actually, also, this can come down a tad. So let's go ahead and run an edge along here. Annoyingly, it won't let me go the whole way across, but that's okay. We'll just do it ourselves. And then the rest looks like it lines up pretty good. Okay, cool. So now we can just go ahead and select everything that we need to do. And what we're going to do is we're going to extrude this in, like so. And then just make sure we have this coming in around about the correct amount, which it seems like we do. Maybe a tad bit more. Alrighty, I'm pretty happy with that. We have a bit of topology cleanup to do, but it's not too bad. I think we won't have this edge run up here like that. I don't particularly like how that ends. For the time being, I'll just go ahead and delete that. This here as well, because we need to add a bit of a bend to these. These need to be rounded. Also, you may have noticed, since we're working on a half, you've got some extra faces here. Just go ahead and delete those. We obviously don't need them. We also need some rounded corners up here, 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 and here. So what we'll do is, I think the radius for those corners is a little different in each section. In fact, the corners here are quite small, so we won't do those for the time being. Let's start with these. We'll delete this as well, just for the time being, because I think it will make our lives a bit easier when it comes to doing this. We're just going to bevel. In fact, we'll delete these as well. We'll just bevel this. Let's add 2 divisions. And we'll go for the fraction, we'll put that all the way to 1. Looks like we've got some vertices here overlapping, so we're just going to go ahead and merge those. Always check for stuff like that when that happens, because you do not want that. We can then go and quickly clean up this. Like so. That should work reasonably well for us. But what I think I might do, actually, is have this edge come up here. We'll introduce another edge. Basically, I don't want this running all the way across. It will just look a little bit ugly, so ideally we don't have that happen. I think I want to edit the edge flow on here, but we might have to do that in a moment first. So we've got a bit of topo cleanup to do here. We might need another edge, or another edge there, but that's okay. And then that can go across just like so. And we'll pull this over a little bit, just so it has a little bit more evenness. But given the density of the topology at this stage, it's not really too big of a deal. I'm not particularly worried about this. You can see it basically is not disrupting the curve at all. I'll just time-lapse cleaning up the topology for this section. Okay, great. So that's been cleaned up. You might notice we have a few triangles here and there, but it's really not that big of a deal because this is a flat surface. Okay, and what we're going to do is we're just going to flatten this out as well. This part here, we'll have that be flat. So in order to do that, what we can do is we can just go ahead and delete these edges. And then essentially just redraw them. Okay, and then that will be a bit easier for us to work with. So there's a little bit in here as well that we need to include where the holes don't start. And these parts here, like bars that go across, we'll have those as separate pieces, and that will make our lives a whole lot easier. We don't want to have to do those manually ourselves. That would be quite a pain. And it certainly would be possible, but I suspect there'll be separate pieces anyway. And again, anytime you can have something as a separate piece, I would definitely encourage you to do it. It's not always the best thing to do because oftentimes you want to build things as they are in real life. We'll go ahead and extrude that in a little bit again. Okay, and then we're going to delete those faces because we don't need those anymore. Alrighty, perfect. And then we've got a little bit of cleanup to do here, but nothing major. Okay, perfect. And for the time being, just because, again, we don't want to add our bevels just yet, we're going to go ahead and just chuck in some creases here. Okay, just notice this edge here as well is a bit out, so we'll just straighten that up. Okay, there you go, and there is our cut-in for that. Alrighty, so let's go ahead and add in the next part of the grill. So first things first, we need to separate the panel line here. It kind of runs along this section. There's an actual entire like separated piece here. You can kind of see it in the blueprints here. It's a little bit higher than this line is, so I think I'll just add in an extra loop. And then we'll go ahead and separate this whole piece out. So we'll do another detach, edit mesh, and then detach. Okay, and then we can extract this bit out. So we're really splitting this up into a bunch of separate pieces now, but it's just going to help us. Then we've got to actually add in the grill part. Now, because the headlights are a little bit different, like I said, the shape is going to be a tad different, but I still want it to be roughly the same. So there's going to be a bit of a gap here, but the curve will come up, the angle here will come up at an angle, but it will go up straight along the headlight as well. So make sure you match that to whatever you're doing. If you're following the blueprints 100%, then match the blueprints. If not, then make it however you like. I am going to tweak mine a little bit. Alright, so before we do anything else, we want to bring this back a little bit because it's meant to be a tad bit of an inset. Then this bit just stays flush like that. I'm going to go ahead and harden this edge just to visualize it better. And then we're actually going to use, I think, all of these faces here and do an extrude inset. Okay. Then just a bit, just making sure that looks correct. Not too much. Okay. And obviously we don't have the other side, so we're going to have to just quickly go ahead and extend that. So again, using the multi-cut tool, Control and Shift to make sure that goes in the right direction, and then we can just delete that because we don't need that anymore. Okay, cool. We're going to do a quick extrude in on this section. Just a tad, at least on my references, doesn't go in too far. It really is quite a small amount. Good idea to kind of zoom out every now and then just to make sure it's looking correct. That seems about right to me. And again, we're going to delete these faces there because we don't want those. Okay, so that is the initial part of the grill. I need these corners here to actually be curved. or round it off. So I'm going to go ahead and do that just with 2 divisions. Increase the fraction up to probably 1. And again, just going to make sure these are merged, because they won't always be. In fact, we'll go ahead and target weld these to here just to give ourselves a quick cleanup there. And then we're just going to delete some of these edges because they're not really doing anything for us. And then we'll do a quick fix here just to clean up that topology for us. Okay, I'm just going to flatten off these edges. That's just for my own personal OCD. Okay, cool. And then that is the start of that. And then we're going to need 2 more insets in here to add in the actual grills. If you look at this reference here, we've got these 2 just going along the middle. And so I'm going to come to the front view and just turn the blueprints back on and get the multi-cut tool out. And then I'm just going to, using these blueprints, put some edges in at the beginning points of these parts of the grill. I'm just sliding some of the edges that we have there already because we can make use of those. Okay. I want these to come up pretty close to the edge on ours. And they will both be situated around about here by the looks of it. We might need to do, at least on mine, a little bit of adjusting to have that be nice and even. Basically, we will kind of want equal distance. Okay, and then we also want these to be equally wide as well. Okay, something kind of like that. And then we are just going to go ahead and do a simple extrude in again. Like so. Okay, something like that. We'll go ahead and delete these side ones again, and I'm going to go and turn off the blueprints now because we don't need those anymore once again. Now this shape here, it kind of comes in a little bit. If I show you here, you can see there's this little, it's kind of like with the door handle, right? It kind of comes in to a point, like a much thinner part. So the way we can do that is probably by doing another extrude down to roughly the sort of thickness we want it to be at. Something like so, not too thin, not too thick. Okay, I'm gonna have mine around about like that. And then we need these to extend across. If you want to, you can duplicate your part of the truck cabin to the other side, so you have both halves. And you won't have to do this step where we're cleaning up these extrudes. Okay, then we are literally just gonna go ahead and delete these edges because we don't need those. Then we need to add a bevel to these edges here, just a little one. We'll go with 2 segments. We don't want really anything crazy. We'll just delete those faces. Okay, we're going to add an extrude later. And that's the shape. So we need to do a little bit of cleanup with the topo here, because obviously this kind of situation isn't ideal. So we'll just delete the ones that we don't want. Okay, in fact, you know what? Let's clear all of this out and then just redraw it all. Sometimes that can be a bit easier. Oh. Okay, and then there's some simple fixes we can do, like up here. Here we'll go ahead and add in an extra edge just to clean up that topo. Okay, we can have these go like so. Now with this method, we're going to need an extra edge in the middle there, but that's no problem whatsoever. We can go ahead and do that. And then we can just terminate those here. Okay, and there you go. That's that section entirely cleaned up. Okay, great. And that didn't really take much time at all. So you can see how once we start splitting things out, it begins to become a lot easier to actually work with the model. You know, when it was one piece, things that seemed a little daunting before are no longer so daunting. At least I don't think so. Okay, cool. So let's go ahead and finish off this grill. So I'm going to go ahead and reset the transform this for the time being, so we can just duplicate that across. This part here is actually done now, for the most part. Anything else we need to add is just going to be asymmetrical detail. So we can actually combine all of this now and have this as a finished piece. Right, it's really starting to take shape now. We're getting pretty close to being done with the cabin, I would say. Just going to double check these vertices are combined. They are not. Again, always a good idea to do that while you're working. Okay, let's give it another check. And there we go. Okay, cool. So now that we have that shape, what we're going to do is we will go ahead and put in the, if we look at our blueprint, sorry, these bars. So a quick and easy way to add the horizontal ones is actually just to use some of the mesh that we have already. So I'm going to duplicate it and then select these. Hold down space, go to select, and then inverse, and then delete. Okay, so that gives us that shape. And then we can literally just pull this down. It could be that the shape is a little off, like so. But what we can do is, I'm just going to snap the pivot point to here, and then just pull that forward. So then that now aligns to the bottom side. We'll also just remove the creasing on this for the time being, because we don't want that. Okay, and then I'll also just delete half so we can just work on making sure it fits for us. Flag that off as well. Okay, and then we'll just come to the front view to make sure that we're getting this right. So in the blueprints, they've made these look really thick, but they're really not quite as thick as this. This is a bit insane. They seem to be a bit more... actually, not too far off. Maybe a bit more like that. Okay, this grill is quite wide open. And we don't want that to be entirely flush with the exterior. That kind of comes in a little bit, maybe sits around about like here. And then we're just going to give this a quick little extrude and have this contact. Just about. Okay. We have that come in a tad more. Then we'll pull that down and we'll add our second one. And that kind of just comes to here. But it does kind of intersect here a little bit and then continue. Okay. Then we'll go ahead and reset the transforms so we can duplicate these across for ourselves. And combine, and then edit mesh and then merge. Okay. Quickly check if we have any duplicate vertices. We don't. And then pretty much what we're going to do is just extrude these till they contact the back. Like so. Then just do a mesh display and reverse. And there we go. Then to do the horizontal ones, that one is a lot easier. We can actually just go ahead and create a cube. Now these need to be a little thinner than the rest. Around about something like that. Okay. And it looks like there's 5 of these in total, one of them actually running down the middle. And these are inset a little bit from the horizontal ones, but they do go to the back. Okay, so we'll have these come up to the top and then meet the bottom. Like so. I might just pull this one up a tad, so that spacing a little bit more even. Okay, so that's the first one. Now let's add the rest. So we just want 2 on this side. Like so. Okay, because this is curved, you might need to pull this back a bit, but that's okay. Just keep this aligned with the back of here, and you can also adjust the rotation a tad if you want that to be a nice even fit. Looking at it now, I think these probably are meant to all be one piece. Like one molded piece of plastic, but I think for the sake of this tutorial we won't go into that. Just to save ourselves some trouble, seeing it is a bit more, or meant to be a bit more beginner friendly. Okay, cool, so that's those 2. We'll go ahead and combine them. Holding down space, then mesh, and then combine. You can also do that up here. Okay. Modify, reset transformations. And then we'll put a -1 in the scale on X. Or duplicate it first with Control D. And -1 in X. Okay, and then that adds our grill. What we can then do is, I'm going to go ahead and select all of these. Actually, what we'll do first, we'll just combine these vertical ones. And we can add some bevels to those later, but for the time being, we'll leave that. Okay, cool. And there's some details in the grill here, but we'll add those later as well, because they're quite small. Okay, and then one other little thing that I think I missed is, it turns out actually this part does need to go in a tad. Not too much though. This edge here, I mean, just like the one below it. So I'll just add in an extra loop. Just a little one there. Then we'll just pull that back as well. And there is meant to be a little bit of a gap. So we'll go ahead and delete some of those. Okay, and then we'll just harden that edge and give that a crease as well. Okay, amazing. Let's go ahead and duplicate all of this just to see what that looks like on both sides. Starting to have a few more objects in our outliner now. Oh, not these ones. We don't have bevels there for the time being. But there you go, that's pretty much the front grille made. There is a little space for the number plate here, which we can go ahead and add as well. Let's create another cube. Scale that up, bring our blueprints back. And then that just sits in here. It looks quite square here, but looking at the reference, actually, I think the number plate that goes in front is the rounded part. This part just goes back square. So we'll just push that back. And it probably comes out, or follows the rotation. Something like that. Let's just make sure that works correctly for us there. Okay, we'll add an edge loop in here just to make sure this is following the curvature properly. Okay, looks like this side's coming out a little too far, but that's okay. Just give that a quick adjustment. Okay, now get us to follow the curve even better. We'll just quickly bevel it. We'll add an extra couple of divisions there. Okay, and this we want to come back about as far as the rest. So we'll just slide that back into place. Maybe snap that like so. Okay, perfect. Then what we're going to do is we're going to duplicate this. Okay, just select these front faces only. Hold down space, go to select and then inverse. So we can make a copy of that for ourselves. Extrude out. Just a little bit. This is going to be where the number plate goes. Pretty thin. And then this is going to have rounded corners. So we'll just select all of those. Bevel. Give it 2 segments. Do some more if you want to. It's up to you. I'm just going to go with 2. And then this just has a little bit of roundness to it. Something like that. Okay. I am just going to come to the front view. And then let's clean up the topology on this. So I'm going to add in some edges. And the reason I'm adding them like this is because when you have curved corners like this, if you don't have supporting edges just away from where the curve starts, the curve tends to slip a little bit, if that makes sense. You know, instead of just having them run straight down like this. Sometimes I won't do this if the topology is a bit too complicated. But in cases like this, where we can afford to do it, then I normally will. And then we can just fix the n-gons here by just having one come into the corner. Okay, then I'll just shift, double click, select all of those, mesh display, and then soften edge. Just to give those proper shape. Okay, cool, that's the front of our truck. Quite a lot of progress made in a relatively short amount of time. There's a lot more detail that goes behind this grille, but we can add that later. For the time being, we're just working on the bodywork. Okay, one of the last major things we can do to the cabin is we can actually add the creases on top. So there's this here. Well, they're not really creases. They're kind of like little insets. So we have these that run all the way down. Okay, and then there's some that run most of the way, but they kind of stop before getting all the way to the end. So we'll go ahead and delete the other side because we don't want to use that for the time being. The top of our reference isn't going to be too handy here. So this is something that we're going to have to do ourselves. So the first one, to my eye, seems to start around about here. And we already have this edge going mostly straight, but we're going to need this to be a bit straighter down here. So I'm going to just deselect some of these, and then just snap our pivot point to there, and then hold down Control and Shift, and just get that to go like that. Perfectly straight, and then we'll then have that come to meet there, and then give that a quick straighten as well, just to make sure that's going directly straight. There we go. Okay, cool. We're then going to need to do the same with this edge here. So we'll just straighten that off too. Again, deselecting some of these. Get that to come straight. And then straight down as well. We'll be able to get away with that, I think, doing it ourselves. Always good just to double check, to check if we have it going correct. There we go. And then we can probably get away with just deleting this edge. This one we'll have to keep. Okay, now before we go any further, it's at this stage we need this kind of inset here, right? Which is just before the bodywork kind of meets the rim of the windshield. So before we take this any further, we're going to go ahead and add that in. So we'll just select these edges. Okay. Then we'll just extrude in. Like so. Just a tad, making sure we're getting that to be as accurate as we can. It doesn't come in too drastically. And it will kind of vary depending on the exact model. But then these should come forward some. So we're just going to pull that forward ourselves. Okay, maybe do a bit of that edge flow if we need to. Okay, but it's not too much, just a little bit as you can see. And then we can add in this part. So we'll go ahead and grab all of those faces. Okay, and then we just want this to come in a little bit, but really not too much. Okay, nice, that's our first one in. And it's going to get easier as we come across because these are nearly going straight anyway. So we need one in the middle and then one on either side. So just to make this easier for us, let's go ahead and duplicate this across. Just so we can get a better picture of what this is looking like. Okay, And then I think what I'll do is I'll actually make some guides rather than us having to cut this first. And the reason why, the shape is quite simple, so we don't really need the guide for that. It's more to get the spacing correct. Okay? Before you cut anything. Because then you know, and it's much, much easier to space these out perfectly evenly than it is to do that just by cutting edges. Again, these do come quite far forward. Now to somewhere like this. Okay. And then there is one perfectly in the middle. But they're not too wide, maybe something like this. Okay. And then we just want the next one about as evenly placed as possible. Maybe here, actually. Then we can actually use these edges. That'd be quite nice. We'll put that in the middle. And then that's pretty even placement already. Okay? So what we'll do is we'll just delete that side. And then we will use these as our guides. Just going to rotate them a bit so we can see exactly where we're pointing. Okay. And then I'm going to go ahead and, first of all, we'll just straighten this off. That is pretty damn straight already. And then we'll just straighten these ones too. Okay. Might as well straighten up the rest of these while we're at it. Okay, and that can kind of just stay as is. We'll do a bit of editing edge flow. Okay, we'll keep the guides for now because we want to know exactly where we are doing this to. So we'll start with these ones. And then we'll come all the way to the back. Okay, we can go ahead and delete these now because we don't need them anymore. And we know these are the faces we want to extrude in. So we'll just do a little bit of an extrude. Same amount as last time. Not too much, just enough to give us the indication of it when we subdivide. Something like that. Okay, we're going to need to do a bit of cleanup here to remove these extra faces again. Okay. There you have it. We could, if we wanted to, add a crease to the exterior here. But that might be a little bit too harsh. Not 100% necessary. I will just for the time being. Okay, but then still nice clean topology. And then we'll duplicate that across to see if that's looking good for us, and there you go. That's the creases on top of the hood. Okay, so I think that's going to leave it there for today's episode, guys. Trying to make a bit more progress today. We're pretty much done with the cabin at this point. We're very, really nearly done. There's some stuff we need to do at the back. We need to sort of close this all off. We need to put the windshield in and everything. But as far as the bodywork goes, this is pretty much it. We're just kind of detailing now and then putting in windows. And then we can get on to doing the back. I think in the next episode we'll add the windshields. And close this up. We'll add the back section. And if we can, we'll start blocking in the rear as well. But yeah, hope you've enjoyed this episode. Please let us know if you have any questions, any feedback whatsoever. Thank you very much for watching. I hope it was helpful. And don't forget to like and subscribe. And we'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Hello guys, and welcome back to part 6 of our truck modelling tutorial series. Last we left off, we went ahead and did all of these front grille sections, and we added the details to the top of the roof and a few other little tweaks here and there. In today's video, we are going to finish off the windshields. We're going to add the back of the cab as well, this section with this window here, and we're also going to add as much as we can for this back part of the trailer. So we're really getting quite close to finishing off the exterior of this. So right off the bat, I think we did this in the last episode, but if you haven't already, go ahead and duplicate this across because we want this to be one piece now. We're also going to duplicate across any other parts that we might have separated, like these. Make sure that your transforms are set back to the grid, otherwise it won't go across properly. And there we go, that's all the different segments. Because we need to make some changes to this part in particular, we are going to combine this now. Let's go ahead and actually add in some of our windshields. So we'll start off with the front one, since it's the trickiest one. If I pull up some of our reference here, you can see that the windshield doesn't actually come down to this part here. It kind of obviously joins up here and on the sides, but it comes straight down. We have this part that flicks out here. We kind of want that to go in and underneath this section, as there'll be a panel that goes on top and actually connects up with the windshield and the rest of the bodywork. So we don't want to have followed this shape completely. We also have this rubber, I don't know if you'd call it seal or gasket or something like that, that goes around the exterior, and some more details within the windshield as well, such as this black part here, and you know, we can sort that out later, because that will be important when it comes to actually shading this. So let's go ahead and actually create the window. So the way I like to do this is actually quite simple. We're just going to go ahead and create a plane, and we're going to reduce the divisions on the width and the height to 0, or not 0, then it'd be nothing. We'll reduce it to 1, and then we're just going to go ahead and rotate this roughly into place where we need it to be. Okay, so maybe I'll position it around something like here. Also make sure it's in the middle. We don't want that to stray from there, because that's where we're going to be doing everything from. And I'll go ahead and use the multi-cut tool, add one single point in the middle, and I kind of want to snap that just to where this part of the body starts. Okay, we did make this little lip in here last time, and I think that might be quite handy as a point to work off of, because we are going to have this come in somewhat. Okay, and then I'm just going to have this, I'm going to rotate from that point down to kind of the angle that it seems we need to come to, which I think is around about something like this. It probably ought to follow this line here of this pillar, right? Otherwise we're going to have some very warped, misshapen glass. What I like to do next is we'll keep it as a whole for now, but I'm just going to go ahead and extend this across, okay? And then I'll take one vertex, and I'm just going to plonk that in this corner. Okay, I'm going to align the vertices to the edges of our plane for the time being, just so we're not going in any directions which are sort of non-planar. I want them to be extending along the direction of the edges that we have already. Okay, and then I'll also extend this across, and I want to make sure this is also embedded just within that lip. And then at this stage what we can do is go ahead and start adding in some more edges. I think for the time being, let's go ahead and just add one more here, and I'm going to pull this whole edge up and make sure that aligns just under there. Okay, so we're just going to slowly but surely start adding in the curvature ourselves. I think at this point as well we'll delete this side, because we're just going to create one piece and then duplicate it across. We want to make sure that we're having to deal with as little amounts of the geometry as possible. We are going to want some curve here, so let's make sure we have that in. That might be coming a little too far forward, so we'll just pull that down a tad. So what we're going to have to do here is we're going to need to pull this back, because this is, we need this edge here to be following this pillar, right? Now we'll go ahead and add in that edge, and then we want this to follow along here. Okay, we don't want to be doing this ourselves, because if we do, it's going to come out of plane. You can see that there a little bit, so you want to align it to this edge as we do normally. Okay, we can do little tweaks. Okay, maybe we'll just pull this across for the time being to get that to embed in there so we can visualize it a bit better. Maybe just so we can visualize this even better, we'll duplicate that across for the time being, and then we'll just combine and merge it. Okay, so that is sort of the beginning shape of our windshield. And this gap here, that's okay. Again, remember we're going to be filling that in, so don't worry about that too much. Okay, so that is pretty much the shape of our windshield. Obviously there's still a bit of tweaking here because we have some gaps and things like that, but we can refine that as we go. One thing I am quickly going to also do is I'm going to flatten off the bottom of this, right? Because the curve's correct from here, but from the front we've got this bit of an arch like this. I don't really want that to happen, so I'm just going to flatten that off. With the reverse scale, I am holding down Control-Shift to slide it for the time being. And then maybe we'll have to do one of these without sliding, just to get that to be flat and as flush as we need it to be. Okay, and I'm just taking my time looking over this, making sure that the curvature is correct. Okay, so as you can see, we have this nice sort of shaped pane now with a bit of a curve. Okay, great. What we can do now is we can start introducing some of the, or this panel here, which connects up the front of the body to the front window pane. Okay, so in order to make this piece, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to duplicate some of the parts we've made already, because we're going to be using these as a guide to create the shape. So I'll duplicate these through here, okay, combine, and then they should have the same topology. So we're going to go ahead and edit and then merge, okay, to make that one piece again. And then what we essentially want to do is go ahead and grab these ones here, make sure you have the same amount on either side, okay, and then we're just going to extrude in and then kind of up. The main reason we're using this part here is because it already kind of conforms to this shape. It seems to come up kind of at an angle like this, okay? Then it's going to contact the windshield. And I'm not too worried about it clipping through for the time being. I just wanted the shape to look correct at the contact point. Okay, cool. So what I'm going to do now then is I'm just going to select these. I'm going to hold down space and then go to select and then inverse to select the rest. And I'm just going to delete that because we don't need those bits. We just want this panel on its own, okay? I'm also going to half this, so that we can just work on one side for the time being. And we have a few too many extra edges here for my liking. And in order to make this simpler for us to work on, we'll just delete some of these. And we'll also even this out. And I'm not too worried about the topology of this being 100% the same as this part here, because they are separate pieces anyway. And if there's like a slight deviation, honestly, I'm okay with it. It's okay. What I will do though is just make sure these kind of line up. Mostly. Okay, because when we come to subdivide, we're not really going to notice any like little minute gaps like that, and they might just add to the realism anyway. Okay, so we need this to come across now, so I'm going to go ahead and just extrude, and then we'll extrude in the direction of this edge. So what we'll have to do is go ahead and actually add in our shape here. It might be an idea actually to come to the top view and start doing this. We're just going to draw this out manually for the time being. Okay. I will do the same number of vertices at the moment, just because it's going to be easier on us to make sure it lines up to begin with. Okay, then we can delete that. Okay, and there's that part of the panel. So what I'm going to do is, at the moment, I'm just going to delete every other vertice to make this easier for us to work with. And that will create a bit of a gap, a difference, but that's okay. We can fix that in a minute. And I'm going to start adding in some edges along the sides here and connecting these up to our vertices. But also because we have a slight kind of bend, I suppose, in this point where it goes down ever so slightly. And I don't want to do that, like snap that, if we don't have the topology in place to support it. Otherwise we're going to get potentially some weird artifacts. Okay, so we'll just put a few of these in to the points they need to be at, this one included. Okay, maybe we'll go ahead and delete this edge for the time being, just so that stays nice and flat. Okay, cool, and that's the shape of that panel. I do, however, want to make sure that this lines up nicely, so we can probably delete some of these faces here, because I don't think we're going to need them. What I'll do as well is, in order to get this to line up, we might have to do a bit of manual tweaking here. So we'll just start shifting some of the vertices, again using Control and Shift to slide them. Okay, cool. So we've done a little bit of manual vertice movement, but that's okay. So that's now lined up to our windshield. Then we can go ahead and duplicate that across. Okay, next what we can do now that we have this piece created is there's this gap here that we need to deal with, okay? And there is a part that kind of, if I show you the blueprints, you can see here, this panel separates and it kind of comes up some of the material to fill in that gap for us. Okay, what we'll do is, just to have this have the same number of divisions to save ourselves any headache. Now, we'll go ahead and put some of those back in. Okay. And then just snap those together. It's just going to make it easier now for us to make this shape. Okay. And then we'll delete half. Okay, and then add one in there. Okay, cool. We can then go ahead and separate this out. We'll do a detach. And then extract. Okay, so now that we have this separate panel piece to work with, this is the part that we need to edit so that it comes up here. So we'll probably have to do a bit of an extrude, and this could be a little fiddly. What we can do is probably utilize this edge here. Okay. And we don't want it to come out too much. You can see here it kind of curves out and up, and there is this kind of part that sticks in, but don't worry, the like the seal that goes around the window will fit into there. So we'll just form that out of the shape of this edge. Okay. So we'll just pull some of these in. Like so. Kind of making sure to keep the shape nice and even. We might need to tweak the topology here a little bit. So I'll delete some of these edges. Because we might want this to sort of do this kind of thing instead. So that it comes around and then we push that part in one. Okay, keep that as round as you can. Okay, cool. So that's the part that we need. So we'll go ahead and extrude maybe out to here. Okay. And we'll just extrude straight up. Okay. And this will make sense in a minute. Because we have to do a bit of tweaking. We're going to pull this back. Okay. And we want this to line up with the shape of the body. And then pull it out if you have to, like this. Okay. And then have this come up. Like so. We don't want that to actually be going inside of the glass though. Okay, so now that we've extruded that out, we actually don't need the rest of this. So we're going to go ahead and just target weld the rest of these vertices back down. So we just have that part sticking out there. We might need to add in a couple more edge loops. Just to make sure that's following the shape. Okay. I want to have that follow the curvature around. Okay, great. And then that fills in that gap for us. Okay. And then what that's going to do is it's going to meet up with the rest of the seal that will go around the exterior of the windshield. Okay, great. So we can go ahead and unhide this part now. That will remain a separate panel. This is a separate panel. Then we can reset the transforms on both of these and duplicate them across. Okay, so that fills in that gap nicely on both sides. And that has actually filled in all the gaps for us. We do, however, need to have this band now that goes around the outside. Okay. So in order to do that, there's a couple of different ways we can do it, but I think we'll use our windshield probably instead of having to put some cubes there and rotate them and, you know, shape it ourselves. We can use the windshield that we've already made. So I'll just go ahead and duplicate it, and we'll just rename it like guide for the time being. Okay, and then I'm just going to select the parts that we need this to line up with. Okay, because we're just worried about this connection point from here to here. So what I'm going to do is just extrude in once on the outside of our guide, like this, okay? The reason we're going to do that is because I want to select all of the faces, except for the edge, go to extrude, and then extrude in. If we hadn't have created this edge around the outside, we'd get some kind of funkiness going on with the faces, and we don't really want that to happen. There's something like this. Okay, we want it to line up with this part here, roughly. Okay, and it's not 100% even, but don't worry, that's okay. We'll go ahead and fix that. We want that to follow the curvature of this pillar. So we're going to have to do a bit of manual editing again, I know. Bit of a pain in the butt, but it is worth it. Then what we're going to do is we'll select all the parts we actually don't need. We're going to delete this underside edge as well now, because we don't want that. And we'll delete these interior faces too. Okay, we just basically want to keep this outside strip part. Okay, and the good thing is that's already lying flush with the windshield for us. Okay, but we need this like curve here instead, so we're going to bevel this. And we'll just do 2 for the time being. Okay, and we'll just increase that until the curve is the same as this curve on the outside. And then we can maybe add a few more divisions. I'll go with 4. Okay, something like that. And we also don't want this to come all the way down. We only want this to come to where this part ends. So we'll just add an edge loop and delete the excess faces. Okay. And maybe we'll do a little bit of cleanup so this isn't going inside of our mesh. That's always important to do, especially since we're going to be extruding this. We don't want this to be going into our geometry because it will just end up looking weird. And if there's any points where two things are intersecting, you can normally tell. Like if you're showing this off for a portfolio, someone will definitely, if they're an experienced modeler, they'll be able to tell where those contact points are, and it just looks unnatural because it kind of looks like infinitely hard. Like that's not natural at all. You don't get contacts like that. So make sure you go ahead and actually fix this up. Okay, once that's fixed, we'll go ahead and reset the transforms and duplicate it across because we want to extrude both of these at the same time. So we don't have to do it twice. Edit mesh and then merge. Just going to make sure by checking the vertices that's combined in the middle, which it is. And then we will just extrude and increase the thickness until it matches everything else. Okay, cool. So that is the front windshield. So now that we've got that in place, we can go ahead and start adding the ones on the side windows. Okay, so we'll do that very much the same way as we did the front windshield. So we'll go ahead and create a plane again. And we want this to just be one subdivision again. Rotate that 90 degrees. And then we'll just move that kind of into place. Make it roughly the size of where the window is going to go. This one's a bit more of an awkward shape, but it's okay. We'll cut it in a sec. Then we're just going to start rotating to get that into the shape or the place that we need it to be. Okay, and don't be surprised if it doesn't match up on all four corners. So I'm going to start selecting the individual vertices and moving them around until they just about touch the edge of our geometry here. We don't want them like clipping in like that, just on the outside. Okay, cool. We'll extend that out a bit further forward as well so we have a bit more leeway with this part. Okay, next thing we're going to do is I'm just going to add in some more edges. So we'll just add in one for the time being. And that also looks like it's holding up pretty well. That's sort of in the right place already as well. So I suspect it might just be this one down the middle here that we need to tweak. So I'll select this whole edge. Then pull that out. Yeah, there we go. Because I think because we took our time getting or making sure that the shape was correct. Yeah, so we might just need that one edge in the middle there. Okay, just adding a bit of curvature in this direction. Okay, perfect. We'll then just view that on its own as well. So it just has a little bit of a curve. Nothing crazy. Okay, what I'll do next then is I'll add in two more going in that direction. Okay, just edit the edge flow on these again. And the reason I'm going to do that is because I want to adjust the shape now of this. So we'll pull these back so that they're not going too far into the mesh. And then the rest we can leave the same. Okay, so then that is the side window. So there is also a kind of rubber piece that goes around the inside of this too. So we'll go ahead and start working on that a little bit in a bit. But for the time being, we'll just leave that as is. Okay, so what we're going to move on to next is the back portion, okay? If I quickly pull up my reference, you can see we have this back window. It looks a little bit complicated, but I don't think it's too bad. To begin with, we're going to take this whole piece, and I'm just going to go ahead and select all of these edges, and we're going to do an extrude in, okay? And that's, as you may see, going to mess up this area, but don't worry about it, we'll fix it. Actually, we just need to, probably for the time being, we'll just do up to this edge, okay? Because down here there is a bit of something else going on instead. So for the time being, we'll just do up to there, and then get all of these edges. Okay, just make sure that's correct, yep. Okay, and then we'll do an extrude in. There we go. Okay, not too far, probably just about something like this, just as a lip for us to work off of. This here is a bit messed up, but don't worry, we can go ahead and fix that. Let's just delete these faces for the time being and sort that out. Okay. We'll go ahead and delete this one as well. Reason being, it's just going to be easier for us to fix this up if we don't have to worry about all these separate faces. Okay, cool. What we can do then is we'll take these edges. Oh, missed one. Okay, we'll take these edges. And then we will extrude straight down until they're level with what we've done already, roughly. Okay. And then what I'm going to do is just bridge these and then fill in the remaining gaps. Okay, and then delete whatever is left over. So that will leave an end gone, but that's okay. This is going to be easier for us to clean up. So I'm bridging and then doing fill hole. Okay, then I'm deleting the excess that we don't want. Okay, and again, the reason we're doing this is because it's much more easy for us to clean this up compared to the nightmarish mess of a topology turd that we had before. Okay. Like so. Okay, and we can go ahead and clean that up in a little bit. For the time being as well, we'll just whack a crease on it too. So that when I subdivide it, it keeps those lines. Okay, so that is the little bit of backing that we need there. And the reason why we've done this is because we're actually going to build up a new piece on the back of this. If I bring up the reference again, you can just about see if I get the right one. You can see it comes in here, but then we have this other part that seems to come out. Now, this might be separate, it might be not. I'm going to build it separate just for the sake of ease, or if that's the right way to say that. And then we've got this whole arc for extra stuff that goes on top of it, but we'll add that in a bit. We just are worried about this backing part here and where the window goes and everything, okay? So to make that, I'm going to go ahead and duplicate this. Okay, I'm going to select all of these faces, and I'm holding down tab to do this. So instead of doing marquee selection, we're doing whatever that selection's called. And it just allows you to sort of quickly drag across, delete any excess faces that we might have taken with us. Alright. Now to save ourselves the trouble of having to clean up this topology up here, we can do something that's a little bit sneaky. So we're going to select this inside edge, and then we're going to bring it in, okay? And then we're going to delete these faces up here. Oh, that's not perfectly flat for some reason, I just realised. We'll fix that in a second. We're going to delete these faces up here. We'll do a select and then inverse. Okay. Let's quickly fix this, because this should be flat, and I don't know why it's not. So, go ahead and select all of these, and then just do a negative scale. There we go. Fixed. We'll come back to this now. We'll have to do the negative scale in here as well, but that's okay. So that's cleaned up that edge for us, and then what we can do, here's the sneaky part, is we can then extrude this back out and our topology's fixed. Or it would be. No, that's okay. We can deal with that. So it's fixed our topology for us, because that bottom edge didn't have the vertices, the extra ones, that is. Okay, so we want this to only come in a little bit, because then we're going to be extruding out again. One thing we are going to have to do though is quickly fix up this mess. And to do that, I'm probably just going to delete some of these. Okay. And then we'll just do a bit of an edit edge flow on this. To save ourselves some headache as well, what I'll do is I'll just cut this down the middle. Again, we love to do that because it means we only have to do something once instead of twice. Okay, so I'm just editing the edge flow of this part a little bit. Just to make it a bit more even. And to be a better base to work off of. Okay. Now that we've done that, we can delete this inside edge as well. Inside ring of faces even, because we don't need it. Okay. I'm gonna reset the transforms on this and then duplicate it across. Combine it with the other side and then merge. Okay, perfect. Then I am going to go ahead and I just want to extrude this outside edge just a tad. We'll have this come straight back now. Okay, you can see those are inversed, although normals are flipped around the wrong side, but we can fix that in a second. Okay, just a little bit. And then we can delete this now. So that was quite a few steps just to make this shape. But it resulted in something that's a bit cleaner. Okay, we'll do a reverse on this now. So we've created this lip that comes out. Just gonna soften the normals. Then we now need this to come out again. So we're gonna extrude that back out to about the same thickness as the rest of the cab. Okay, something like that. Then we're going to extrude out again, just a little bit this time, okay? Now, at this stage, we are just going to extrude the whole thing. So we'll make it thickness inversed this way. Like so. Okay, and then that's kind of a lip that's created around here. Right, now we've got that lip, let's go ahead and build in the back panel. So I'll create a plane, scale it up a little bit, reduce the divisions to 1, rotate minus 90 degrees in X, and then pull this back. Okay, then I'm just going to literally scale it up till it fits roughly where we want it to. Kind of like this. Just in there. Okay, then we'll pull this bottom part up. We'll just hold V to snap that to there. Then we'll add in a few edge loops so that we can get this to conform to the shape that we need it to, just to begin with. Pull that in. Pull these in to match. Then pull those in too. Okay, so there's a bit more cleanup to do here because we still don't have enough geometry. So what we can do is I'll go ahead and just extrude this because what we will do is bevel the edges. Alright, then we'll just do 2 segments for now until that kind of stays in that gap. Then we'll maybe increase it to, let's go with 4. Okay. Then we'll just do a quick bit of cleanup. Put one across there, just to get rid of those n-gons for us. And then we can resolve these corners here, literally just by making a triangle sort of shape. They're not actually triangles, you can see we've still got 4 vertices, so it's okay. So that is the back panel, and we've got it nice and low poly for the time being. So we need to go ahead and add in this back window here. Okay, so it's a bit of a oval shape, like kind of a rounded corner square. So I'll create a cube, and we'll use this as like a guide, like we've done before, okay? We're gonna embed that in there. And this doesn't come across too far. Something like this. Okay, but also at the same time, it's your truck. So if you want to have your truck be a bit different, that's okay. I'm gonna have mine like this. We'll make that 4-sided for the time being as well. And the radius on those corners looks about right. Maybe I'll reduce it to, we'll go with 0.4 for mine, okay? And that seems to be positioned around about here. So that's going to be our guide. We'll call that back window guide. We actually need to clean up our outliner here, so we'll do that after this. Because it's getting a little messy, and no one likes a messy outliner. Alright, so that's our window shape. We need to adjust our topology a little bit here to make sure this fits. So again, you probably guessed it, we're going to cut this in half. And we're going to do a bit of a rejigging of the shape of some of these things. So we're going to pull that across. And I'm not too worried about this seam here, because a lot of this is going to get covered up by other stuff. Okay, we'll go ahead and add another one in there. Yeah, we'll add another one there, and then that we'll pull this one up to kind of sit in the middle of our window. So I'm just sort of adjusting the polys, adjusting the topology to get it to fit to what we want to have happen. All right. Okay, now that we've done that, I can go ahead and start cutting this in. So I'll just put a line here for the time being. Let's go ahead and isolate these two, selecting both and pressing Control-1 to isolate there. Okay, then I'm just going to snap this, holding V. It can be a bit tricky sometimes. Sometimes turning on wireframe on shaded helps, because then you can see where you need to snap it to. So I'm just holding down V and then mousing over this vertex here to snap it to there, so it's level. Then we will have to manually put some points in, but all is well, because what we'll then do is we'll get this back face here to snap to there, and then we can literally just snap, holding V again, and we don't have to worry about any weirdness happening, anything misaligning, because they're both flat anyway, so it works as a perfect guide. I would highly kind of encourage you to have guide shapes like this from time to time, just to pre-make something, rather than just making it directly on the surface. Because it can help simplify things a lot in your mind, and a lot of the time, when things seem really complicated in your head, you're not really sure where to start, and this way, you know, things, when you can visualize it more easily, I find it's a lot easier to actually go ahead and do the thing, if that makes sense. At least for me, you know. But a lot of this is kind of finding what works for you too. So if you find doing something a different way gets you to the same result, then that's fantastic. Do that. Okay, so we're just doing a bit of cleanup on the topology here. And there you go. That's our shape. We'll go ahead and duplicate this guy across. Combine, edit mesh, and then merge. And then hopefully these vertices in the middle are combined. Otherwise I'll be sad. Yeah, okay, we're good. Alright, so that's our window cutout into the cabin. And we can probably go ahead and add a few more edges in here. The reason I'm doing this is not just for no reason. It's just in case we need to add any extra detail in the future, which we most likely will have to. So we'll go ahead and do that, and then we'll edit the edge flow on these. Okay, and then that's mostly even-ish quads. Cool. So what I'll do then next is I'm going to extrude this in. Right, because this won't be perfectly flat like that, will it? And we also need another one of those rubber windowsill, gasket things, whatever you want to call them. And this one's nice and easy. But like, honestly, in hard surface, my favorite thing to work with is a flat surface, because it's the easiest thing in the world to actually work with. You don't have to worry about curves or aligning things to anything. It's a lot simpler. Great. So we'll duplicate this. And we'll just go ahead and select these edges. Go to select, then inverse. Again, if you're not sure how I'm getting to those menus, I'm just holding down spacebar. Essentially, this is just the marking menus. It's just a duplicate of what's up here. You could do the same going up to select and then inverse here as well if you'd rather do that. So now that we have this, we'll go ahead and extrude this in. Just a little bit. We don't want it to be too thick. Again, just following the reference. Unless you like it really thick, that's up to you. Everyone has preferences. Then what I'll do is bevel these, because there is a bit of roundness. This is actually the first time we're beveling anything so far. that is something we will get to later on. Right now, we're just creasing things. But generally, as I finish parts, I like to go ahead and add bevels. And if you're not sure how to do that, I will make a video on it at some point. If you are comfortable with beveling things already, be my guest and start beveling your finished shapes. I am, for the time being, going to just crease this. Okay, and then now that we have that in there, you know, I've just realized that might actually be a bit too thick. Because we need to get our window pane in there, which I'm also, as you might have guessed, going to create by just duplicating this. Like that. That needs to come to about here, probably. Okay, and I don't think that would come all the way out like that. Or maybe it would. For the time being, I'll leave it. Quick bit of topology cleanup on this. Nice and easy. Basically just connect the dots. I don't know if you ever did that as a kid. Those like drawing books where they have numbers and you just have to draw basically from 1 to, you know, 50 or 200 or whatever they came to. This is the same thing. I feel like a lot of why I like modeling personally is because of things like that, and Lego is pretty similar sometimes. Okay, cool. Alright, now that we've made that back piece there, we can actually go ahead and create the truck bed. This bit. Nice and easy. Or a lot easier, right? This is why I wanted to start with the cabin, because that's going to be the hardest part by far. And we're nearly done with that now, so you can take a slight sigh of relief if you have been. I've been sweating this whole time trying to make it. Partially because it's really hot in the UK right now. So we're going to start with a cube, and we're going to come back to our side view. And there's a lot of confusing looking stuff here, but basically we're going to be making this. So we can see some of the lines here. Like we have these here, and it's kind of, you can see that angles in quite a, not too much. So we can see the two lines there. This does not angle in, as you can see. For some reason in the reference this is just a big thick black line, but obviously it's not supposed to be. But that's probably a separate piece. So, or potentially a separate piece. Actually, it looks like one piece. That's probably just one piece of like machined metal, but there's a few tricky panel lines in here, as you can see. We'll make it as one piece again for the time being, like we did with the cab. So we'll just stick to our side view. I'm going to go ahead and angle snap that to the back of our cab. If you can hear those crows in the background, I'm very sorry. There's a lot of them around where I live at the moment. I hope they're not too distracting. Okay. And there's this extra gubbins down here, like these parts here. This will be a separate piece. What else? This piece back here is probably separate as well, potentially. So we won't do that bit for the time being. So basically what that will mean for us is we're just going to come down to this line here probably, which is just under, or just above where these hinges are. Of course it'll be a separate piece, there's hinges, right? So these sides can open and stuff like that. I don't know how trucks work. It may already be obvious. And then from the top, we'll do the same thing. We want this to be... it's about the same thickness as the cab, to be honest. So we'll have it come out to match the thickness there. Oh, if it will let us select our vertices. Okay, there you go. Pickup truck done. No, but seriously, we are getting pretty close. We just got a few more extra bits to take care of. A bit of clipping there, but that's okay with me. I don't think that's too bad. Okay, cool. Now that that is in place, we can start looking at adding in some of our cuts. So if we come back to the side, we have this one here, and that is going to be these insets. Okay, so we'll go ahead and add 2 loops One there and one there. And then we're also going to add an extra loop up here for that piece. We'll just add in all the loops now that we need for the cuts that we're going to make in the future. Okay. So we need a few there, or at least most of them, the horizontal ones anyway. This here needs to extrude in, so I'll go all the way around for the time being. I suspect at the front here we will have to make some changes, but that's okay. So we'll go in like this. And I just want to make sure that's going in roughly the right amount. Which seems like about here. So it won't go in too far. Okay, something like that. Now here is where it's going to get a little bit tricky, because it's going in here, but we don't want it to. We want this to be flat. So what we're actually going to do is we're going to select those faces and just delete them. We'll then bring these out to match the front here. And as you can see, we're going to need some extra edges. But for the time being, I don't want to have to do that. So I'm just going to get rid of all of them, select that, and then fill the hole, so that we can work on the shape, which is more important right now. We can clean up the topology later. Okay, so we will pull this up. Or in fact, I think we might need to delete this edge, like that. And then we'll just go ahead and go to Mesh Display and then Harden Edge. In fact, we'll do that on the whole object, just so we can see that a little bit better. So that's the two edges there. I'm thinking that needs to come up a bit further, looking at the reference. I don't know about you guys, but that doesn't quite look like the same height to me. I think there's a bit of an issue with the blueprint. So for me, I'm going to pull it up a bit higher. Something like that. And I may even bring this in further, just a little bit. I'll just scale that in. Okay, if you are going to scale in, remember to select these edges here and just do a reverse scale to flatten, because it may potentially make those not flat anymore, and you want those to remain flat. And the back here too. Okay, and then we'll just have to pull that forward again, but that's okay. Okay, nice. That is looking pretty good to me. A lot of these parts will have to be separate, but that's okay. We'll do that in a little bit. Okay, I think we're going to leave this episode here. We've made a good amount of progress. We've got a lot of the difficult stuff done. We've made this back part here. There's still a tad bit more to do. Like we need to add in all of this detail, but we'll get to that when we do more of the truck bed. We need to separate the panels out for the back side of the truck bed. We've got this section to make up here. And of course all the little details and things that we'll get to. But pretty good progress today. I think if you struggled with anything, please let me know. I know this front windshield here is probably going to be a bit tricky for some of you. Let us know if you have any feedback as well. We're always happy to hear about that. And because I'm still relatively new to making these sort of tutorials, and I want to help you guys get better at 3D modeling, because I know it's really, really tough. And yeah, just let us know if there's anything you'd like to see. Thank you very much for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe, and we'll see you again in the next part, probably next Monday. So yeah, thank you very much for watching. Bye-bye. Hello guys, and welcome back to part 7 of our truck modeling tutorial. Last we left off, we finished up the windows and we started blocking out this back section. We made this back window here. Something that I've been neglecting to do is we need to actually clean up our outliner. This is not what you ideally want to do, especially when you finish a model. If you're working in production, whether it's game or film, your scene will be a lot cleaner than this. You won't just have them, named arbitrarily like this, like P plane, P cube. That's not what you like, and you're going to end up handing it on to further parts of the pipeline, right? Like it could be to texturing or rigging, depending on wherever you work. We want to make sure this is grouped nicely, so I'm going to select everything that we've made so far, and I'm just going to press Ctrl G. Okay, that's going to create a group, and I will just name this truck. And then underneath that, I'm just going to select everything for the cab up here, group that, and then name that cab. And then it's a good idea to organize this a bit more. So if it's a group, you might have underscore GRP, and the underscore because you can't actually have spaces in Maya, if you haven't noticed already, when you're using the outliner, or naming anything really. So we can do cab underscore group as well, GRP. And then we can do the same, we'll group this, and we'll do this, we'll call this like bed underscore group. Now that that's cleaned up a little bit, we can go ahead and actually start finishing off this guy. Let's go ahead and delete the middle parts, because we don't actually need those right now. I'm going to select this side, and I'm going to go ahead and go to edit mesh and then extract, because we want this to be a separate piece. Okay. And that's now tidily tucked away underneath our bed group. We are going to have to clean that up afterwards, but we don't have this massive mess in the outliner anymore. So this part here, if you look at the reference, it's broken up into separate pieces because these are like panels, I guess, that can fold out so that you can, you know, have the truck bed be flat or just for easier access and things like that as well, right? So the shape of this is actually the same on both sides. So we're just going to take this, I'm going to duplicate it, inverse scale, have that come in to around about something like that. It's not a particularly thick, you know, this part here is a lot thinner. I'm then just going to go ahead and combine those two again. And then we'll just literally going to bridge up, or bridge together the gaps now. Okay, once we've created that piece, we're then going to go ahead and add the little extra details that we need. So if you look at your reference, you can see there's a line going down here and a bit of a lip here as well. So we'll go ahead and add that in. That should be nice and simple for us to do. I'm literally going to select this entire bottom face or series of faces. And then I'm just going to extend that out slightly. Just however much we need it to be. Not too much, something like that. And then, because this has a rounded lip to it, we want to make sure that's modeled in. So I'm going to add a bevel to that. Not too much. Something like this. Okay. And then we'll just give it 2 segments. We don't want anything too crazy. Okay. You're probably going to see here we might have a bit of a double edge. If that's the case, just go ahead and, like before, select all your vertices and go ahead and merge and center those. And that will fix that up, okay? Next, what we need to do is actually add in this crease edge as well on here. So the way I like to do that, if we only have one edge like this, is I'll just go ahead and bevel it and then reduce the fraction down to something a bit more appropriate. It's not a particularly big gap, maybe something like that. And then we'll go ahead and take the faces, maybe slightly smaller. Go ahead and take the faces and then extrude in as well. Going in with local translate Z. And then I'm also going to add a bit of a bevel to these two, just to give that a bit of a rounded edge. You don't want these to be too sharp because they wouldn't be made like that realistically, okay? Okay, cool. Now that that piece is done, we can go ahead and delete these faces on the other side because we don't need them anymore. Also, we're going to delete these back faces here. We don't actually need those right now. We'll just duplicate this, reset the transforms, and then give it a minus scale in X. -1, and then just freeze the transforms. And there you go, that's the first part created. Next we'll do the exact same thing for this back piece, but these I think need to be flush, so I'll just make those flat using reverse scale, and then I'm going to hold down V and then vertex snap those to there. And then to create this piece, we're literally going to do the exact same thing we did. Okay, so that is the 3 sides. Let's go ahead and actually add in the bed of the truck as well. We'll just start with a plane for the time being. Scale that up. Reduce the subdivisions in the width and the height to 1. I'm just going to scale that up until that contacts just the side of the 2 panels that we've made. Okay, and I want that to just to sit at the bottom of those. And if you want, you can be extra precise. And we can angle snap or vertex snap these to the side of these 2 panels. Okay, and we're just going to make sure this fills in the front and the back as well. So I'm just going to vertex snap these again. Okay, so that's the bottom part of the truck. Okay, now let's go ahead and fill in this gap. So I'm going to take this piece and I'm actually just going to extrude it down to contact the bottom of our truck bed here, just to fill that in, because we're going to be placing a part on top of this. And to do that, we're going to just create a cube, bring that up, okay, and I want this to just sit on top of the bottom of our truck bed there. So I'm going to align the pivot point to the base of the cube, and I'm just going to hold down V to snap it. Okay, same on this side. Make this quite a bit thinner. And have this come out around about here, something like that. Have it come in again. And essentially what we're going to be doing is creating this piece here, okay? So this part can look a little bit tricky because we've got these kind of insets and then they cut in to the side here, but actually it's not too bad. We'll make it as one piece and you'll see it's actually not too bad to actually put together. Okay, so once we have this piece completed, what we're going to do is add in our edge loops for where we need to make some extrusions. So we're going to add one there, and then I'm just going to add one in the middle for the time being, and then one on the side. Okay, and then I'm just going to half this for the time being to make it easier for us to work on. Then I'm just going to extrude this part out. Around about like this. It will depend on your reference, but for me it's around about like this. Okay. Then what I will do is delete the faces that have been made in the middle. Then go ahead and reset the transforms. Duplicate that across and then combine, edit mesh, and then merge to make it one piece again. Okay. What we're going to do next is essentially, you can see here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different cuts. Okay, and this one's a little bit different, but we'll get to that in a bit. So in order to do this, we need 6 evenly spaced edges. So the best way to do that is to come up to Mesh Tools and then go to Insert Edge Loop and just press this button here. We're then going to change this to multiple edge loops and change the number of edge loops to 6. If we now click on our model, it will now add 6 perfectly evenly spaced edges for us. Okay, I just like to reset that to default before closing the tool down, just in case I need to use it again. What we can then use these for is if we go ahead and select all of these edges and then give them a bevel, we can now create the beginning of where those insets are going to be. Okay, and we know they need to be around about this thick. Right, and this we can use to actually extrude in and create the rest of our shape. One thing we do need to do before doing that is we need to edit these two, right, in the middle, because they connect up, they don't go all the way down like the other ones do. So the best way to do that is just going to be to use our multi-cut tool, come down to around about where we need to go, hold Control-Shift to work in straight lines, and then create 2 more edge loops here, okay? And to have these even, if you make sure this shape here is roughly square, and then that's how you know they're the same thickness. Okay. We also know that these parts don't go all the way around, they kind of stop here, they just notch in a little bit. So in order to do that, we will just add an edge loop running down around about the middle of this piece, okay? Before we do any kind of extruding. And they also don't go all the way to the base, so we will add in a loop around about here as well, and we'll just join that up. We'll clean up the topology after we've actually gone ahead and done our extrudes. Okay, next is to actually go ahead and extrude these shapes. So I'm just going to double click to select all the faces that we need. And then simply just go ahead and extrude in. It'd be an idea to use thickness here instead of local translate Z, because it's going to change the shape in a way that we don't want it to. We want it to go straight in, so we'll just use thickness. I'm going to go for maybe something like -0.9. That looks about right to me. Okay, and that is the basis of our shape. Next, what we need to do is, if you look at your reference, you can see that there's a slant here, here, and here, and also on the inside as well. So we'll do the biggest one first, which is this up and down piece. So we're literally going to select everything or all of these vertices up here, okay? Just this selection, none below here. And then we're going to come up to deform, and then lattice. I'm going to reduce the divisions in T just down to 2. Okay. I'm then going to select these two vertices here, and I'm just going to scale it in. The reason why we're using a lattice here rather than doing it ourselves is because we have some extra edges running across here. If we were to just scale this in ourselves, it would not quite, you know, this wouldn't stay planar. It wouldn't be a perfect angle. It would actually get a bit curved and it wouldn't really look right. Okay, now that we have the slant there, we then need to do the sides as well. So in order to do that, we're going to deselect these, because we just want to do these parts, okay? So we'll deform and then lattice again, reduce the divisions. And then we're going to select these two now, or these four, in fact. And then pull in this way. In fact, there's a few we missed there, so we're probably going to want to do... In fact, the best way to do this, I think, is just to select these on their own. And then do the lattice. Because we don't really want to be affecting anything else. There we go. Okay, so when you're using a lattice, it's okay to just select like specific, can't say that word today, vertices that you want to actually edit. Okay? Okay, the last thing we need to do is add the offset on the interior of our insets as well. So the quickest way to do that, I find, is to select all the interior faces, or the back faces, right? So not this edge that runs along the inside, but these ones, just, you know, the flat ones, if that makes sense, as you can see I'm doing here. Okay, so just to make sure this is accurate, I'm going to extrude in and increase the offset a little. Maybe down to something like 0.5. Okay. And then I'm going to select all of these extra faces now. And we're just going to be keeping these inset ones. Okay, and I'm going to select all of these edges, and then all of these edges, and then go ahead and then bridge. And you can see now it's basically the same thing we had before, but we now have this inset that we were after. Alright, there's a little bit more that we need to do to this before it's done. So you can see this bottom part here has quite a bit of a curve to it. There's a bit up here, but it's not quite as extreme. In order to help us do this, I'm just going to delete this edge because it will just get in the way. And any of these extra ones as well, which might cause us problems for the time being. Oh, just those ones. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and select these edges only, and then bevel, and then give that maybe... I'm going to go with 2 segments in total. I think that'll be okay. Now that that's done, we can go ahead and actually clean up the topology a little bit. So we will do what we've always been doing, and we'll just cut this in half to save us time and start connecting these points back up. Okay, that's all the topology cleaned up, and we've added in our bevel, and we don't have any more angons. The last thing we'll do is we'll actually go ahead and add some bevels to this, just to show you how I like to do this. So I'm going to come to Mesh, or Mesh Tools, sorry, and use the Insert Edge Loop tool. This is what I like to use to add my holding edges. You can also use the Multicut tool, if you like, instead. Does basically the same thing, but I'll use the Insert Edge Loop tool for the time being. And obviously the spacing of these is going to determine how soft your edge is, right? Like if I just smooth preview for the time being, you can see here it just kind of turns into like what looks like melted chocolate. But if I add an edge here, okay, you can see that's starting to hold a bit more. And if I add another one here, you can see that now holds that corner, okay? And the more we add, you want to make sure there's one on each side. We're now starting to hold these corners a bit better, okay? But these edges aren't particularly sharp. It's a good thing to pay attention to how sharp the edges look in your reference. And then space your holding edges appropriately based on that. And then make sure it's nice and even as well. Or as even as you can make it. So every time I'm placing a new edge loop, I'm just having a look at the ones I've done before. And just making sure they're roughly the same. Because you don't want to have, you know, too big of an inconsistency. It's okay if there's a slight difference, but not too much. Okay, so we're just adding them in all the corners, like so. A good rule of thumb, if you're not sure if you've added enough, is if you have a square in the corner like this, then that's the correct amount. Okay, a few more to add. One thing that I like to do when I'm doing this is I'll just press 3 on the keyboard every now and then to check the preview. Looks like we've got an edge going along there that we don't want to have, but that's okay, we can fix that. So we're getting there. It's an idea to look back at your reference every now and then just to make sure you're not making things too soft. So I might add an extra edge loop just in the middle of these. There we go, that looks a little bit better to me. Then I just want to harden this edge as well. And here too. So there's quite a lot that you actually have to add. But that looks about right to me. We've got a few that we're going to need to fix up here, but that's okay. You can see they're making a seam here that we don't actually want. So, and the reason that's happened is because of the flow, right? Like we've had to add some loops back here, and they have gone in a direction we don't want them to, which is down, and they're interrupting this curve. So in order to fix that, to begin with, we'll just go ahead and delete the offending ones at the source. Okay, and then delete the edge loops. So that's already brought our curve back, but we do need an edge loop coming around and connecting up to here, okay? So we'll have to do that manually, but that's not too bad. We can just add in a few loops. This is where the multi-cut tool does come in handy now, because we can use it to manually add in our own bevels when we need to, like so. And then we just have to do a little bit of topology cleanup with the vertices that we place ourselves. And then we do have an end gone here, but that's okay. We can fix that right up. And we'll just have a triangle there for the time being. That's not really going to create too many issues, as you can see. Okay, so now we do have all these edge loops flowing all over the place, and there is a way that we can fix that up. Okay, because sometimes that can be a bit undesirable if we need to sculpt on this, for example. This is very uneven topology, and it's not something I would recommend leaving like this. Okay. One of the things we can do to fix this sort of thing up is actually adjust the flow. So we could add a loop or add an edge in like so. Okay. Then what that will allow us to do is delete this entire edge. Okay. And then the same as this one up here, but just pay attention to having to, you know, the actual flow, right? So if I then delete that, you can see we still have quads now, but by adding in this this angled edge, we've now removed 2 edge loops that we didn't need. Okay, I'll do that one more time. So we'll add one there, okay, and one here, since that's connected. That means we can now delete that edge. Okay, this edge and this edge we can delete, but we need to make sure that we have the diagonal join up here as well. Okay, and then once we've done that, we're free to go ahead and delete those extra edges. So we do still have a few edges running across, but you can see how that helps to reduce it very, very quickly. And we still have the same number of holding edges that we need, while simultaneously reducing the poly count and making it just look a bit cleaner, especially when we come to subdivide. So for the time being, I'm just going to duplicate mine across. And yeah, I think for today's episode, that's going to do it. It's a pretty short one today, I'm afraid, but we will be uploading another part on Wednesday to actually make a lot more progress on this and hopefully get this back section finished up for you guys. So thank you very much for watching. Hope this helped, and we'll see you on Wednesday. Bye bye. Hello guys, and welcome back to part 8 of our hard surface modeling tutorial where we're making a truck in Maya. We've made a good amount of progress on the actual modeling part, but I think we're going to finish this off. We've shown you quite a lot. We've gotten over the difficult part of creating the actual cab. I think if you've got to this point, you're definitely skilled and knowledgeable enough to create the rest yourself. But there is one more really difficult part that I'd like to touch on, and that's making the tire. And this will almost be kind of a standalone episode in itself on how to actually make a tire. I have a few images here that I picked up from the actual Michelin website of a tire that can be used for this truck, so we know it's going to be to the right size. I know a lot of people struggle with this type of pattern, and they're thinking, how on earth do I actually make this? So in today's video, I'm going to show you exactly how to do that from start to finish, and while it seems complicated, it's actually not as bad as it looks, right? So go ahead and do what I've done here. So I have a image on the side, from the side, an image from the front so that we get the dimensions correct, and I've also gone ahead and just positioned that where the tire should be on our truck, and in order to get that into the right place, I used our reference from the side for the truck itself, which has the position of the tire, and I've just scaled the reference of the tire to match that as well. So once you've got that set up, we'll go ahead and actually get into the modeling. Okay, so now that we have our image plane set up, I've gone ahead and created one more just for the pattern, okay? I have some close-up reference of the tire, which we're going to use to actually work as a guide to create this pattern. So for the time being, I'll hide the front and side reference, and I've just positioned this directly on top of the grid. We're going to come to the top view. So there's a few different ways we can do this, but I think the best way is to actually create some of the shapes ourselves first with a cube. Which sounds a bit counterintuitive, but hear me out. It is a good idea to do it this way. Or in fact, even a plane. And we'll reduce the divisions to 1 on the width and the height. And essentially we're going to create these shapes just flat with a plane first. And the reason to do this is because it's going to make the process of actually making all these different shapes so much easier than just making the tire on a plane already. Like if we were to try and cut in all of these shapes, it would be an absolute nightmare. Believe me, I've tried. It's definitely not what you want to be doing. Okay, and because we're dealing with some perspective here, you want to make sure you're picking the right lines when you're making this shape, okay? If you're using a similar reference, you can see the top of the line. So you can see the topmost line here. It starts here, and there's some shadow here, and then this is the interior, but we don't want to follow that. We want this exterior one, okay? We can then duplicate that and use that to create the next part, which is a slightly different shape. So it comes in here. So we'll add 2 extra lines like that. And I'll just change the pivot point and pull in like so. Okay, and again, we're working really, really low poly. We always want to work low poly for as long as possible. Just because it makes our lives a lot easier. We can then go ahead and create another plane, and we'll start making these smaller shapes. And again, this is exactly the same process as the bigger ones. And then that will come flush to there. Okay, and then we have this long squiggly one that goes all the way across. So again, we'll do the exact same thing. Okay, and we'll create that one pretty much in the same way we've done everything else. We'll do another plane. But with this one, because it goes all the way across the tire, we're actually only going to make half. And then we'll duplicate it and mirror it across to the other side. So we only have to do half of the work. Okay, so this is how much I've made, and I'm paying attention trying not to make this too complicated for the time being, topology-wise, because we don't want this to be too dense. So for these curved parts, I'm only going and adding a single extra division in the middle, and then having 2, one at the start, one at the end. And right here is the halfway point, so I'm just going to go ahead and add a cut, literally running straight down the middle, and I want this to be going flat. So I'm going to hold down Control and Shift, and with the scale tool selected, I'm going to scale in this way from right to left just to flatten that out. I'm then going to just enable the grid, and I want to make sure this is sitting just smack central in the middle, so that when we come to duplicate this across later, we don't have any issues. Now we can go ahead and turn the grid off again. One last one that we need to create is this one here in the middle, and then that'll be all of our shapes made. And again, we'll just do that in the same way we've done each other one so far. In fact, with this one, we can duplicate and reuse this piece here because it's quite a similar shape, and just modify it slightly. A lot of the time when you're modeling, it's easier to reuse things you've already made rather than making something from scratch, and it saves you time. Okay, so now that we've created these shapes, the tricky part now is actually joining these up and turning this into a pattern that we can duplicate in either direction. So that's really where the difficult part here comes. So that's what we're going to focus on now before we move on to anything else. And we want this to be duplicatable from left to right, so in the x-axis, but also in the z-axis, or in the z-axis as well. In either direction, by the way, because we're going to basically take this pattern that we've made, and you can see here, it just duplicates. If I duplicate all of these now and move these forward, we end up having the exact same pattern, okay? Alright, one other thing that we need to do is, you may have noticed, if I go ahead and duplicate this now, we have these parts here, but we're actually missing a few bits. We need 3 more, and they're just duplicates of what we have already. We need another one of these long squiggly lines, this line here in the middle, and another one of these lines in our initial shape. So I'm going to go ahead and just duplicate these and pull them up to match, like so, okay? So these are the shapes that we have to deal with. So first things first, what I like to do is select everything and then come to mesh and combine to turn that into one piece, okay? I'm just going to delete the history as well to clear up our outliner. And at this point, we need to start making a few considerations. So we need to start bridging some of this together because we have a lot of empty space, and obviously that's not what we want. So what I like to do first is take all of these and essentially turn this into a block, or kind of a square shape. So to do that, I generally just start sort of bridging things together and creating a sort of outline around it. So that process can be a little bit scary, but generally I like to start from the outside in. It's kind of like a puzzle that you need to piece together in your mind and with your model on the screen. So I'm going to start extruding some parts out here. And a good tip actually when we're doing something like this is to, if I just turn off this button here, it may already be turned off for you, but if you turn this off, okay, and then let's apply a separate material to the parts that we know are going to form parts of our tread, okay? So we've just created those 2 new faces, but let's deselect those and select everything else. And just apply a new material. We can just do a Lambert if you want to. And then just go ahead and change the color of that Lambert to basically anything. I'm going to make mine kind of like an orange, bit of a muted orange, but yeah, it can be any color that you want. Just to signify which parts are going to be extruded and which parts are not the tread, it's just the rest of the tire. Okay? So from this point, I want to make sure that the edges here are flat or flush. And in that way we can start extruding things or bridging things together, okay? And I'm going to do this from the top view for a little while. And what I'll do is I'll kind of show you my process. And we'll go through it a little bit, and then eventually I'll time-lapse it. And you can still see me doing it, but I won't be talking all the way through it because we might be here for a little while. But you can see what I'm starting to do is just create an outline around the edge. Okay? Of our model. Of the tread pieces that we've created. And a lot of this will probably end up changing, but that's okay. So you can see here, we've got a few extra bits we need to change the color of because they're supposed to be not tread. Okay, so you can see as we go through, we're starting to get this kind of outline, and essentially I'm just going to go all the way around and then connect back up to here, and then we'll start looking at filling in the middle. So I'm just making sure to join up to where our edges are, where things finish off. We can go ahead and do an edit mesh and merge to connect those up, and I'll just do a smooth preview generally just to make sure those things are connected, and we can see they are, judging by how it's deforming. Then we're going to come out a little bit, and we're going to do something similar to what we did over here. We'll just add another edge, and then pull this down to match, and then we're just going to bridge here. Okay, so we've created that outline. Now, next what we need to do is start filling in the interior, and this is where it gets a little bit scary. You can, if you want to, just select all the edges and start doing fill hole, but bear in mind that will create some issues, generally. You can see here we're getting some overlapping faces, so I wouldn't always recommend doing that. In some cases, like with this one here, it is okay, because that's all one continuous edge, but where it isn't one continuous edge, I wouldn't recommend doing it, like with these extra pieces, okay? So if here I can just fill that in. But with this, we're probably going to have to do a bit of work first to connect some of this up. And again, I'm just going to reapply the standard surface. Just to make sure that we have our tread actually highlighted and we know what we're working with. Okay, now those are joined up and that's created one continuous edge, you should just be able to do a fill hole on that. And then we'll do the exact same thing over here. We may actually have to add a few extra edges in here in order to do a bridge, but that's okay. Okay, and then we'll do the same here. Okay, so now that we have the pattern on the inside, we now need to start actually cleaning up this topology, because obviously this isn't ideal at all, and it's just kind of roughed in. So there's a few obvious things we can do, right? Like here can probably connect up to here. This vertex can connect up to this vertex, and then we can continue that going straight down. So generally what I like to do is get the obvious ones out of the way first. Here as well. Then this can come and connect to here. And this essentially forms pretty much a straight line right down the middle. Then once I've done that, I kind of like to get rid of these extra ones like this. Or be careful not to remove too many, because sometimes that can then create issues. You see if I delete that, this edge goes away. Now this geometry here is pretty much going to break, because you've got edges just on an island like this and not connected to anything. Generally you don't want that, so we want to have at least two supporting edges. So we can probably go ahead and add an edge like this. Have that connect up there, then I'm just going to delete this one here for the time being. Okay, so we have a few running across. This can probably connect up to here, and then that can just go straight across like so. I'm holding down Control and Shift, by the way, if you haven't seen that before, to go into straight lines. That can connect up to there. So you see a lot of these right now are just easy wins. And we still have a lot of work to do on the interior here. But we're just starting to connect up some of the more obvious points, which go in sort of straight lines. And I like to do it this way because it's kind of like a process of elimination. you're sort of breaking it down into smaller, easier to deal with chunks, which will then make it simpler for you to actually look at, rather than just having this big, massive, you know, problem. Because if it's like with anything in life, right? If there's a lot of different steps, it seems kind of insurmountable. But once you start breaking it down into smaller steps, like sub steps, then it starts to feel a lot easier. So, and it's the same thing here. Just break it down into smaller steps. Okay, and you can see we've already joined up so many of these edges at this point. Got a little triangle there, but that's okay. We can fix that up in a bit. One thing I'm probably going to do, actually, is take all of these and just flatten them. So that goes in a straight line. Just going to make our lives a little bit easier. Same here as well. So we're going to take these edges that we've made, and I'm holding down Control and Shift to make sure that slides. And I'm just making these lines we've created flat. Okay, so that's a pretty good start, but obviously there's still a fair amount to clean up. So what I'll start with doing again is just some of the more easy wins. So this here, these vertices, we can probably just pull these straight across like this. Again, here, maybe we'll just come across like so. Here, there can probably just be a straight line as well. This here will get this to follow the flow and then come straight across. This here can come straight down. Or perhaps it can come down to here. And then come into the middle. And then come straight across. Like that. So tires and tire tread is quite a tricky shape to do. It's very, very complicated. The topology is probably going to get a bit messy. Once we've sorted this out, it's then going to be our job to try and figure out ways to make it a bit more even, because we are going to have to make this curved at some point. And as you might know, if you've done much modeling, is that you'll know that with curved shapes, you generally want more even topology. Otherwise, you're going to get problems. Okay, so if you get to a point where you feel like you've cleaned up all the edges and you don't have any more n-gons, a quick way to check, because sometimes our eyes are going to betray us and we're not really going to be able to tell if we have cleaned everything up. You can come up to Mesh here, go to Clean Up and press this little square. If it says Clean Up Matching Polygons, just turn that off, turn that to Select, and what this is going to do, based on this Fix by Tessellation section, you can see here we've got faces with more than 4 sides, concave faces and faces with holes. We don't have to worry about those two for the time being, so you could go and turn those off if you want to. But what we're looking for is faces with more than 4 sides, which would be an n-gon, which we don't want. If I just click Apply, you can see here we still have a few left, and that's because there are a few points that I've missed. So we have one here, and one here, and now that they're highlighted, you can see actually they are kind of quite obvious. So we can quickly go ahead and fix those, just by adding in some more edges. And I like to kind of keep this open while I'm fixing these up, So I can go ahead and redo it and then see, okay, which part is an end-on, which part isn't. So we have another one here. Okay, we'll go ahead and run that again. And if it's just selecting some vertices like this, it's just a bit of a bug. There isn't actually any n-gons there. Those are four-sided. So as long as it's not actually selecting any faces, you're fine. There is no more n-gons here. Okay, so that is everything cleaned up. What I then like to do at this stage is just introduce a bit more geometry or edge loops to try and even things out, okay? Because right now things are very, very uneven, and that's you know, not necessarily a bad thing, but we'd rather have it be a little bit more even, so that when we come to bend this into shape, it's going to deform a bit nicer. You might have some points like here where we have some triangles. In order to put some edge loops across there, I'm just going to come to the top view with the multi-cut. I'm going to hold down shift and then just drag straight across right down the middle to add some extra edge loops in there, okay? And I'm not too worried about having as much density in the middle here, because this area is going to be largely a bit more flat anyway. It's more this area here, down here, that's going to have some more curvature to it. And I think for the sake of this being easier for us, I'm actually just going to make this go straight as well. I think there is some difference in the tire reference here with the length of these, but for the sake of the tutorial and for being a bit easier for us, we'll just flatten those off. Okay, we've got a big gap here that doesn't also have much in the way of edges in it, so I'll go ahead and just add probably one down the middle just for the time being. Okay, so that is our completed sort of initial square. What we then need to figure out is actually how to make this tileable, because if I go ahead and duplicate this now into place, which is going to be around about here, you can see we have a good amount of the topology overlapping here, right? So essentially, the way to do this is we need to find a middle point between these two shapes that we've created, and then kind of cut a line across, and then make the seam sort of identical. So when we duplicate it, they'll just seamlessly connect up. So the way I like to do this is I'll create two of these shapes, duplicating the one we just made, and I will position those into place where they should be. One thing that you can turn on is this X-ray mode up here, and that will kind of, since all these are overlapping, it can be a bit hard to tell without this turned on, you know, since the geometry is kind of, you're getting a bit of something called Z fighting where things are overlapping. If you just turn this on, it kind of smooths it over and you can see if things are a bit more evenly placed. Okay, so that looks about right to me, and what we're essentially looking to do now is take the parts from this side and this side that are overlapping with this one and work them into this piece, okay? So the way I like to do this is we'll go ahead and delete these two extra ones that we made, okay? And I'm just going to center the pivot on this. I'm going to duplicate it and take it across -14, okay? Then we're actually going to be editing this part, okay? The first one that we had. We're going to be using this as a guide. This is where it gets a little bit tricky, but don't worry, it's all part of the process. We are going to modify the shape of the edge on this one. So I'm going to go ahead and turn on wireframe on shaded so we can see what we're doing. And I'm going to just start snapping the vertices to the extent of the previous one. Now, if you want to, you can turn on wireframe on shaded so you can get a bit of a better idea of what you're doing. But you see, I'm just snapping the vertices of our initial one into place to line up with this new one that we've duplicated across. Okay, like so. Then what we're going to do is we're actually going to go ahead and delete these faces here that we've just created, because we are not going to need them, right? You can see that joins up perfectly with the one we made before. or the one that we duplicated across. Same for here. We're going to go ahead and delete those faces. And because this is the back part of the first one we made, you can see we're actually going to have to do something similar down here. So we'll go ahead and also delete some of these faces, okay? If I just hide, or yeah, if I hide that one I just created, and now duplicate this across, okay, and then just angle or vertex snap that, you can see that now fits together perfectly, okay? But we've got a bit more work to do to make sure that it lines up here as well. So if I undo a few steps just to get back to where we were. Okay, now that we've done that bit, what I then like to do is I'll bring this back and do a positive 14. And then we can see which parts we need to fix on this side. So we need this edge to come up to here. And then go straight across. And some of these we won't be able to angle snap entirely, but I want to do at least a few. So these here we'll have to bring down about as close as we can to match up. And we might need to do some topology tweaking here. Okay. And then we'll go ahead and just delete these faces. Like so that that can slot in. So if I go ahead and delete this side now, and then we'll test it again. So if I pull this back to fit in there, you can see we're nearly there, but we've got a few more bits that we need to fix up, just down here. You see? So there's some more we can cut away here to follow this line. So again, just using the multi-cut tool to bring that together. We can probably merge these two here. We'll just slide that down. Okay, then we can delete a few more of these faces. So we're just kind of whittling this down until we get to the point where we have these perfectly lining up. So this is starting to take a bit of a bizarre shape now, but that's because this is what's going to connect together. So with the pivot point snapped to this corner vertex here, I'm going to duplicate that across, and we're going to see what else we need to remove. So probably all of this. Okay, let's try that again. And now we're just having a look at the last few bits that we need to get rid of. And probably a good amount of this here. So that's now connecting up. And now we just have this last bit here to resolve. So I'm going to go ahead and delete this one that we duplicated. I'll put this back to the center. And then I'll just bring that across and we'll see what we need to fix up. So you can see now it really is just these faces that we're down to. But I'm not entirely happy with how this topology looks here, so I'm going to go ahead and just clean that up. We'll snap that there. But you can see this is the same on this side, so since we're going to be editing this one, we want to make sure we mirror that across, okay? So now we kind of just need to add one more cut. And we already have that vertex there. And one there and one there, and then we'll just vertex snap this. Here for the time being, I'm just going to delete those edges so we don't have to worry about that extra bit getting in the way. We'll just delete that. Then we'll delete this one, bring this back to the center, and I think now, if hold your breath, this should now connect up. So there you go. That's now connecting up seamlessly. We have an infinitely tileable pattern. So it took a fair bit of time to get there, and it's certainly not easy, but that's how you create the tileable pattern for your tire. And, you know, each tire pattern is going to be different. This one is certainly more complicated, and we have a bit of topology cleanup to do here because we've got some n-gons and some triangles that have been introduced. But you can see now how that just effortlessly connects. Again, if I was to go ahead and edit mesh and then merge that now, fingers crossed, oh, I'd have to combine them first. If I did edit mesh and then merge, that then now is a single piece. Okay, so if I just undo that, I'm going to keep that pivot point snapped to there because that's going to be important when we duplicate this across. So now what we're going to do is, if I re-enable the reference, I'll come back to the top view, you can see the other side is essentially the same, it's just flipped, okay? Because you can see these ones are coming up and angling in here, this part of the tread, and then this one is coming in, angling in down, okay? Rather than up this way. And that's quite easy for us to duplicate across to the other side. But before we do that, we want to clean this up as much as possible because that will be sort of one of the final things that we do. So I'm going to go ahead and hide the reference for the time being. I'm going to turn the grid back on so I can see the middle. There's this set of faces here, and we don't want that, okay? We want this to perfectly match up. And I'm going to go ahead and do a reverse scale just to make sure it's straight, and hold down X and then snap that to the center of the grid. Okay, we'll come back to perspective. And now we've got a bit of topology cleanup to do from this kind of bizarre surgery that we just did on our model. So we'll just connect those edges up. I think there was one more, if I'm not mistaken. There's this triangle up here, and this is slightly misshapen, so I'm just going to tweak that. The important thing is we don't want to be editing the outside edge now, unless we're also editing the outside edge here. We could potentially just run an edge along there, and then that solves that problem. And we needed another edge down here anyway. We're getting a bit of extra density here, but I'm not too worried. Okay, so let's go ahead and duplicate that across, and -1 in X. So that's not quite matching up to the pattern on the other side. I think for the scope of this video, we're not going to get into creating some sort of extra crazy super duper pattern, otherwise this video is going to go on forever. If you want to make it so that this side matches up, you would have to go ahead and do a -1 in Z as well, and then get this to line up. You can now see we have a gap here. So there's a fair bit of work you're going to have to do to get this pattern to adjust and still be tileable without gaps like this. For this tutorial, we're going to go ahead and leave it like this. Every single tie is different. This perfectly matches up. I'm happy to leave it like that for this. So we'll go ahead, and before we do that, it's actually a good idea to preemptively put some bevels in, because once this is all duplicated out, it's going to be a lot more challenging to do that. Once we have this in a sequence, there's a lot of different pieces. So you kind of want to do it once so you don't have to do it, multiple times later. Okay, so what I like to do is just add in some holding edges along the parts that I know that need to be have a bit more harder edge. You can see here in the reference below us, these have quite harsh edges, even though it's rubber. There's some roundness to it, but it's not too extreme. And with the way it currently is, it probably wouldn't work too well. So don't worry about this not lining up now, because these are pretty much equal on both sides. If you are worried about it, just give it a reverse scale as well. And that will fix any kind of oddities. So I'm just going to be adding a few to cap off the ends of some of these. This one here as well. Okay. Oh, I couldn't tell if that was going across because it's orange. That has then now added an extra edge here where we want this to have a bit of curvature to it. So we'll just have to tweak that slightly to even out the topology here, but that's okay. It's not that big of a deal. And it's all interior, so it's not really going to cause us too many problems. Another one here. And again, same thing. We'll just tweak these edges a little. Okay, so one thing to also make sure before we do anything else is you can see here there is quite a deep inset, extrude. You want to make sure that you do have some straight edges going across there, okay, like we have here. Like we have here, right? So that should suffice. I don't think we need to add any more to these little ones. In fact, actually, there is one we missed here. But I don't think we need to add too many more to these little ones because they're going to be quite small anyway, and I don't think it'll be too noticeable. So now that that's done, let's go ahead and duplicate this across. Combine, edit mesh, and then merge. So now we have our one big tire piece. We actually now have a really fun task. We're going to look at our reference, and I'm going to roughly count how many parts, right, how many insets we have here, and then that will tell us how many parts we need to duplicate of our tile. So I'll go ahead and time-lapse that, or in fact, no, I'll pause it while I figure out how many are on mine, and you can count yours as well. Okay, so I've just gone ahead and counted exactly how many bits of the tread that we need. For my reference, it ends up being 88, and we know that for our tread part here, we have 2 of the pieces. So we divide 88 by 2, we get 44, which means we need 44 of these. So we're going to go ahead and angle snap, or we're going to go ahead and vertex snap to here, the pivot point, before we start duplicating this out. And at this stage, guys, it is very, very important that you have this separate color in for the tread, because essentially we're going to use that material as a way to select everything before we extrude it. Okay, so before we do anything, make sure you have that in there before you duplicate this out. Once you're ready, I'm going to go ahead and press Ctrl D, okay, and I'm going to drag that until it snaps just to the edge, which for us happens to be -14, like we did before. In order to get this to do that over and over again without having to do it ourselves, if you just then press Shift D, it's then going to duplicate the previous action and double it. So 14 times 2 goes to 28. And we know that we need exactly 44 of these. So perhaps what you could do is, if it has something like this, maybe call it part 01. And if I duplicate this now, it's going to go out to 02. So we know that we need exactly 44 of these. So I'm going to go ahead and quickly duplicate these out. Okay, so that is all of the parts that we need, all 44. I'm going to go ahead, select all of those, combine, edit mesh, and then merge. Now we have one massive piece. I'm going to do a free on the keyboard to smooth preview. It's going to say, you know, potentially this has a large number of polys. Just click yes, don't ask again. Okay, and you can see that's all combined, no issues with all our vertices connected. So what we then need to do is, I'm going to center this and just bring this back to the middle of the grid. Okay, and we'll go ahead and turn off our reference and then just freeze the transforms. Now, if we've done this all correctly, this edge here will connect up with this edge, and we can now curve this round to start creating the shape of our tire. So I'm going to go ahead and go up to deform, go to nonlinear, and then bend. Okay, that's going to give you a bend handle, and it will show up probably something like this. So I'm going to rotate it. I'll hold down J in order to get that to snap to 15-degree increments, and that's then gone flat like this. To adjust the curvature, you can see here in the channel box editor, if I adjust this, it's going to adjust in the wrong direction, right? That's not going to work too well as a tire. It means we're also going to have to rotate it. It means we're also going to have to rotate it 90 degrees, whether it's minus or positive, doesn't matter, in Z. Now if I start to rotate this, you can see it comes round like so. So obviously we need this to rotate. Just 90 would only be that way, but we want this to be 180 to come all the way around and connect up. And unfortunately, it doesn't seem to have gone all the way for some reason. It's probably a quirk of the bend handle. So we'll go ahead and just have to do some little micro adjustments of this. So maybe 180.5, 0.8, that's getting close, 0.9, very, very close, maybe 0.92, 0.93, no, that's slightly too much, 0.925. So this will probably vary for yours, but it's going to be around 180, and then you'll just have to tweak it after the fact. Okay, for me it ended up being 180.917 to get that to perfectly come all the way around. We can then go ahead and I'll delete the history. And that will remove our bend handle. And I'm then going to go to Edit Mesh and then Merge again. And that will then now connect those vertices up, assuming we've done the bend correctly. If it hasn't, we're going to have to merge them ourselves, which we don't really want to do because there's a lot. But you can see there, that's all nicely connected. Okay, and then that is the shape of our tire. So there is another step that we need to do before we take this any further. And that is that, you know, obviously great, we've created this pattern, but we need the sides to come in a little bit. So there's a couple different ways we can do that. But one of the best ways, I think, to do it is a mixture of using the lattice deformer and also creating a shape similar to the final tire shape out of a cylinder, and then we'll use that to do any final adjustments to match the shape properly. Okay, so what I'll do is I'm going to go ahead and create a cylinder, just rotate it into place, and then scale it up so it just matches the diameter of our tire shape, and then just bring it into the roughly the same size, and then add quite a few divisions to this, maybe something similar to what we have on our tire. Okay, so this is probably going to end up having to be quite high. Maybe something like 200. And this will vary on your tire. But for me, in fact, maybe even something like... The higher the better, basically. I'm going to go with something like 400. And this will just be a shape for us to conform the tire to. But that will make sense in a moment. We know that the sides of our tire have a bit of a curvature to them. So we're going to go ahead and add that in as well. And we'll just do a bevel. And then you want to make this roughly the same size as it is in your reference. For me, it's not too big. Maybe something kind of like this. And then for the segments, I'm going to go ahead and add something like 8. Okay, so that is the kind of guide tire shape for us. That's generally, or kind of roughly what we want it to look like. What I'm then going to do is I'm going to lattice this, okay? And the reason being is we're going to be using this to snap our shape too. If I make this a live surface and then scale this in, I'll show you now. And if I just scale this ever so slightly, we don't want to do it massively, we just want to do like a little tiny bit. It's basically like a shrink wrap. It's then going to conform to the shape of our tire, okay? But it doesn't always work 100%, so we might need to lattice it. And just for the sake of showing you guys how to do that, it seems to have worked for me, but occasionally you might have to go to deform and then lattice, reduce the number of divisions in T, add a few more divisions in S. Maybe I'll just start with something like 8. Then I'll select these points on either side, and then just scale in slightly to kind of match the shape a little bit better. And then we'll go ahead and do it like that. But for me, it just seems to be working, so I'm going to go ahead and make this cylinder shape we've made a live surface, select all the vertices of our tire shape, and then I'm literally just going to hold down left click on this and do the tiniest little bit of a movement, okay? Not much, just boop. Oh, that was a bit too much. Just like that, okay? And then that's gone ahead and snapped. You can see, for me, it's actually not worked this time. We're getting some overlapping geometry. So I am actually going to have to go ahead and do the lattice fix, like I showed you earlier. So I'm just going to select this side. We can actually turn on symmetry as well if I come up to here and go to Object in X, just to make sure that's roughly the same. We'll just pull that in a little bit. And then maybe pull some of this out to match a bit better. Okay, just so that's sitting ever so slightly above the surface, but not too much. Okay, now if I go ahead and do it, it should work, in theory, fingers crossed. And again, just a tiny little bit of the scale. Okay, and there we go. So that has now conformed the shape of our tire to the mesh, and we're getting that curve in there, and that's nice and even as well. We can then go ahead and delete. If we turn off live surface, obviously you won't be able to select it. We can delete the tire shape that we made as a guide. And then we can get to the fun part, which is actually extruding all of these shapes in that we've made. And this is why it's important you have this material, because we're going to use that to select all of these pieces. So I'm going to open up the Hypershade editor. And the material I made is just another one of the Lamberts. It's this here, Lambert 2. I'm going to hold down right click on it and go to Select Objects with Material. Minimize the Hypershade editor and then press Ctrl 1, and you can see now that we have just the parts with the pattern and nothing else. What we're going to do is select this, go to Face Select mode, select all of these faces, okay, and then come back. And now what we'll have selected is just the faces, right? We'll then go to Extrude, and this may take a little bit to load because there's a lot of geometry here. And then we're going to do local translate Z, I think, because that might work a bit better than the thickness in this case. And to begin with, we'll just do -0.5, and we'll see what that looks like. So you can see that's starting to extrude in, but not quite enough, so we'll do something like -1. And then just take a look at your reference to see if that's going in far enough. I think for me, I might make it slightly further, maybe -1.5. Okay, and if I just go back to the regular material, you can now see that we have all of our extrudes. Okay, and we created this all just from a plane, and then that is the general shape of the tie. If I go ahead and do a smooth preview, just by pressing 3 on the keyboard, you can see now that we have all of the extrusions and the depth that we needed. So there's a few more bevels that we need to add to this. And a way to actually do this without having to do a lot manually is if I just undo the extrude that we did. Okay. And then we go ahead and redo that. And first of all, before going all the way down, if we just do something like -0.5. Okay, maybe a little bit too much. -0.1. Maybe -0.2. Essentially, what I'm trying to do here is create the bevels for us by doing a stepped extrude. So maybe we'll do -0.15. Okay, if we'll do that again, then we'll do another -1 to get most of the depth that we need. Maybe for me, I'll do -1.3. Okay, then we'll do one more. And then this will be the bottom bevel that we'll also do with an extrude. So I'm just pressing G on the keyboard to repeat the previous action. Then we'll do -0.1 again. Yep, something like that. Now that we've done that, you can see that we have those bevels on the inside. If I go ahead and do the smooth preview with 3 on the keyboard again, you can now see that all those shapes are actually holding their edges and they've got a nice kind of hard edge to them. So that is how you create a tire tread pattern in not too long of a time. It is quite complicated, and you know, this is definitely not an easy tread pattern to make. But yeah, from here we could go on and we could select this entire interior edge. We could then extrude that as well, and then just scale that in to create the tire wall. And then do whatever else you want to do with that. And then that's the simple part, really. That's your tire created. So yeah, I hope you have enjoyed this tutorial. This will conclude the actual making of the tire or the truck modeling. From this point onwards, we're going to get into actually doing some texturing and then some rendering and lighting as well. But you can see that fits in there pretty nice. We had to scale it down a little bit, obviously, and to match your reference. But yeah, that's how you create perhaps the hardest part of this model, the tire tread pattern, depending on which tire you end up going with. But yeah, I hope you've enjoyed this. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask, and thank you very much for watching. Bye-bye. Hello guys, and welcome back to part 9 of our modeling tutorial series for our little Suzuki truck. So in the last episode we left off, we had just finished the tire, and I had mentioned that we're going to go ahead and finish up the modeling. So I've gone ahead and added the last few bits, but I'm very, very confident at this stage, if you followed along to this point, you can absolutely do the rest yourself. So in today's episode, we are going to take a look at shading our model using a mixture of procedural shading nodes. We'll get into what those are in a little bit. So we have a blank model right now, and one thing I'm going to do before we do anything at all is we need to add a light into our scene, okay? I have one in there already, but I'm going to go ahead and delete it. And then I'm going to come over to the Arnold tab up here, and I'm just going to press this button here called Create Sky Dome Light. Okay, this is essentially like any other light. It will light up a model, obviously, but it can use an image, or it can just render on its own, but it's best used with an image called an HDRI, or a high dynamic range image. Essentially what these are, they're 360-degree panoramic images of basically anywhere you decide to make them, or someone decides to make them. They could be of a kind of grassy field, they could be of the interior of a building, they could also just be of a sky. I've downloaded quite a few, and they're very, very good for lighting very, very reflective surfaces like trucks and cars and vehicles, because a lot of the material properties of those vehicles actually comes from the reflection, not so much the color itself. If you've ever looked at a car up close, especially from the side, and if it's been freshly cleaned or waxed, you're seeing obviously the color of the car if it's black, for example, but you're also seeing a lot of the reflected light and environment around it back being reflected into your eyes. You can download a lot of HDRIs for free from websites like Polyhaven and Ambient CG. They have a huge library of all sorts of different types. So go ahead and pick one that you think you'll like the most. Once you've downloaded your HDRI, we can select our dome light, come over to the attribute editor and click on the color input square here, select File, press this button here in the attribute editor, and then just navigate to where you store your HDRIs. I put mine within the images folder of the Maya project directory. I'm then going to have a look through the ones I have. I've collected quite a few over time. I'm going to go ahead and pick just a standard studio environment like this. I think I got this one from Polyhaven. Okay, and now you can see that's actually in our scene, and it's like our truck's kind of sitting, floating in space here in this little studio room. Go ahead and select your HDRI, and there's a few settings we can change before we actually start doing anything. So down here under visibility, if I put this all the way to 0, when we render, it won't actually show up. And if I have this at 1, it will. This will affect whether or not it shows up in transmission or the transparency of objects, so whether or not you want the reflectivity to show up in the windows. The diffuse, whether or not you want it to affect the color, or the diffuse as it's called, of your object. The specular, whether or not you want it to affect the shininess, the reflectivity of your object. Subsurface scattering, whether or not you want it to affect the subsurface scattering, is essentially something you get on skin, thin translucent plastics and latexes and things like that. If you've ever put your hand up to a light or a torch or something like that, you'll notice you get this very distinct red glow. That's subsurface scattering, so we won't really need to worry about that since this is a car or a truck. Indirect as well, so that's going to be for any kind of indirect light that's bouncing off of surfaces and then coming back and hitting our truck. Volume, whether or not you want it to affect volumes like atmospheric scattering. It's not something we're going to be covering in this tutorial, but just so you know what the slider does. And max bounces. So by default, for any light you create in Arnold, that'll be at 999. Now, pretty much, for all rendering purposes, that's way too high. Generally, I would recommend lowering this to something about 10. You don't really need more than that. In reality, light will bounce for however many times it does until it's fully absorbed by the material that it's hitting, and that amount depends on the material itself. But within 3D space, and while using Arnold, or any other render engine, we can adjust those bounces ourselves, and in order to have the render finish quicker, we want to reduce the number of bounces. So 10 is a nice kind of even point that I find. And we're going to leave the rest of the settings alone for the time being. The only other thing we could take a look at is the exposure and the samples. So samples kind of affects the quality of the light. You could just leave that at 1. Generally, I like to put it at 3. It will make it render a bit faster, but for the time, or a bit slower even, sorry. But for the time being, we'll just leave it at 1. The exposure is what you want to adjust to increase the intensity of your light. If I come up to here, where it says renderer, and change from viewport 2.0 to Arnold, this is going to render within our viewport, so it's really handy to see things as they are when you go ahead and render. So now, if I rotate them around my scene, you can see we're now getting our model lit. We don't have any texture on there right now, we just have the standard default material. We'll be getting the shadow information and the highlights and so on. If I were to change the exposure to 1, you can now see that the lighting is much, much brighter on our model. Generally, when you're adjusting the intensity of a light, I avoid adjusting intensity and instead just increase exposure. But it's important not to overexpose your model, but we'll get into the lighting techniques a bit later on in the next video. So for the time being, I'm just going to go ahead and leave this at 0, and we can potentially adjust that later, seeing, you know, how things go. Okay, so I'm just going to disable the render for the time being and come back to the viewport. before we do anything, we want to apply a new shader to our truck. Now, what you generally want to do is have a different shader for each kind of material, because each material is going to have a different property, whether or not it's more rough, more reflective, more metallic, or even entirely different colors. So what we're going to do is I'm going to select everything, and I'm just going to go ahead and deselect all the parts that might have a different material. So for us, that's going to be the tires, the hubcaps here, the windows, and I think we can go ahead and apply the same material to everything else. So with just these parts selected, I'm going to hold down right click and go to assign new material. That's going to bring up this window here. We're looking for a material under Arnold, so we're going to click this drop down, if it's not already, and then just click on Arnold, and then click on AI Open PBR Surface. There's a whole bunch of different materials in here, but we're not really interested in those right now. This AI Open PBR Surface, if I click that, is essentially the base material that's going to allow us to plug in everything else and build on top of. So you can see that's gone and brought that up in our attribute editor, and it's just called AI Open PBR Surface 2. For you it might be called 1, depends. I've already got ahead and created one in testing for this. What I like to do before anything else is just rename this. So we know we want this shader to be the body material. So I'm going to go ahead and call this truck underscore body. Okay. What we can then go ahead and do is apply another material to the tires. And then we'll do the exact same process. Assign new material, Arnold, AI Open PBR Surface. You can now see that's Open PBR Surface 3 because it's the third one I've made. I'll then call this tire underscore rubber or something like that. We'll then do the same thing for the hubcaps. Open PBR Surface, and we'll just call this hubcaps underscore shader or something like that. Occasionally I'll like to do underscore shader. Just name it however you like, as long as it's kind of in a clean and consistent way and you can understand it. And then for the last material, we'll go ahead and apply another AI Open PBR Surface. AI, by the way, does not stand for artificial intelligence. We've had a few people get in contact with us about that, with mixed reactions. AI, for whatever reason, it's like the icon for the Arnold renderer. It's got nothing to do with artificial intelligence whatsoever. We're making this ourselves, okay? Anyway, so this is going to be our window shader. So I'm going to call this Windows, or I could even call this glass, potentially, glass underscore shader, or something like that. If you select any part of your model, you can see, if I select part of the truck bed here, you can see we've got truck body material applied. If I select the windshield, you can see it says glass shader, the tire, rubber, and the hubcap, we've got hubcap shader. Okay, so if you ever want to access that material quickly to adjust properties, just select one of your objects and you can see it here in your attribute editor. What we want to do is, if we go ahead and render again, you can see it looks the same. So right now it hasn't actually done anything, and that's because, like I was saying earlier, it's a blank canvas for us to work on. And you might notice in the attribute editor we have a whole host of different sliders here, and it looks terribly confusing. We have transmission, coat, what on earth, fuzz, what do we even do with this, emission, thin film, what are all these things? The good news is we don't have to worry about probably 60 to 70% of these for what we're going to be doing today. So don't feel too overwhelmed. We'll go through each one as and when we need to. A very, very handy tool that we can use with this AI Open PBR Surface and Arnold shaders in general is, if you look at the top right corner here, we've got a few different buttons, but there's one here that says presets. Now, if you click that button, you can see we have all sorts of different materials in here, from balloons to blood, even to clear water, diamonds, velvet, and wax. These are approximations. They're not entirely physically accurate, but they're fantastic starting points to work on top of. If you look through here, you can see towards the top, we've got car paint and car paint metallic. Now, the difference between these two is what it says on the tin, basically. You have car paint, which is going to be very, very reflective, and car paint metallic, which is the same, but it's going to have a sort of metal glint to it. We can go ahead and show you those real quick. If I click replace here, by default, it's going to set a color as well, but we can change that afterwards, and then we go ahead and render. You can now see this very, very kind of garish yellow color has been applied, but it's quite reflective now, and it's looking a lot more like car paint. Like we were saying earlier, if you look at the side of a car, it generally reflects the environment around it. You can see here we're getting reflections from the lights in the background all over the surface, and it's very, 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 very shiny, very, very like bright highlights. And then go back and go to the presets, car paint metallic, and replace. It's a different color, but you can see now, if I just let that render for a moment, it's still reflective, but it has a bit more of a metallic-ish kind of essence to it. It's hard to notice, but it is there. If you see across here, we're kind of getting a bit more metalness. You don't just have the bright highlight. We also have this secondary kind of highlight here that makes it look more like metal. For today's video, I think I'm going to go with the car paint metallic just because I quite like it, but I don't quite like this blue. I'm going to go with potentially more of a grey. We can also do the same thing for our other materials. If you remember, we have the glass and the rubber and the hubcaps and so on. So if we go ahead and select the glass and then do the exact same thing, come up to presets and then go to glass and just click replace. You can now see that is 100% transparent. It almost looks like it's disappeared, and the only reason you can kind of see what's going on in there is because it looks slightly darkened, but if I change the angle of our camera, you can see we're getting reflections on those windows. It's quite hard to see, and this will vary from HDR to HDR, but you can see from the side here, we're getting a bit of highlighting on the glass. Okay? We can do the same thing for the tires. We can go over to presets and then rubber down at the bottom here. The default rubber is quite bright and it's not quite, like the black you'd expect on a tire. So we can go ahead and darken that a little bit. Okay, and again, this is just a base material that we're going to work on top of. And I think for the hubcaps, I'd just like something kind of simple and metallic. So for presets, we're going to come to brushed metal and replace for that as well. So there's some basic materials on our truck. We have the metallic car paint. We have the metal of the hubcaps, we have some rubber on the tires and some glass on the windows. And really, already, it's not looking too bad, but there's certainly a lot more we can do to make it look a little less fresh, a little less clean, and a bit more lifelike. One of the first things I'm going to show you how to do is how to add a little bit of chipping to the edges, right? Any kind of object in real life, when it comes out of the factory, sure, it looks perfectly clean, but over time, you're going to get little dings and dents and chips here and there, just naturally from use. You see it in everyday objects, right? What happens to your clothes, they eventually get holes in them. Cars will eventually get rust, just from, like, in essence, being outside all the time. Even if you're there in your sort of garage, they're still going to build up dust, and eventually the components start to wear down. So we want to emulate that in 3D. So for this part of the tutorial, I'm just going to change the background or the color of my truck to something a bit more like a blue. And then we're going to just stop rendering for the time being. And we're going to press this button up here, this little blue Pokeball, 8-ball looking thing. That's called the Hypershade Editor. And you're going to be presented with a whole bunch of extra information as well. On the left here, we have various different types of materials we can add. On the right, you have our currently selected material. For me, it's the truck body. And those are the same attributes that we have in the attribute editor. Up here, you can see we have all our different materials. So we have our hubcap shader, the tire rubber, truck body, and glass, and so on. You'll see some extra ones in here, like a Lambert particle, and so on. These 4 here. You don't need to worry about this. Just leave those as they are. We're going to be focusing on the materials that we've made. And down here in this graph, this node editor, as it is, you'll probably see a bunch of different materials. These are all the ones you've created. So it's looking a bit cluttered right now. And for the time being, we just want to work on the truck body. What we're going to do is select our truck body shader up here, just with left click, and we're just going to press this button here. Essentially, this will frame up or focus on only that material. So all our materials are still present in the scene, but for all intents and purposes, this is the only one we can see in the graph editor right now, and that's the only one we want to be editing. Okay, so we want to add a bit of edge chipping to this, and you're probably thinking, how on earth are we going to do that? We don't even have any UVs. Well, what we're actually doing is doing procedural texturing, where you don't actually need UVs on your object. Now, you do get less control this way, but it's a great way to quickly prototype out materials and even create final results depending on what you need to do. And for a car, procedural shading will probably be okay, unless you want to paint on something a bit more artistic or manual, but we can cover that in another video. So first things first, we're going to press tab. Now that's going to bring up this search box here, and this will essentially allow you to search for anything. So if I just type in AI Open, you can see it comes up with the AI Open PBR surface we've already created. But that's not what we're looking for. We're looking for an AI Mix shader. Essentially what this allows us to do is combine 2 different shaders or materials together into one. And this is how we're going to create the chipping. So we're going to go ahead and plug the out color of our truck body into shader 1. We're then going to press tab again and create another AI Open PBR surface. Now, this is essentially going to function as the material underneath the car paint. So we want to call that something appropriate, maybe something like car metal or truck metal, and the car metal out color to shader 2. And we'll rename this mix shader to something like car body mix. If I go ahead then and apply that just to this door here, I'm holding down right click, go to assign existing material, then go to car body mix. And if I render now, you can see all that's done is actually make it brighter, right? If I apply this material to the same part, you can see all it's done is made it brighter, and it's not actually done anything that we want to do. It's not added chipping. So the reason for that is because currently, if you look at the node itself back in the Hypershade editor, you can see it's just mixing the two materials under mix weight here by 0.5. You know, if I were to minimize this, come back and render again, and reduce the mix weight to 0, you can see now we're just getting kind of like the underlying metal texture that we have. If I reduce it or increase it to 1, you can see we're just getting the car paint. So what we need to do is plug a node or material into the mix weight in order to tell Arnold that actually no, we only want this on the edges. And there's a really cool node in Arnold called the AI curvature node. This essentially looks at your object and finds the corners essentially, and will then, if we plug that into the mix, it will tell the shader to only apply the car metal material to those edges. So we're going to take the out color red and plug that into the mix. If I go ahead and minimize the Hypershade editor now and do another render, at the moment it might look like absolutely nothing has happened. We've got our blue car paint back, but the slider we're going to pay attention to here is the radius. Right now it's just at 0.1, but if I start gradually increasing this, what you're going to see is we're getting a bit of the other car metal material coming through just on the edges. We could ramp this all the way up to something like 5 for something even more extreme. You could even set your own custom value. If I increase this to 50, you can now see a lot of the material is actually worn away, and it looks like you know, the paint's just being sanded off or something. So you kind of want to keep this between values of 1 and 5. I'll just go with something like 2.5. Maybe that's a bit too much. Maybe we'll go for around 1.5. So you can see what it's doing is it's adding a little bit of edge wear to the corners of our model, and it's just making it look a little bit more interesting, not quite as plain and perfect as it was before. What we could even do is go ahead and select our car metal shader and change the preset to something like a brushed metal, and now when we render, that'll be what's coming up underneath, is this kind of like metallic material rather than the car paint itself. If we now wanted to make this even more interesting, we could plug a noise texture into the spread input of our AI curvature node. Essentially, this will just break it up so it's not quite as uniform like this as it is right now. So if we come back to the Hypershade editor, press tab again, and just type in noise and go to noise texture. We're then going to take the color, press this little plus arrow here, and we're just going to take the out color red and put that into the spread. Now if we come back to our render, you can see not too much has changed. It does look a little bit different, but if I come just to the door here and then start adjusting the frequency of the noise texture, you can see that's actually adjusting the positioning and the placement of this kind of edge wear, and it's way less uniform. In some areas it's not there, in some areas we have a bit more of like a chunky dent. So that's another way that you can kind of break up those edges. If I wanted to just quickly apply this new material to everything that we've got car paint on, I'm going to come back to the Hypershade editor, go to where you've got your truck body shader, the original one, right click it and go to select objects with material and minimize. You can see that's now selected everything with your original car paint texture. If I now right click and go to assign existing material, we can apply our new car body mix material, and now we can get that kind of edge wear sitting on everything, not just the ones that we applied to earlier. Something else that we can do is apply a material to our windows to make them not quite as perfect, you know, because windows eventually as well, like everything else, they get a bit gritty. Even if you clean them, you're going to get imperfect reflections, okay? So we're going to go ahead and use another noise texture to add those imperfect reflections to our windows. Let's open up our Hypershade editor again. Press tab and type in noise again. We're going to take the noise texture, and we're going to take the out color red and just plug that into the specular roughness. Now if we come back to our render, you can now see our windows look like they've kind of been greased up with Vaseline. Essentially what's happening here is this image is black and white. Now with transparency, the color white is essentially the value of 1, which means that your object is 100% transparent. And the color black essentially is the value of 0. So as you can see here from the color of our noise, we have some white areas, some are black areas, and that's being reflected on our window, and it's changing the roughness, okay? The transmission, or the amount that the window is see-through, is still at 1 and is as high as it can go, but this is essentially mimicking the roughness of a surface in real life. You know, when you see an object in real life that is very, very rough and doesn't reflect a lot of light, it's generally because microscopically, the surface is quite grainy. You know, like a mirror, it's very, very well polished. It's a lot flatter. Under the microscope, it has way less imperfections, and that's why it tends to reflect more light. At the moment, this is a little bit too much though, so we can go ahead and tweak this. So one of the first things I like to do if I'm using this for Windows is instead of using the noise type below, I tend to prefer to use Perlin noise, like to increase the frequency a little bit. Maybe I'll double it up to something like 16. That's just going to make the noise pattern repeat a little more so it's not quite as large. But our window still looks like it's covered in Vaseline, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to come over to here where it says color balance. Just click that arrow. What we can do here, so just the color gain, right now it's at white or 1. But if I start to gradually reduce this, you can see our window begins to become more and more transparent again. If I turn this all the way down, our noise texture is no longer actually doing anything because the value is set to 0 or black. If I increase this maybe just up a little bit, and you want this effect to be subtle, obviously you still need the window to be see-through, right? So the driver can see out of the window, but you just want a little bit of smudging there. So I'm going to reduce it nearly all the way down to something like this. And you can just about see here, we're getting a little bit of smudging on the window. Now the angle that we look at this, it's going to make it a little bit more obvious. If we come over to something like this and leave this to render for a little bit, you can see we're getting a little bit of smudging. Okay, but nothing major, but it's just adding a little bit of interest to our glass. It doesn't look quite as perfect as it did. And you can play around with these materials to get something a little bit more perfect. You can even, if you want to add UVs to your windows, use an image texture instead. But for the time being, we're just going to be using noise. So one last thing I'd like to show you today is how to add a little bit of dirt to your models on top of everything else. So we're going to actually use another mix shader. If I just stop the render here and come back to our Hypershade editor, and then if I go ahead and select our new mix shader that we made, the car body mix, just press that button there again to focus up all of that. We're going to create another AI Open PBR surface. This we're going to title Car Dirt, and we're going to make this something darker. Maybe we'll add a brown into it. Dirt very rarely is just completely black, so we'll just make this sort of a dark brown, and we'll increase the roughness slider here as well up to something like 0.6. So it's not quite as reflective. We're then going to go ahead and press tab and make another AI mix shader. And we'll title this Car Body Dirt Mix. Okay, or whatever you want to call it. We're then going to take the car dirt and then plug the out color into shader 1. And then we're going to take the out color of our previous car body mix and plug that into shader 2. Again, if we go ahead and render this, you're not going to see too much of a difference. It's probably just going to make it all darker. And then if we go ahead and apply that material, you can see again, like with the scratches, it's just made it darker because of our darker dirt material. So again, like before, we need to plug something into the mix in order to tell it what to do. And instead of using a curvature node, we're actually going to use something called an AI ambient occlusion node. Now, ambient occlusion is essentially when two objects are close together, it kind of calculates the connection point essentially, and the area where objects are closer together, Arnold then assumes that those are in shadow, and then it shades that area. But we can leverage this to actually trick Maya into adding dirt into those places that we need it. And coincidentally, that's generally where dirt tends to collect anyway, in the creases and crevices and, you know, close together surfaces like door gaps and panel lines and stuff like that. So we're going to take the out color red, and we're going to plug that into the mix of our new mix shader. Okay. If I then come back to if I then go ahead and do what we did before by selecting our car body mix, select objects with material so we can get everything there, and then we're going to go ahead and apply our new material, car body dirt mix. And it's just going to come back to the Hypershade editor so that I can select the ambient occlusion node, because we're going to want to tweak that in our main perspective view here. We'll go ahead and render again. So it might not look too obvious right off the bat, but if you zoom in, you can see in these areas now, we're getting a bit of dirt and dustiness. If I were to turn down the spread entirely, right, if I just adjust that there, you can see that's affecting the corners, right, and the closer together areas. If I turn that all the way off, you can see here we basically have nothing, but if I put the spread all the way up, you can see we have dirt coming in. So that's how, using very few number of nodes, you can go ahead and start to create something a little bit more realistic and lifelike for your materials. Now, obviously, this is by no means where I would leave this. You can do a lot more to improve this and make this more realistic for your own models as well, but this is just a starting point to get you started and get you used to using these nodes and the node editor. So I hope you've enjoyed this video. In the next one, we're going to be taking our models, so make sure you've got them with shaders and textured if you want to as well. In the last part, we'll actually show you how we can create a nice kind of aesthetic looking render of our truck. So yeah, I hope you've enjoyed this episode. Again, if you have any questions at all on any parts of the series so far, please do let us know. I know we've had to rush over some things, so if there's anything you feel like we missed or you'd like to see more on, let us know. We can make another video. And yeah, thank you very much for watching. Bye-bye. Hey, in today's video, I'm going to show you how to light and render your models to make them stand out. We'll go over some quick lighting tips and tricks, and why good lighting is actually important, even if you don't really have any plans of becoming a lighting artist and you're just kind of into 3D modeling. So yeah, let's get into it. Okay, so for many of you, lighting might just be a bit of an afterthought. You've just finished your model, maybe you've added some textures, but you're not really sure how to light it. You kind of just like modeling, and I completely understand that because I'm pretty much in the same boat, especially when I first started. I didn't really understand lighting at all. It's quite a complicated subject. Like with modeling, you can very easily tell what a good model is. If you try to follow reference and it looks like the reference, then you've probably made a good model. And we can say like objectively what good topology is and so on. But lighting is a little bit more nuanced, and there's definitely an art to it. And one of the key things for lighting is displaying your model in a way that conveys like a certain kind of mood or feeling, or if it's for a portfolio, you might just want good display lighting, especially if your object is shiny like this truck that we have here, to display all the surfaces very, very nicely. And if you have materials as well, it's even more important if you have textures, for your lighting to be on point so that you can display all of those as good as possible for anyone that's going to be potentially looking at your showreel, or even if you're just a hobbyist and you want to start making kind of more aesthetically pleasing pieces. So in today's video, like I said, we're going to go over some lighting, and we have this truck here, and trucks are really, really good to, or not just trucks, cars, trucks, vehicles with that kind of like shiny paint on them. They're good objects to test this out on and try this out on because they're very, very reflective, and we can make something that looks quite cool. So if we come to the Arnold tab, we have a few different lights here. The one that you're probably going to be using the most is an area light. We have mesh lights as well as photometric lights and sky dome lights, which we're going to be using in a little bit. But first of all, I just want to show you the area light. So that will come in on the middle of the grid, quite small. I'll go ahead and scale it up. And if we come to the attribute editor and then go into your light shape, we've got a whole bunch of different numbers in here, okay? Like max bounces, camera visibility, light spread, exposure, intensity, color, and all of that. So before we check out what any of these do, let's quickly just go and render this to see what it looks like with our light in the scene. So if I come up to render here and change it to Arnold, that's going to do an IPR render or interactive render within our screen. And you'll probably notice that you can't see anything. Well, that's because the light has very, very low exposure, and it's not anywhere near high enough for us to be able to see something. And this will depend on the size of your scene, but for me, it's not really going to start to show up until I put in a value of around 10. Then you can just about see now we're starting to get some light on our truck there, but it's still pretty low. So I'm going to go ahead and increase it to 15. Maybe let's even go all the way up to 20, and then pull that back. Okay, so now you see we're getting some light, okay? But it's not really doing a whole lot for us. The car just looks, or the truck just looks very, very plain. And, it's very, very flat, right? Because we just have one light so far. So the position of your lighting and the type of lights you use is very, very important. You may have heard of a 3-point lighting setup. It's often used in portrait photography and product photography and that sort of thing. So we could very, very quickly go ahead and set up something like that. And the main lights you have in that kind of setup are a key light, which is kind of your primary light, a fill light, which is generally positioned at the opposite side of your key light, and it's less intense, but it's just for sort of filling out your subject. And then a backlight, or a rim light as it's sometimes called. This can be good just to sort of like separate the object off from the background. So let's set up kind of a basic 3-point lighting setup. We'll name this first light here that we have the key light, and that's going to be our brightest and most intense light. Okay. And we'll position that maybe something like this at the front, because we want the cab to be the focus. That's kind of like the focal point of where all the detail is. We'll go ahead and create another light. We'll pull that off to the side like this, again, opposite. And we'll rename this to the fill light. Okay, this isn't going to be quite as intense, so we'll reduce that down to maybe something like 18. Okay, maybe we'll bump up our key light a little bit. And then the rim light is going to go behind the truck, back here. Okay. This is very, very good, especially if you're doing like character lighting. This is good to like separate the hair and the head from the background. So if we were to like bump up the exposure on this to something like 28 and then just pull that up. So you can see what that's doing is it's separating us, our truck from the background, because we have this nice rim light here. That's where it gets the name from, on the top of the truck. And then we also have some lighting back here. So it's kind of lifting it off of the surface. Okay. And this looks okay. And you could experiment with these lights to see, you know, try and make a good image. But one of the things that's really, really lacking at the moment, especially with a shiny reflective object like this truck, is we're not really getting the reflections in the car paint. Like, if you ever look at a car, whether it's in daylight or in a showroom or anywhere really, a lot of the kind of substance on the surface of those materials is the reflections around it, because they are so shiny, like especially if they're new. Obviously you can get matte cars as well, right? Depends on how you paint them, but generally they're pretty shiny. So how do we make that look a bit more realistic and more appealing if we do have a shiny object like this truck? So I'm going to go ahead and stop the render for the time being, and we'll just hide these lights. Okay, we'll come back to our lighting tab, and we're going to create a sky dome light. So on its own, this light will just work. If I just go ahead and press render, you can see here it's lighting everything, but it's lighting everything very evenly, like it's some sort of supercast, like it's some sort of like super overcast day, right? And that's not really what we're after. So the cool thing with this light is that we can add an image into the color. Okay, so if I go to File, I'll press this button here and come to File, and then press this image, or this button here. I've downloaded a number of HDRIs from various different places over time, and they're all free, and you can get them from a lot of different places, like Ambient CG and Polyhaven is a really good source. That's where I got most of mine from, and they're all 100% free. And they come in various different resolutions, from 2K up to 8K, depending on how high quality you want your reflections to be and the environment around it. I'm just going to go ahead and pick one. I'm going to pick this Brown Photo Studio one here. It's an 8K HDRI, but you don't have to use one that high by any means. And you can see now that I've added that, we're kind of in this like living room space, but it's just going to be a good demonstration. You probably wouldn't have your truck in your living room, right? Unless you're really into trucks, or your kitchen even. But let's go ahead and see what this does for us now. So if I press render now, and give that a second to start. Okay, it's a bit of a dim light, but you can now see we're getting far more interesting reflections on the surface of our truck. We're actually getting the color of the paint coming in. The headlights are popping a little bit more. We're getting nice, interesting reflections on the glass of the windows. And now's probably a pretty good time to take a look at some of the settings of these lights. And these settings vary a little bit from light to light, but generally they're quite similar. Your max bounces is always going to be at 999 when you first start, and all this is how many times the light will bounce around your scene, right? Light, the way it works in real life, is the light rays come in, they hit the surface, some of it's absorbed, but then some of it is bounced back, and obviously that depends on the material. A very, very reflective, mirror-like surface is going to bounce back more light, and that's how we see it as a mirror, right? But an object that is like black, for example, appears black due to the absence of light bounces and the amount of absorption. Like, I don't know whether you've seen that Ventablack material. The reason why that looks so dark is because it essentially absorbs all light rays. And render engines kind of mimic that. Ray traced ones, that is, by bouncing the light. And 999 is a very high amount. We don't want that much, so it's just going to slow down your renders a little bit. So I generally like to just put this at 10, and I find that is a good amount, and you normally don't need any higher than that. The next most important setting to take a look at is intensity and exposure. So if I just bump up the intensity here, if I start dragging that slider up, you can see the light is just getting brighter and brighter. I generally prefer to use the exposure of the HDRI, and what I've noticed, at least with Arnold, is an exposure of 1 seems to just be a good default to have. It starts at 0, but I like to put it to 1, and then that seems to be a bit more natural with the light. So with that at 1, You can see we're getting like much nicer lighting on our truck already. And the main benefit of this light is just the nice reflections. Okay. If I go ahead and then compare that again to our 3-point lighting setup, it doesn't look bad by any means, but it's a lot more plain, right? You can see that, you know, we're not really getting much in the way of interesting reflections. So with that being the case, how could we create kind of nice lighting for this? Well, we could potentially use a combination of the HDRI, the sky dome light, and some of these 3-point lighting lights as well, the key light and the fill light and the rim light, to make sure that we have some nice reflections, but also some nice punchy highlights that we're not probably going to get from the sky dome light, just by essence of it being lit from all directions, and we just have less control, right, because it's an image. At this stage, it's kind of important to consider what kind of lighting you want to go for. In this video, I'm going to try and replicate a sort of showroom, moody, maybe moody is not the right word, but a bit more stark kind of contrasty lighting, like you would find in a car showroom, right? So let's go ahead and stop the render for the time being. And I'm just going to hide all the lights. The next most important thing, I would say, before we do anything else, is you want your object, whatever your model is, to have a floor, generally, especially if we're going to be rendering a car here or a truck. Without the floor, you're not really going to get kind of realistically lit objects, right? In real life, everything has a floor, you know, unless you're taking a photo from something like while you're skydiving and it's floating in the air. But even then, you have the floor of the planet Earth, right? So there's always something beneath our object, and especially with a truck, right? So let's go ahead and create a plane, and I'm just going to scale that up. Okay, I'll make it quite big. Maybe let's make it a bit wider. And I'm just going to take the divisions off of the width and the height for the time being, okay? Something like this, so we have a nice big space to work with. If I go ahead and render now, with this turned on, you can see now we're getting a nice shadow on the floor, and the bottom of our truck is a little bit darker. So if I were to turn this off, right, you can see we do still have some shadow down here because this is an image light after all, and we're being lit from the top. But if I turn this back on, we're getting much more shadow beneath here, and we're obviously also getting a contact shadow on the floor, which is very, very important, I would say, if you're displaying an object like a car for your personal work or your portfolio. But, you know, this is a good start, but what if, you know, we don't want to see this background of the HDRI? We could come to Attribute Editor and turn the camera all the way down to 0 and just click off of it. So now we just have the black background of Maya, right? But again, that's still a little unpleasing. I would not recommend just doing this. So there's one other trick we can do, which actually mimics the setup that you typically get with portrait photography and product photography. If you've ever gone to have your photo taken professionally, right, like at school or whatever, you'll probably notice that they have a kind of like a matte background behind you. And sometimes it will kind of have this like curving slope that goes up. So let's go ahead and recreate that. Because even though we're in 3D space, we can kind of do whatever we want. It's still a good idea to make sure that you're doing things sort of physically accurately to make them look more realistic, right? Like these little things add up, and over time, they just add to the realism. So I'm going to add a bevel to the corner here as well, and we're going to increase the segments to 8. And then we'll go ahead and just press 3 on the keyboard to smooth that. Okay, if I now zoom in so that we can't see the sides of the background, and then press render again, you can now see we have what looks like a sort of infinite background, even though it's really not going back that far. And what's causing that is this curve at the back of our backdrop, which kind of is a trick of the light, right? In the same way it works in real life, it makes the background look a lot deeper than it actually is. So you can see already what a drastic improvement this has made for lighting our vehicle. We've got a nice background, we have some nice reflections, and even just this on its own is quite sort of pleasing, and you could potentially use this for just displaying your models or your portfolio, right? But let's say we want to go for something a bit more moody, like I mentioned earlier. So let's go ahead and stop the render again. And let's also just increase the size of this dome light so it's not intersecting with our backdrop here. So I'm going to go ahead and create a camera. I'm going to come up to create camera and then camera. Now, it's always a good idea to create a camera when you're rendering anything, because you don't just want to be using perspective. You want a nice locked off camera that you know is your render view. And then when we come to render, we can use that camera specifically. I always like to scale them up because sometimes they come in a bit small. I'm going to press space on the keyboard to come to this 4 camera view. If you don't have this, just click this button here over on the side, and that will also do that for you. We're going to come to this pane down here, go to view, and then cycle through cameras. You can see that's now come to our camera 1, as it's named here. I'm going to go ahead and rename this render cam. Okay, and you can see that's been renamed down here as well. So we can press space now and come to this camera, and we can now control this like we did with the perspective. And we want to set up a nice shot, like an aesthetically pleasing shot for us. So before we do that, a good idea is to come up to this menu up here and just click this button. This is going to enable the film gate. Now, this is the view that you're going to be seeing when you actually render. If we had this off, you can kind of see it, but obviously the interface is getting in the way, sorry. If you want a more accurate representation of what you're actually going to be seeing when you render, always turn on the film gate. It's just going to take your resolution that you've set in your render settings. If you press this button up here and then come to image size, I've just got it set to HD 1080, which is 1920 by 1080, pretty standard size for a lot of media. It's the best way to actually see what you're going to be seeing out of your render. So I'll leave this on for the time being, and let's go ahead and create a bit more of an interesting shot. So in my outliner, I'm just going to select our truck, and I'm just going to rotate it to the side, maybe something like this. Not quite side on, because that's a bit boring. Not quite directly face on, because that's also a bit plain. So maybe we'll go from the side, something like this, and we'll come slightly above and just look down a little bit on the truck like this. If you want this to be in the center of your screen, another thing you can turn up here is this. This kind of brings up a guide, some rulers, and you can see it's got some numbers going from 0 in the center out to 11 on the sides, and we can kind of line up where exactly the middle point for us here is by looking at the numbers here. So we know that 7 is touching around here, and on this side 7 is touching around here. So we kind of just need those to get those to match. We've got about equal amounts of the truck poking out past number 7. So we can go ahead and assume that's pretty well centered. So this is going to be our view. And just to preserve this, we can press this little lock button up here. This will mean that if I now hold down Alt on the keyboard and left click, I can't actually change the angle of this camera anymore. It's locked off, which is what you want to do once you've finalized your render camera and the kind of shot direction. You can always disable it again by just left clicking it. Okay, so let's get to actually lighting this. We'll come back to our perspective camera. In our outliner, I'm going to leave the HDRI enabled, but I'm just going to turn down the intensity of the lighting. I'm going to reduce the exposure down to something like 0, and then turn the intensity down to something like 0.5. The reason for this is because I want some of the reflections, but not all of the light. So if we come back to our render cam and just render, you can see we're getting some nice reflections on the windows and the front of the body here, but it's not too dark or not too light, and that's where the rest of our lights are going to come into play. So let's stop this render for the time being, or in fact you can even leave it on. Sometimes I'll have multiple views at the same time, so I can see down here this is rendering. My computer's getting very loud because it's rendering at the moment, and it's 34 degrees in the United Kingdom today. But we're going to take one of these lights. We'll go ahead and take the fill light, and for my setup, I'm just going to bring this over the top of the truck. Okay, and I'm going to rotate it so that it is pointing directly down. And then I'm just going to scale it up like this. You can scale this in all directions like you would with some polygon geometry. And I'm going to position it on top like this. And then I'm just going to increase the intensity up to maybe something like, let's go with 23. Okay. We could even, as a last little touch, actually change the color of our lighting. Maybe you don't want it to just be sort of like bright white like this. You could potentially enable color temperature, which if I reduce this is like light Kelvin. Basically, the lower this number, the more orange or red the light's going to be, and the higher, the more blue it is. So you can see just by moving this around, we're getting some very, very wildly different colors here. This could be like a cool, like outdoor shot with those old school, like halogen bulbs, which are a lot more orange, or you could have more modern LEDs up at this kind of temperature. But the default's around 6,500. You could also have a wildly different color, a less natural color, and go with like green, depending on what you want to do. So that's another feature that's available to you with the lights as well. So now the difference is we're getting some nice reflections from the HDRI, especially on the windows. We've got this nice bright light on the top of our truck, which is separating it from the background. And, you know, the lighting is much more dynamic. It's much more pleasing on the eye. It's not just like simple and plain. We have some interesting kind of contrasts going on here. We've got this nice shadow on the bottom, nice reflections everywhere else, nice highlight on the top to separate it from the background, and a much more interesting angle. So, you know, if we had just had this displayed in like with one light and face on, it would look a bit more plain. So you can see how just like tweaking your lighting and your setup a little bit, even just this backdrop, can add quite a lot to your scene in a very, very short amount of time. So experiment with the lighting. Try to create something that looks a bit more interesting. You could go for something less moody than this. You could go for a nice outdoor shot. You could go for something that's sort of in a garage. It's really up to you and how you want to present your model, but just think about your lighting and what kind of mood or feeling you're trying to convey with the lighting, and how it best suits your model, and whether or not it's actually helping to enhance the visuals of your model rather than just hiding things or you know, making it look worse even, which can happen as well. So yeah, thank you very much for watching. If you have any questions at all, please don't hesitate to ask. Let us know what video you'd like to see next as well, if you do have any ideas, and we'd be happy to make that too. So yeah, thank you very much for watching. Please like and subscribe, and I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.